Once transcending into another realm, Ronan, driven by the demands of livelihood and a yearning for extraordinary power, journeyed alone to Kathmandu, where he became a disciple of Kamar-Taj. 12 years later, still merely a novice sorcerer, he suddenly realized that he had never truly needed to learn magic at all. Superpower, reconstruction. This ability allows him to transform and solidify any form of power he has previously encountered into his own capabilities. List of solidified abilities: Hulk's Might, Rage Superpower, Foundation of Air Force Superpower, Cosmic Energy. Chapter 1. Descent from the Mountain. Supreme Sorceress, I wish to apply for permission to leave. In Nepal, Kathmandu, inside Kamar-Taj, which seems modest and impoverished from the outside, yet possesses grandeur within, Ronan knelt with a straight back and proper posture beside a deep brown wooden table in an ancient-style palace at the highest point. With his novice sorcerer's white robe draping over him, he gazed earnestly at the bald woman before him. Gurgle, the woman, known as the Supreme Sorceress, remained silent, entirely focused as she lifted a teapot and poured a steaming cup of freshly brewed tea before him. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, enveloped in curling wisps of steam. Tap, tap, tap. Kamar-Taj is not a prison, Sorcerer Ronan. Taking a sip, Master Ancient One set down her cup and spoke meaningfully. If what you seek is not here, you are free to depart. I will not hinder you. As portrayed in films, Master Ancient One was never one to be attached to the fate of her students. As long as they did not misuse the spells learned here for malevolent deeds, all would be well. At this moment, she cast a deep gaze upon Ronan, her calm and gentle eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of his heart, unraveling his most genuine thoughts. As the current Supreme Sorceress who had lived for centuries, Master Ancient One retained great magical prowess despite the alterations by screenwriters in the previous versions prior to this heroic age. She was still a powerful figure. Her unparalleled mastery, combined with the nature of the Eye of Agamotto, an artifact embodying the Time Stone, enabled her to glimpse infinite possibilities of the future and thus prepare for them. However, within that gaze directed at the 18-year-old novice sorcerer, only chaos appeared, shrouded in endless mists, as if the most supreme forces had sealed away his future, rendering each step he took a forge of entirely new possibilities. And this scene had remained unchanged for 12 years. Thank you, Kamar-Taj, for sheltering me for 12 years. Please rest assured, I will never forget this place. This is the place that nurtured me. It is indeed like a home. Master Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement, not attempting to persuade him further, smiling as she spoke. Certainly, certainly. As Ronan's figure vanished around the corner of the door, Master Ancient One turned, only to find that the structural surroundings had inexplicably disappeared, transforming into a vast, brilliant starry sky. In the depths of that infinite cosmos sat a vaguely depicted figure amidst the multitude of stars, its form entwined with the radiance of magic, illuminating the space around it and highlighting its three distinct heads. He has departed, embarking on his own path. Excellent. Ronan male, a traveler from another world, aged 18 and having traversed for 12 years, was among the many apprentices of Kamar-Taj. Up to this point, he had practiced for over 12 years and, 3 years ago, officially became a novice sorcerer with rather unremarkable talent. Ronan, I heard you were leaving? In the cafeteria, as he enjoyed his final dinner at Kamar-Taj, Ronan suddenly heard a familiar voice from above. Looking up, he saw a towering figure, at least 1.90 meters tall, standing beside him, curiosity and a hint of reluctance evident in his gaze. Indeed. What's the matter, Will? Do you already miss me? Gesturing for Will to sit, Ronan jokingly took a bite of the braised eggplant served to him. A bit, yes. Practicing magic is already tedious enough, but losing you, someone entertaining, will make it even duller. Sitting across from Ronan with a tray, William Wilson bit into a meat bun, eyeing his friend with curiosity as he inquired. Speaking of which, why the sudden decision to leave? I thought you were planning to stay here for a lifetime. To be precise, it's been 12 years and 4 months. Quickly finishing the small amount of rice left in his bowl with the eggplant, Ronan replied at an unhurried pace, wiping his mouth. Right? 12 years already. I thought you wouldn't leave at all, that you'd dedicate your life to mastering magic here. He felt disheartened, not only because his good friend was departing, but also due to the realization that he hardly understood him, remaining ignorant of Ronan's thoughts. After a moment of silence, Ronan shifted his gaze from Will's and looked outside toward the training square, slowly speaking. Well, what do you think of my magical talent? You're doing fine, I suppose. You're only 18 and are already a novice sorcerer. Will scratched the back of his head, vaguely sensing Ronan's implications and understanding why his friend had suddenly contemplated leaving. At merely 20, he, alongside Ronan, had been training for just over 12 years, yet had already progressed to the status of an intermediate sorcerer. But I've practiced magic for 12 years and am still just a lowly novice. With a sigh, Ronan shook his head and softly said, I feel my talent does not support me in furthering my studies, which is why I wish to leave and seek other opportunities. I see. Will fell silent, unable to muster any arguments to persuade his friend to stay. At times, talent cannot be compensated for by effort. So, be it his fate, one cannot force it. Well then, I wish you the best in finding a path that suits you. As Will extended his broad hand, Ronan smiled and grasped it. Thank you for your kind words. As they released their grip, Ronan lifted his tray and stood to depart. Will, goodbye. Farewell. Listening to the farewell uttered behind him, Ronan hastened to his room, preparing to pack his belongings to descend the mountain the following morning. Crossing the flickering training square and navigating the empty, ancient corridors, Ronan's eyes suddenly focused on a vividly blue screen that came into view. Original superpower. Superpower. Reconstruction. List of superpowers, none. Ronan had not divulged the truth. His magical aptitude was indeed low, having practiced since the age of 6. He had only just attained the novice level. However, this was not the true reason for his departure. In fact, without the awakening of his superpower, he might never have considered leaving, just as he had planned at 6 years old. After all, this place is within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Chapter 2. The Secret Realm of Kunlun. 12 years ago, in the heavenly realm of Kunlun, at the summit of a snow-capped mountain, an ethereal green light, reminiscent of the aurora, enveloped the sky, casting a somewhat hazy glow upon the earth. Within this celestial sanctuary, which materializes once every 15 years, a visitor made their entrance for the very first time without the realm having yet manifested itself. Little one, have you lost your way? Amidst the raging blizzard, a monk clad in a simple yellow robe knelt on one knee, shedding his cloak to shield the small child before him from the biting cold and swirling snow. With raven hair and azure eyes, the features of Ronan were both strikingly sharp and delicately refined. He gazed up at the monk, recognizing the familiar contours of his Asian visage, his clear gaze imbued with a maturity that belied his tender years. Uncle, Ronan spoke in Chinese, eliciting the monk's astonishment. Could you guide me to Kamar-Taj? I cannot seem to locate it. As a neighbor to Kamar-Taj in the realm of the extraordinary, the monk from the Kunlun secret realm was certainly no stranger to the only magical sanctum on earth. However, he found it astonishing that this child, seemingly at the age of schooling, possessed knowledge of Kamar-Taj's existence. Yet, considering that he had appeared in the still unmanifested Kunlun secret realm, perhaps this was a divine intention. Prompting the monk to lead him towards Kamar-Taj, with a slight nod, the monk rose, gently taking Ronan's frostbitten hand in his own. Of course, as the sun ascended, its rays pierced through the clouds. Within the mage's dormitory, Ronan navigated through a throng of mages, engaged in incessant patterns of electric sparks that formed and shattered in a dazzling display. Turning into a wooden corridor, he inhaled deeply, allowing the melancholy within him to dissipate with his exhale as he pushed open the grand door to the library. I hear you are departing. Upon entering, he was met not by the familiar librarian, but by a robust figure of a high-ranking mage, whose prominent facial features bore the unmistakable traits of Asian descent. This was Wang, the future librarian, an assistant to the supreme mage, and eventually, the supreme mage himself. Indeed, it seems the news has spread, Ronan replied. Thank you for your care over the years, Wang. Not at all. As he checked the returned books, Wang casually inquired, have you contemplated where you shall go next? Well, after a moment of hesitation, Ronan replied uncertainly, I may first visit the Kunlun secret realm. Had it not been for them, I might have perished in the snow. Unable to find Kamar-Taj, I wish to express my gratitude. What's the matter? Is there something on my face? To my knowledge, the Kunlun secret realm opens once every 15 years, and its last appearance was 6 years ago. Without the portal, how do you intend to enter? Ah, well, never mind. I shall visit once I acquire the ability to teleport. Perhaps another time. Ronan shrugged nonchalantly. His intention was not to insist on the visit, merely a polite gesture, of course. The true motive behind his desire to witness the Kunlun monks and the energy cultivated by the Iron Fist was to see if he could utilize ability. Reconstruction? to solidify that energy into his own power. But since a visit was not feasible at the moment, he resolved to seek out other abilities instead. The myriad of extraordinary powers on Earth was vast, and he did not wish to fixate on just one. His obsession with collecting powers was not yet that severe. Observing Ronan lost in thought once more, Wang shook his head and let out a barely perceptible sigh, placing the returned portal ring into Ronan's left hand. Where the portal ringed, as long as you refrain from misusing spells, I doubt Master Gu will mind. With that earnest advice, Wang rose, gathering the returned books and disappearing amidst the countless volumes on the shelves. "Thank you," Ronan called out as he donned the portal ring and exited the library. As he stepped onto the bustling street, the cacophony of the mundane world surged into his ears, momentarily disorienting him after a long absence from the warmth of human existence. 12 years had passed, and the capricious heavens had cast him into this perilous universe without any guiding hand, forcing him to carve his own path, ultimately joining Kamar-Taj and embarking on a rigorous journey of spellcraft. Yet, while he lamented the lack of a guiding hand, this body he inhabited, despite its considerable potential, was lacking in magical aptitude. This unfortunate reality left him, a mere novice mage, too intimidated to step beyond the gates of Kamar-Taj. Fearing calamity would befall him, fortunately, the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived, and from now on, a life of fortune lay ahead. Raising his gaze, he squinted against the warm sunlight of 7 o'clock in the morning, feeling a surge of optimism for the future. What had once been shrouded in heavy gloom now burst forth with brilliant radiance, piercing through the layers of obstacles and illuminating his path. Oh, the future is indeed promising. With a sigh of wonder, Ronan opened his eyes and strode towards a nearby deserted alley. Ziz! Raising his left hand and tracing circles with his right, a swirling vortex of shimmering energy flickered into existence before expanding, transforming into a 2-meter-wide ring of sparks, nearly leaving scorched marks on the walls beside it. Whoosh! The howling wind and swirling snowflakes rushed through the vortex, greeting Ronan's face with a frigid embrace. Gazing through the portal at the distant silver peaks and the dim, green-tinged sky, Ronan stepped boldly across the threshold and into the Kunlun's secret realm. Chapter 3. Ability. The foundation of Qi amidst the howling winds and dim skies. A solitary figure, young and tall, draped in a rough-woven cloak, pressed onward against the storm towards the distant mountain peaks. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, Ronan finally halted, every inch of his skin permeated by the biting cold. Before him stood an ancient stone dojo perched atop the mountain. Shaking off the chill, Ronan wrapped his cloak tighter around himself and began to ascend the endless stone steps. Look who has graced us with their presence. From his position on the sloped staircase, Ronan encountered a bald man clad in a simple yellow robe, standing resolutely amidst the snowstorm. He appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Thunder God, it's me, Ronan. The monk in the yellow robe was none other than Thunder God, the legendary immortal, the overseer of the Kunlun dojo, and the guardian of the Iron Fist's power, a master of martial arts. It was he who had encountered and rescued the trembling Ronan, newly transported from another world, 12 years prior amidst the blizzard, and had brought him to Kamar-Taj, in the celestial realm of Kunlun. Thunder God's primary duty was to train the younger generation, honing their bodies and martial prowess, preparing them to confront the immortal dragon, Shou-Lao, and seize its power. The Iron Fist. Yes, he refers to Danny Rand, the son of New York tycoon Wendell Rand, the future Iron Fist. Little one, I remember you. Not everyone can appear so silently in the Kunlun secret realm. You are currently the only one. Well, it seems you haven't fared well at Kamar-Taj, but your use of the portal has improved, and I can affirm that. With a teasing remark regarding Ronan's magical talent, Thunder God indicated he had been keeping an eye on him all these years. Observing Ronan's slightly embarrassed expression, Thunder God chuckled heartily, sweeping his arm and leading the way up the mountain. Follow me. Keeping pace with Thunder God's strides, Ronan soon arrived at the summit of the Kunlun dojo. Crossing through a grand archway adorned with ancient patterns, the biting cold vanished instantly, as if all wind and snow had been left behind, unable to breach this sanctuary. The ground was paved with azure bricks, expansive and open, with a temple of traditional Chinese architecture at the far end. Flanking the walls were rows of nameless trees. Not far to the right, a group of young children, dressed in training uniforms, were being rigorously drilled by a rather imposing monk, their cries of exertion almost unbearable to witness. Though referred to as children, most were around 16 or 17 years old, quite close to Ronan's current age. Yet, Ronan habitually added his past life's years into the mix, making him feel as if everyone appeared youthful in comparison. Naturally, this did not apply to beings like Gu and Thunder God, who were immortal. Among that group, two particularly stood out for their seriousness, their skin tones contrasting. One dark, one fair, a perfect balance, indeed. Those two at the forefront are my sons, Davos. You've met him before. Do you recognize him? I do, the one on the right. As he spoke, Ronan couldn't help but scrutinize Thunder God, who was unmistakably of Asian descent. He vaguely recalled that Davos was Thunder God's son, yet he appeared so much like a mixed-race individual. Seemingly devoid of any Asian traits, Mr. Thunder God, your genetic expression seems lacking. His mother is of mixed heritage. Having refined his senses to an extraordinary degree over the years, Thunder God easily perceived Ronan's subtle movements and expressions. He shook his head in resignation, watching as Ronan gazed skyward, feigning ignorance of his comment, before letting out a sigh. Shall we go observe? You might just regret not staying behind to practice martial arts. With a hearty laugh, Lei Gong led Ronan to the two young lads at the forefront, namely Davos and Danny Rand, and quietly observed their sparring. Yeah. Although the eyes of the black and white brothers never strayed from one another, constantly shifting stances and parrying each other's assaults, Ronan could distinctly sense that the moment he positioned himself before them, Davos's offensive had already intensified, momentarily placing Danny Rand at a disadvantage, or rather. It was not Ronan's presence, but rather the arrival of Lei Gong that triggered a slight reactive response in Davos. Ronan was woefully unfamiliar with Davos, Lei Gong, and even the entire Kunlun secret realm. Although he could barely be considered a Marvel fan in his previous life, it was limited to films and a few select series he found engaging, leaving him largely ignorant about the other three members of the Defenders. Including the future Iron Fist, apart from their names, he knew little else. However, these were not the focal points of Ronan's attention. Rather, he was captivated by the emergence of a vibrant yellow energy that began to surface amidst the escalating seriousness of the duel. Whoosh! Seizing upon a fleeting opening exposed by Davos's eagerness to attack, Danny took a step back with his right leg, briefly gathered his strength, and unleashed a whip-like kick that sent an unsuspecting Davos flying. Observing silently from the sidelines, Ronan noted with clarity that at the moment Danny executed that kick, the bright yellow energy emanating from within him had briefly enveloped his entire lower leg, significantly amplifying his explosive power and propelling Davos several meters away. Davos, I'm sorry, I might have hit you a bit too hard. Are you all right? Danny Rand exclaimed, his demeanor somewhat foolish as he hurried over to assist his fallen comrade. Ronan, however, chose not to watch them. Instead, he gently closed his eyes. As darkness enveloped him, a deep blue light screen emerged almost simultaneously. Original ability, superpower reconstruction, ability activation, reconstruction in progress, reconstruction successful, ability registration in progress, ability sequence list, superpower foundation of Qi, superpower foundation of Qi. Life energy is the amalgamation of mental and physical energy, an inexhaustible power dwelling deep within every individual. Chapter 4. The Naive and Foolish Iron Fist Ability Sequence List. Superpower Foundation of Qi, passive. With the completion of the reconstruction and the subsequent registration of the ability into the sequence list, a warm and comforting sensation surged from deep within Ronan, dispelling the fatigue and chill from his journey through the wind and snow. It even alleviated some of the hidden injuries sustained during his previous spellcasting practice, leaving Ronan's body feeling remarkably relaxed. The life energy generated from the fusion of spirit and flesh suffused every cell, akin to basking in the warmth of sunlight. When Ronan attempted to throw a punch, he discovered that his strength had noticeably increased, and his reflexes had quickened as well. As this what is referred to as Qian martial arts. As a Chinese person in his previous life, Ronan was certainly no stranger to the term, but his understanding had been limited to hearsay. This was the first time he had intuitively and vividly sensed its existence, feeling it coursing through his body like a gentle stream, awaiting to be harnessed and utilized. It seemed that aside from the miraculous ability to regenerate limbs, Qi was indeed as described in martial arts texts. Lei Gong appeared to understand the reason behind Ronan's sudden visit to the Kunlun secret realm. Therefore, Even upon noticing the emergence of Qi within Ronan, he did not exhibit surprise. Rather, a subtle hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze. It was inevitable, given that they had dedicated themselves to cultivating Qi since childhood, tirelessly practicing martial arts day in and day out for a decade to attain this power. In contrast, Ronan merely glanced at the scene, and Qi naturally manifested within him, rendering their arduous training seemingly trivial. How could he not feel a sense of sorrow, however, recalling the words of the ancient sorceress, Gu Yi, who had advised him? Lei Gong swiftly composed himself, feigning indifference to any envy or resentment. In comparison to someone with such innate talent, destined for great achievements, it would be self-defeating to wallow in bitterness. Ronan, with his limited abilities, remained oblivious to Lei Gong's complex emotional landscape. He did not even suspect that Lei Gong's reaction was somewhat amiss. Instead, he silently pondered what would be an appropriate gesture of gratitude. As a Chinese individual, the principle of reciprocity was deeply ingrained in his very being. Ronan felt compelled to offer something in return for the unique power he had acquired from the Kunlun's secret realm. Although Kunlun had not suffered any loss, Ronan was unable to shake off the feeling of indebtedness. Such an overwhelming sense of obligation was truly tormenting. Perhaps he could leave behind a few spell notes as compensation. As for whether these martial practitioners could make use of them, Ronan concluded that those spell notes were the most valuable and heartfelt items in his backpack. Other possessions would hardly intrigue even a beggar, let alone martial practitioners. Unfortunately, while Kamar-Taj boasted Wi-Fi, they did not advocate for excessive material indulgence. Compared to sorcerers, they were more akin to ascetics, and ascetics, well, had nothing aside from their own selves. Resolute in his decision to leave behind the spell notes, Ronan then heard Lei Gong's deep voice from beside him. "Little one, that blonde-haired boy may ask you to take him out of the Kunlun secret realm. I will not take him out," Ronan replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Danny. Although he could not recall the plot, Ronan vaguely remembered that Danny's troubles stemmed from external manipulation. If he allowed him to leave now, with his 16-year-old mindset, it would be nothing short of inviting disaster. In the distance, Davos seemed to have fully recovered from Danny's earlier antics. He cast a disdainful glance at his father, who had not budged an inch from Ronan's side. Not even deigning to spare him a glance, with a huff, he angrily shoved Danny aside, like swatting a pesky fly, and turned to exit the square. Danny reached out as if to grasp Davos's retreating figure, but ultimately let his hand fall limply, dejectedly making his way toward Ronan. Ronan observed Danny approach in silence, but could not find Lei Gong's figure in his peripheral vision. He must have gone to console his son. It appeared he was not as indifferent as he seemed on the surface. After all, as the leader, he had to maintain a semblance of balance. He could not show favoritism. Ronan fixed his gaze on Danny, whose conspicuous blonde hair stood out as he stepped before him, his expression notably calm. Hello, I am Danny Rand, Lei Gong's disciple." Perhaps it was Ronan's mature demeanor that influenced this moment, as the future Iron Fist stammered, struggling to articulate his self-introduction. Ronan? What a fine name, a fine name." After a brief exchange of insipid pleasantries, Danny, still visibly anxious, posed the question he most yearned to ask. May I inquire where you come from?" "How do you know Lei Gong?" Fearing that Ronan might discern his true query, Danny quickly threw out another question. "I come from." Ronan paused for dramatic effect, observing Danny's eyes widen and his breath catch in anticipation. Before continuing with a chuckle, "Kamar-Taj. Lei Gong and I are old acquaintances. He saved my life when I was very young." "Kamar-Taj. What kind of place is that? Is it located within the Kunlun secret realm? Why have I never heard of it?" Was he correct in his assumption that Ronan had indeed come from the outside? Danny's breath returned in a rush. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Ronan, he had instinctively concluded that Ronan was an outsider. The evidence was glaringly apparent in Ronan's modern attire, which starkly contrasted with their surroundings. Had Lei Gong misled him all these years, proclaiming that the Kunlun's secret realm emerged only once every 15 years? Remaining isolated from the outside world, with no means of entry or exit. If that were the case, how had Ronan appeared here? The last emergence had coincided with the incident that had befallen him 6 years prior. Kamar-Taj, what kind of place was it? Suppressing all his conjectures, Danny gathered his thoughts and feigned curiosity as he inquired. Ronan couldn't help but smile at the kaleidoscopic expressions flitting across Danny's face as he began to explain. "Kamar-Taj? You can think of it as a place similar to here, one that requires specific conditions to reach. However, unlike you, Kamar-Taj practices magic. With that, Ronan extended his left hand adorned with the suspended ring and began to trace circles with his right hand. Before long, a portal materialized successfully. Casting a glance at the astonished Danny, Ronan swiftly thrust his hands back, and the portal rapidly expanded, enveloping his figure within in the blink of an eye. The luminous circle dissipated, and Ronan was nowhere to be found, leaving behind a few ancient-looking notebooks at the spot where he had stood. Chapter 5. Perusing memories at 11 o'clock in the morning, coordinates set in Guangdong. After earning a little money through his magical endeavors, Ronan arrived at his homeland in this otherworldly realm, eager to indulge in a hearty meal of local delicacies before contemplating his next course of action. In a tea house named Longxiangju, Ronan gazed at the nearly overflowing platter of delicacies, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He lowered his head and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the food, tears of unrestrained joy streaming down his cheeks. How delightful! It has been 12 long years since I last savored dim sum. Slurping up shrimp dumplings, golden cake, and black bean chicken feet, Ronan indulged himself while sipping tea to cleanse his palate. After half an hour, he patted his distended belly and observed the remaining assortment of treats on the table. He languidly called for a server to fetch some takeout containers. 5 minutes later, he lifted a bag containing 2 disposable meal boxes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and prepared to journey to the heart of this universe. This center was not the cosmic nation, but rather the great city of New York. As a hotspot for events in the Marvel Universe, New York was home to a significant number of superheroes, from the Defenders to the Avengers, whose figures could be seen roaming the city. When superheroes congregate in a locale, it is virtually impossible for nothing to occur. Ronan placed the takeout boxes into his backpack and retreated to a secluded corner, sketching 2.5 circles in the air before opening a portal. Stepping through, he arrived at 177A Brick Street, the location of the New York Sanctum. Ordinarily, the Sanctum would be guarded by sorcerers, yet Ronan found no sign of them. Perhaps it was for the best, as he had effectively distanced himself from Kamar-Taj. Intruding upon the Sanctum uninvited could be troublesome if noticed. He merely sought to borrow a gateway and deemed it unnecessary to greet anyone. Nodding towards the staircase, Ronan pushed open the grand door and stepped outside. Where to next? Seamlessly blending into the colorful throngs of people, Ronan drifted along while contemplating the sources of power available on Earth. In 2007, prior to the emergence of Iron Man and the dawn of the heroic age, extraordinary abilities had scarcely revealed themselves on Earth, at least, not to Ronan's knowledge. Excluding the non-enhanced Iron Man, the only members of the Avengers left to consider were the Hulk, Thor, and Captain America. However, Ronan was uncertain if he could replicate Captain America's serum, and the potential side effects were a risk he could not afford. Thus, he was left with the Hulk and Thor, though the latter was currently in Asgard and would not be descending to Earth for several more years, courtesy of his father's plans, as a novice sorcerer. It would be folly to attempt an invasion of Asgard. Consequently, the best course of action was to seek out the Hulk or, perhaps, bide his time until the Hulk battled Abomination in New York, seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos. Another option lay with the Eternals, products of the Celestials, endowed with the ability to harness, manipulate, and perfectly cycle cosmic energy. Intriguingly, despite utilizing the same energy source, their abilities varied significantly. This meant that even with a shared origin, Ronan could potentially assemble a unique set of powers, a complete arsenal of abilities, including flight, weapon manifestation, mind control, super speed, healing, illusions, energy blasts, strength enhancement, and, notably, the highly coveted power of matter reconstruction. The allure was undeniable. Thus, he resolved to pursue the Hulk first, and if that failed, he would seek the Eternals. After all, there was still a year before Iron Man's debut, and he refused to believe he would achieve nothing in that time. Regrettably, Captain Marvel's timeline coincided with his arrival in this world, and her powers had yet to activate. Otherwise, a simple touch would have transformed Ronan into a formidable adversary for Thanos. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. With a general direction for his future now planned, Ronan's previously taut nerves began to unwind since leaving Kamar-Taj. He glanced down at his tattered clothing and decided to seek out some kind-hearted souls for a bit of financial assistance. It was also a perfect opportunity to practice his skills against a few local thugs and familiarize himself with the use of Chi. 5 months later, Brazlia, blasted heat. Ronan looked up at the blistering sun overhead and muttered a curse. It was now March 2008, and the moment of Iron Man's emergence drew ever closer, heralding the arrival of the heroic age. Yet, despite the passage of 5 months, Ronan had yet to locate the Hulk. He recalled that Dr. Bruce Banner's whereabouts had been exposed when a drop of his blood tainted a bottle of soda, leading an omnipotent being in the Marvel Cinematic Universe to become intoxicated and subsequently pursued by military personnel. Although the Hulk was never captured, this incident birthed the monstrous abomination, and Ronan, considering himself a good person, felt compelled to prevent further unintended consequences. The priority now was to discover the beverage factory where Dr. Banner could be found. Otherwise, all would be for naught. If necessary, he could revisit his memories to gain clarity. Casting spells upon oneself comes at a cost. If one attempts to delve too deeply or for too long, it may result in madness or eternal entrapment within one's memories. Therefore, Ronan approached the task of revisiting his memories with caution, taking it one step at a time, as he was merely a novice sorcerer. Gathering a bright yellow energy at his feet, he leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby building, aiming to find an undisturbed spot to sit and perform his memory revisiting spell. Chapter 6. Bruce Banner having scaled the rooftop of a 3-story building, Ronan settled into a corner, legs crossed, and emptied his mind. After 5 months of training, he had begun to grasp the manipulation of chi, feeling confident that he could hold his own against Captain America. Well, at least, that was his impression. Taking a deep breath, Ronan slowly closed his eyes. He retrieved his levitation ring, expertly formed a hand seal, and chanted an incantation. As Ronan's consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf his solitary vessel in the vast ocean. While navigating through the fragmented reflections of his past, he sought memories related to the Incredible Hulk. In a dimly lit office, a woman in military attire entered, clutching a file folder. You might find this information intriguing. A suspected Gamma-infected individual has been reported in Milwaukee. He had consumed a bottle of guarana soda. General Ross, with his graying hair, bushy beard, and cigar in hand, rose from his seat. Where is this soda produced? In Porto Velho, Brazil. Suddenly, the memory began to rewind abruptly, jolting Ronan as he initially feared it was a side effect of his spell. Just as he was about to sever the energy flow, the memory stabilized, revealing a scene buried deep within his recollections. Ronan could no longer maintain his focus and withdrew from the depths of his mind. Rosinia Slum. This was Dr. Banner's current residence in Rio. Observing the red circle he had drawn on the map, Ronan realized he was not far from Dr. Banner. He was in São Paulo, adjacent to Rio State. Finally, to gain the power of the Hulk, he even postponed his search for the Eternals. Initially indifferent to the order of his pursuits, believing that in the end, all would belong to him, he now felt differently. After reviewing the memories related to the Eternals, he had developed a rather audacious notion: to leverage the power of the Eternals or their assistants to seize the abilities of the Celestials. This idea was bold but not without potential. The Eternals had fragmented over 500 years ago and were now scattered across the globe. By approaching them one by one, Ronan could potentially amass their powers. And with the Hulk's physical strength combined with the Eternals' mastery over cosmic energy, he could, in theory, penetrate the Earth's core and uncover the celestial seed left by Eris Him, reconstructing abilities unique to the Celestials. Moreover, if the Hulk's physical prowess proved insufficient to traverse the core, Ronan had a second option: Thor's divine physique. He had little doubt that the same body capable of enduring neutron star energy in Infinity War could withstand the Earth's core temperatures as if they were mere bathwater. The prospect of acquiring celestial powers was tantalizing, and the feasibility of this endeavor was not excessively daunting, with multiple backup options. Thus, Ronan resolved to pursue this course of action, reminiscent of his earlier willingness to disregard risks in favor of installation. With an extraordinary ability for limitless reconstruction at his disposal, Ronan felt compelled to set his sights higher. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and a salted fish? The abilities of the Celestial Group have essentially reached the pinnacle of power on Earth. Otherwise, he would not dare to set his sights even higher. Enough of daydreaming for now. It's time to dine before embarking on the journey to Rio. Once I've had the chance to gently grasp Dr. Banner's hands, I must scour the world for the Eternals. With a firm pat on my own face to gather my thoughts and secure the map in hand, Ronan picked up his removed hat and departed from the rooftop. In Rio, at the foothill of Christ the Redeemer, within the renowned Rocinha favela. No anomalies detected. Not spotting any suspicious figures nearby, Banner could not help but exhale in relief. This meant he could linger here a while longer without the need for another hasty retreat. Upon reaching the top floor, Banner retrieved his keys to unlock the door, but even after entering and making a considerable noise, his loyal companion, who usually greeted him, did not rush out as usual. The room felt eerily quiet, almost foreboding. Instinctively halting his hand as he reached for the light switch, he gazed at the furniture barely visible in the darkness, acutely sensing an atmosphere of oppression and unease. Something was amiss, woof. Just as Banner began to slowly retreat, preparing to make a quick escape, a familiar bark echoed from the bedroom, and with it, the unsettling aura in the air seemed to dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, Banner found it hard to part with the precious experimental equipment he had painstakingly gathered over the past few days to facilitate his material treatment, as well as the laptop he had finally procured to communicate with Mr. Blue. Taking a deep breath, Banner steeled himself and illuminated the darkness within. With the staircase light providing cover, the sudden brightness did not dazzle him, allowing him to immediately notice the young figure standing quietly at his bedroom door, gently petting his furry companion. This was a young man with gentle eyes, dark hair, and blue irises, possessing striking features that suggested youth, yet an eerie maturity in his demeanor. "Hello, Dr. Banner," he spoke, placing the furry friend down and smiling. Chapter 7. Folk Remedies. Who are you? Why are you in my home? Upon hearing the young man accurately call his name, Banner had abandoned any thoughts of a hasty exit, prepared to flee without even a bucket. Although he had yet to discover anyone else present, he worried about potential arrivals. Banner was not overly concerned for his own safety. After all, numerous experiments had shown that when he faced life-threatening situations, the monster within him would emerge to absorb the fatal blow. His primary concern was that if he were surrounded by the military and his emotions spiraled out of control, the safety of everyone in the vicinity would be at risk. Indeed, once transformed into the Hulk, his grasp on rationality dwindled, making it difficult to consider the well-being of others. My name is Ronan. I am not here to cause you trouble, Dr. Banner. Just as Banner took a step back, retreating to the threshold, the young man's calm voice resonated within the room. You may choose to flee. I will not hinder you. Alternatively, we can sit down and converse. I have some modest suggestions regarding your transformation control that you might find beneficial. Without glancing back at the ever-prepared Banner, Ronan casually made his way to the kitchen to pour himself a cup of hot water. 10. 9.3, 2, 1, snap. After downing half a cup of water, Ronan heard the sound of the door locking and the faint footsteps behind him, causing him to smirk. Turning to face Banner, who stood at the door with a vigilant expression, as if poised to bolt at any moment, Ronan felt a chuckle form within him. Yet, beneath that amusement lay an inexplicable sorrow, a sympathetic sadness. Living like a mouse, constantly hiding, must be incredibly arduous. Unable to openly present himself, devoid of friends, aside from a furry companion and the enigmatic Mr. Blue, he had no one to converse with. Each day was spent crammed in a lawless favela, engaging in menial work that belied his extensive education, all while striving to master his emotional control to prevent another outburst. Go be honest. Ronan held great admiration for Dr. Banner. If he were in the same position, it was uncertain whether he could maintain his composure, but his temper would likely not be so forgiving with this thought. Ronan's resolve to assist Dr. Banner in escaping his predicament solidified. At the very least, he could offer him an untroubled environment. Coincidentally, Ronan knew many places that remained inaccessible to the general populace. As the thought flashed through his mind, Ronan finally heard Dr. Banner's voice. What suggestions do you have? Do share. Upon hearing that the young man named Ronan possessed advice for controlling the Hulk's emergence, Banner felt a hint of skepticism. He understood his own circumstances well. Only by maintaining emotional stability could he prevent his transformation, a rule he had painstakingly discovered over the past 5 years. Yet, as a scientist, he refused to adopt an air of superiority, believing himself to be the ultimate authority, so he decided to hear what this elusive young man had to say. The young man's suggestions might lack practical application, but they could potentially illuminate new perspectives. Moreover, considering that he had managed to find Banner without bringing along the military, Banner was willing to grant him a modicum of trust. I have 2 suggestions for controlling your transformation. The first is diligent training. I know your transformation is influenced by emotional control, so training is an excellent option. I am aware of a place that is ideal for such training, and I believe the inhabitants there have the capability to subdue you should you lose control. Perhaps Ronan's choice of words was not the best. Upon hearing the term subdue, Banner immediately conjured images of laboratories and prisons, causing his expression to darken. Are you referring to a prison? So, you truly are one of them. Ronan, recognizing Banner's misunderstanding, remained calm and continued, that place is far from a prison. I emerged from there myself. When I say they can subdue you, I do not mean with guns and artillery, but rather with magic. With that, Ronan set down his cup and began to trace circles in the AIR. WTF. As the word magic penetrated his ears, Banner experienced a disillusionment akin to finding that the teacher at the front of the class was a lunatic who had escaped from a mental institution after hours of earnest study. However, before he could voice his rebuttal regarding the material nature of the world, a shimmering yellow circle crackling with electricity formed in the void, and a blizzard of snow and howling winds surged through the portal. Rushing towards him, the sudden chill sent a shiver down Banner's spine. Bracing against the wind, he reached out to catch a few snowflakes, feeling them melt in his palm, confirming this was no mere illusion. Magic.it truly exists. He watched Dr. Banner, whose worldview appeared shattered, touching the remnants of snow on the doorframe while murmuring to himself. Ronan closed the portal and continued sipping his hot water with an air of tranquility. After some time, having digested the notion that magic was indeed a fundamental element of existence, Banner glanced at Ronan, who was idly sipping water, and with a slight gesture, approached to request a cup for himself to calm his nerves. Given the circumstances, he had completely come to believe that Ronan was not a government agent sent to apprehend him. After all, the military had no use for magic. With the crisis averted and new dawns on the horizon, was it not reason enough to celebrate with a few more cups of hot water? Gulp, gulp, gulp. After downing 2 large cups of water, Banner, observing Ronan turn to boil more, could not resist asking, so, what is the second suggestion? The second suggestion is that once I awaken my mind control abilities, I can put the Hulk into a slumber while keeping your consciousness alert. Before Banner could ponder the meaning of awakening abilities, Ronan suddenly wore a mischievous grin. Feigning seriousness as he added, actually, there is a third suggestion that could suppress your transformation. However, compared to the previous 2, this one can only be considered a folk remedy, with a success rate that is neither high nor low. What is it? Do tell. Having encountered forbidden knowledge from the world's shadowy corners for the first time in over 30 years, Banner found his curiosity at an unprecedented peak, and as long as it offered some assistance for his condition, he was eager to hear more, even if it was merely a folk remedy. Chapter 8. Banner's decision to study magic. Beat it up? Banner exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, feeling as if an entirely uncharted path had just been unveiled before him. Yet he found it oddly plausible. The door to a new world had indeed swung open. It truly was beneficial to heed the perspectives of youth. They often excel in discovering solutions from the most unexpected angles. Unlike their scholarly counterparts who resorted to the most conventional methods, Ronan, suppressing a smile, recalled the scene from Infinity War where the Hulk was reduced to a timid turtle by Thanos. This so-called folk remedy was derived from that very notion. The idea held merit and a degree of feasibility, but he suspected that there was likely no one on Earth capable of defeating the Hulk. Thus, it remained unviable. Banner astutely noted that the conditions of this suggestion were rather challenging to meet. Rather than seeking out an individual even more formidable than the Hulk to deliver a thrashing, it would be far wiser to heed the first 2 recommendations, as they would at least mitigate some physical suffering. Indeed, there currently exists no entity on Earth capable of overpowering the Hulk. Perhaps the Ancient One might be able to, but she is preoccupied with fending off the dimensional demon, leaving little time for such trivial matters. Speaking of dimensional demons, I ought to re-evaluate Dormammu's power. Given the opportunity, I might contend for the title of Lord of the Dark Dimension, thus alleviating the burdens of the sorcerers in Kamar-Taj. Moreover, with the right maneuvering, I believe I could persuade the Ancient One to work for me. So, Dr. Banner, which recommendation do you wish to pursue? Ronan quietly observed Dr. Banner, refraining from intervening in his decision. After all, any contact with Dr. Banner, even in his untransformed state, would still grant Ronan access to the Hulk's strength through mere physical touch. Thus, regardless of which suggestion Dr. Banner ultimately chose, it was a matter solely concerning himself. The gamma radiation had irrevocably altered Dr. Banner's cellular structure. Although he appeared human, he was fundamentally transformed. Just moments ago, when Ronan had handed Dr. Banner a cup of warm water, their hands had inadvertently brushed against one another. Casting a glance at the evidently contemplative Dr. Banner, Ronan's mind flickered, and a familiar light screen materialized before him. Original ability. Superpower reconstruction. Ability activating. Reconstruction in progress. Reconstruction successful. Ability recording. Ability sequence list. Ability foundation of Chi. Hulk's body rage, at last. The preliminary condition for seizing the power of the celestial beings had been fulfilled. Next, if I can gather the abilities of the Eternal, possessing the capability to traverse the Earth's core, I may attempt to seek out the celestial seed, thereby acquiring the most supreme power in this universe. You mentioned a place for cultivation. Is it truly isolated from the world? After a brief pause, the seemingly petrified Dr. Banner posed his question, revealing his inclination. That location is not merely isolated. Through the assistance of magic, unless one gains the guidance of the sorcerers, they can never set foot there. No matter how long they linger at its threshold, nor will they discern any clues. Yet, it is merely a step away from the mortal realm. One need only step outside to blend into the crowd, making it ideal for disguise. How wondrous! Dr. Banner nodded, appearing somewhat perplexed, before once again retreating into contemplation. Isn't it typical for scientists to indulge in deep thought? Surely, that clever mind of his is not brainstorming at this moment? Bored, Ronan silently scoffed to himself, his gaze wandering aimlessly across the dilapidated room until it settled on a particular spot, his eyes suddenly brightening. Don't touch that. Having made his choice in favor of the first suggestion, Banner looked up to find Ronan curiously fiddling with his experimental apparatus, prompting him to rush forward and gently push Ronan aside to prevent any mischief. Don't touch it then. After all, I am not cut out for chemistry. Nonchalantly shoved aside by Banner, Ronan watched as he meticulously covered the experimental tools, ensuring not a single gap remained, and then he smirked, turning to ask, "So? Have you made your decision?" "Yes, I've come to a conclusion." Taking a deep breath, Banner fixed his gaze upon Ronan's azure eyes. "I require a place free from disturbances, conducive to controlling my emotions. Furthermore, I need someone to restrain the Hulk if I inadvertently enter a rampage. So for me, the best option is indeed the place you described for cultivation. Moreover, I ascend to the essence of magic to create miracles. I wish to see if I can uncover a miracle that might completely heal me. As for the second suggestion you mentioned, I apologize. It's not that I doubt your capabilities, but I am uncertain of how long your awakening might take. And Dr. Banner, in this world, the essence of magic is not merely to create miracles. It is to siphon others' energies to defeat them. All right, no need to elaborate further. Gather your belongings, and we shall depart shortly." Raising a hand to halt Banner's explanation, Ronan declared, "Departing tonight?" Initially considering how to arrange sleeping accommodations for the evening and whether they might have to share, Banner paused in surprise, responding with a question. "Perhaps it would be best to wait until tomorrow. After all, you need to resign from your position or bid farewell to your acquaintances." Realizing it was already night, Ronan chuckled awkwardly and quickly picked up a cup of water. Drinking strategically, "I don't have any acquaintances." Banner's expression darkened, reflecting on how he had previously mistaken Ronan for one of Ross's subordinates. The two were clearly of different temperaments. Indeed, who could possibly endure you? Ronan maintained a stoic facade, while internally he reveled in his thoughts. "I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow." After finishing his warm water, Ronan opened a portal, stepping through as Banner watched in awe. Upon returning to his seaside hotel room, Ronan restrained the urge to transform into the hulking green creature, swiftly taking a combat shower before collapsing onto the bed. Turning off the lights, he prepared for sleep. Staying awake in bed at night can be perilously tempting, especially without clothing. One's body may entice them towards pleasurable endeavors. Even if you exert every effort to resist such thoughts, believe me, in the end, you will relent, indulging in delightful activities. Just like Ronan was doing now. With his muscular torso exposed, his right hand reached beneath the covers, and soon, he grasped something, causing the white duvet to rise like a small peak. That peak began to shift rapidly, soon reaching the edge of the bedding. Extracting a laptop hidden within the blankets, Ronan powered it on, connecting to the internet to send an email to the king far away in Kamar-Taj. Accessing Kamar-Taj is no simple feat. He must first gauge the situation for Banner. Chapter 9. Scientists can wink too. The sun is shining brightly. Dr. Banner, get up quickly, woof. The sudden shout jolted Banner awake. He shot up, glancing at the wristwatch measuring his heartbeat, which revealed no significant increase, remaining at a normal level. It seems Ronan's good news has alleviated my anxiety to some extent. Feeling as if he had just experienced the best sleep in 5 years, Banner rose, refreshed, patting the head of the furry companion, wagging its tail beside the bed before dressing and exiting the room. Good morning, Dr. Banner, as Ronan began to unpack the tea pastries from the plastic bag onto the table. He smiled at the scent-sniffing Dr. Banner, suddenly regretting not having a camera to capture the moment. However, that would not deter me. What are you doing? Banner, having ceased his nose's twitching, was puzzled by the significance of Ronan's earlier gestures. Yet the beast within him sensed that it was likely not a good sign. Oh, nothing. Just capturing a memento that, of course, he could not reveal that it was the incantation gesture for a spell. So he casually deflected, quickly changing the subject before Banner could pry any further. Come, have breakfast. We must be on our way soon. Not delving into the earlier gestures, Banner obediently sat down, watching as Ronan placed steaming, fragrant food before him, then handed him 2 wooden sticks. Banner looked up. Ronan, what's wrong? Take the chopsticks. How else will you eat the tea pastries? I doubt I don't know how to use these. Donning his reading glasses to clearly see the 2 sticks, which were indeed chopsticks, a marvelous culinary tool from the mysterious East, Banner hastily shook his head, indicating he could not use them. Come now. How can you eat tea pastries without chopsticks? Here, take them. With your doctorate, you should master them. How can you call yourself a doctor if you cannot use chopsticks? Ronan would not allow anyone to eat dim sum with a knife and fork. Forcefully placing the chopsticks into Banner's hands and watching as he awkwardly attempted to use them like forks, jabbing through the shrimp dumpling, his lips twitching slightly. Well, I suppose that happens sometimes when one struggles to pick things up. It's not a major issue. Thus, the 2 men gathered around a small dining table, devouring the entire spread of dim sum with great gusto, emitting satisfied sounds. This is delicious. The food is incredibly fragrant, even if it likely contains various chemicals. Rubbing his pleasantly full belly, Banner struggled to rise, beginning to tidy up. I say, do you really need to take those old, shabby bottles and jars with you? After cleaning up the mess, Ronan inquired, puzzled, as he observed Banner packing some experimental tools into a box. Just these dirty, old devices. What use can they possibly serve? It was evident that Banner did not place his entire faith in magic, which was a good thing. Preparing mentally meant he could bear heavier disappointments, at least not succumbing to a rampage if the results fell short. All right, I'm all packed up. Due to the fact that each transformation brings Banner once again into the relentless gaze of the military, and considering that it has only been a little over 4 months since his last discovery, his possessions are rather meager, apart from a set of experimental apparatus, a laptop, and a Portuguese dictionary for study. He is left with merely a few changes of clothes, enough to fit into a single suitcase though, and there is a stray dog. Is it permissible to keep pets in that place? This little stray has followed him for so long. And even though the scientist embodies objectivity and rationality, Banner has developed a semblance of affection for it, and wishes to take it along. Of course, he has not insisted on bringing it. Rather, his intention is to take it if possible, or to find it a good home if not, perhaps with that captivating Latina from the factory who seems to have an interest in him. Girls are often emotional beings, and he believes that if he earnestly requests, coupled with a wink or 2, she would not refuse him. Trust me, no one can turn down a wink from a scientist who is not a balding old man. Especially when Dr. Banner still possesses a youthful demeanor, complemented by a lovely mane of medium-length gray hair. I have not seen anyone keeping pets inside, nor am I aware of any regulations forbidding it. Banner's question was so pointed that it plunged Ronan into a moment of silence. After a moment of contemplation, Ronan devised a solution. He proposed to Banner, who was giving the dog one last scratch under the chin. Let us assess the situation first. If it doesn't work out, it can accompany me. After I drop you off at Kamar-Taj, I must set forth on my journey again, and I could use some company along the way to chat with. After acquiring the power of the Hulk, Ronan intends to pursue the powers of the Eternal, preparing to ultimately seize the abilities of the celestial Tiamat, in Ronan's memory. Aside from a few elusive Eternals, such as Ikaris and Circe, whose whereabouts remain ambiguous in the films. Most others are fixed in specific locations, like the Golden Gully of Bollywood in India, or the secluded Druig hidden within the Amazon rainforest. Ronan's next target is Druig, a member of the Eternals residing in the Amazon, especially since he is currently in Brazil, with the rainforest just to the north. Given the proximity, there is no reason not to go. Very well, if it comes to that, let it follow you, Banner replied, standing up and lifting the suitcase. I am ready. Ronan nodded, drawing a circle to conjure a portal. He drew a circle to open the portal. Once the portal was formed, Ronan turned to the side, raised a hand, and gestured for Banner to proceed. Gazing at the ancient architectural splendor displayed beyond the luminous circle, Banner, accompanied by the dog, stepped through with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Ronan followed closely, returning to this familiar place after more than 5 months away from Kamar-Taj. Chapter 10. Magic requires talent, be it medical or scientific. So, this is what you refer to as Kamar-Taj? The sanctuary of magic? Stepping onto the verdant stone tiles, the almost untainted fresh air made him involuntarily twitch his nose. Banner looked up at the antiquated palaces, his Adam's apple moving slowly as he swallowed, revealing a hint of anxiety in his gaze, mirrored by the silence of the dog at his feet. Indeed, this is Kamar-Taj, the place where I have trained for over 12 years, giving Banner's shoulder a reassuring pat. Ronan took the lead, saying, "Follow me. I will introduce you to the overseer of Kamar-Taj, the leading figure in the mystical community of Earth, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One. Ancient One. Is that her name? Her real name?" Following Ronan's stride, Banner contemplated the name that sounded more like a title than a personal designation, asking in confusion. "First, it's her, not him," Ronan corrected Banner's unwarranted stereotype, clarifying that the supreme sorceress is indeed female. And then affirming his next question, "And yes, Ancient One is her name. Don't inquire what the Ancient One was called before, for he does not know," guiding Banner through the corridor into the training square. Ronan felt a surreal sense of nostalgia as he observed the neatly lined-up apprentices receiving instruction. After residing in the mundane world for several months, contrasting the changes in living conditions and the comfort of the spiritual realm, Ronan could not help but exclaim, "The real world is indeed preferable. No need to rise at dawn for rigorous training. One can sleep until naturally awakened. There are no endless tomes to peruse. Only unending delights. No monotonous vegetarian meals for a decade. Every meal can be a feast. Indeed, magic comes at a price." Behind Ronan, Banner watched the energetic sparks dancing throughout the training square, observing the esteemed middle-aged sorcerers at the forefront, skillfully crafting extraordinary magical runes in the air, and a profound desire for knowledge ignited in his eyes. He yearned to join them and explore an alternative system of energy utilization. This way, signaling for Banner to follow, Ronan led the way to the right side of the square, preparing to cross it toward the palace at its end. "Oh, all right." Coming back to his senses, Banner called to the dog behind him and followed Ronan's lead. Soon, the trio ascended a modest set of stairs, arriving before a palace with an ancient design, rich in historical ambience, and crossed the wooden threshold. "Supreme Sorceress Ancient One, I have brought him," just as she appeared when he departed. The Ancient One, now clad in a dark robe, sat calmly on a cushion beside a tea table, pouring tea into 2 vacant cups across from her. Watching Ronan bow respectfully and address the bald woman as the Ancient One, Banner could not resist rubbing his eyes, finally confirming that this was indeed the reputed strongest figure in the mystical community of Earth. Truly, all great beings tend to be bald. So why am I not? Is it because I lack strength? Silently burying these questions in his heart, Banner shifted his gaze away from the luminous orb of a head, as he noticed that the Ancient One was also assessing him. "Sit." Admittedly, upon hearing the word "sit," a flicker of panic coursed through me. Ronan slowly guided Banner to sit, feeling immense gratitude that the Ancient One was a consummate supreme sorceress, unlike some sorcerers who, upon inviting others to sit, felt compelled to flaunt their magical prowess, as if fearing that others might not recognize their extraordinary gifts. Indeed, he was referring to Dr. Strange, that damned paragon of magical talent. Having talent is one thing. The wretched fellow revels in showcasing it, which is utterly intolerable. "I am aware of your purpose for visiting, Sorcerer Ronan." The Ancient One, with an air of detachment, took a sip of her hot tea and continued. Kamar-Taj does not reject seekers of knowledge. I have arranged for your friend to have a room prepared by the Sorcerer King, the very room you occupied before. Before Ronan and Banner could express their gratitude, the Ancient One shifted her tone. However, learning magic requires innate talent. Those lacking magical ability merely waste their time in arduous training here. At this revelation, Banner's heart sank as he realized he had overlooked a crucial question. Did he possess the talent to learn magic? Instinctively glancing at Ronan, the guide who led him to the threshold of magical practice, Banner observed his expression, which betrayed no hint of uncertainty, as if everything was well within his grasp, calming his fluttering heart. If he truly lacked any modicum of talent, Banner believed Ronan would never have suggested this path to him. Therefore, it stood to reason that he must possess some degree of talent, albeit perhaps limited. Banner would accept that. After all, if the universe opens a window for you, it will surely close a door. Having earned 7 doctoral degrees is ample proof of his aptitude in that regard. Thus it follows that his magical talent would not be exceedingly high, as long as there's some. I dare not be overly ambitious. If my talent falls short, I shall compensate with science, using it to elucidate magic. Rapidly adjusting his mindset, Banner's thoughts raced. In contrast to Banner's rationality and lack of excessive contemplation, Ronan's mind wandered more freely, as he mused that the Ancient One might as well have been speaking about him. 12 years of training and still merely a novice sorcerer. After all this time, have you not realized your lack of talent? Do you not feel it is a waste of time? This was purely Ronan's imaginative monologue, while the Ancient One declared Banner's magical aptitude. However, Dr. Banner, your talent is generally considered quite good. You are capable of practicing magic. After finishing her tea, the Ancient One rose and turned to Ronan and Banner, smiling as she addressed Banner. Dr. Banner, please make yourself comfortable and familiarize yourself with your surroundings. We shall officially commence your training tomorrow, if that suits you. Banner nodded eagerly, expressing no dissent towards such an arrangement. He dared not voice any objections. Sorcerer Ronan, I would appreciate it if you could assist your friend in settling into your former room, and perhaps help him acclimate to this place as well. Certainly. As Ronan awaited a nod from Gu-E. She suddenly halted, recalling something of significance. Regarding the dog you brought, I do not recommend keeping it in the dormitory, as it may disturb others' rest. However, it may remain in the library. With that, Gu-E clasped her hands behind her back, idly toying with a paper fan, and gracefully departed. Chapter 11. Ross is a dog. After exiting the palace of Master Gu-E, Ronan, accompanied by Banner, followed a path he knew all too well. Arriving at the room he once inhabited, the space was modest, yet sufficient for one person. With practiced ease, he opened the door and stepped inside, observing the room's arrangement, which was identical to how he had left it. He brushed a dust-free bedside table, harboring ample reason to suspect that a cleaning spell was consistently maintained here. Otherwise, considering the rural setting of Kamar-Taj, it would be miraculous for a week to pass without accumulating dust. Well, I do not require a vast space. I have slept beside trash bins on the street. As long as I have a place to rest my head and a bed to sleep in, I am content. Banner did not find fault with the living conditions, aside from the inadequate lighting, which might pose some challenges for experiments. After placing his box containing all his possessions down, he took a few steps within the less than 10 square meter dormitory and felt an unprecedented sense of relief. This was a sanctuary of magic, a place where an ordinary person, without guidance, could never hope to discover. This meant he no longer had to worry about his whereabouts being exposed. If General Ross and his associates could access magic, then their research would not revolve around gamma rays but rather enchantments. The heavy burden on his heart had finally lifted, leaving Banner feeling lighthearted, even contemplating that once he had mastered the art of teleportation, he might secretly meet with General Ross's daughter, his former girlfriend, Betty Ross, right under the general's nose. According to Ronan, teleportation was a fundamental spell, hinting that he might soon reunite with Betty, lost in pleasant reverie. Banner quickly shook himself back to reality, giving his face a gentle slap as a reminder to remain vigilant. Although the notion of toying with General Ross, who had pursued him for 5 years, was tantalizing, his rational instincts cautioned him that while a few meetings would be manageable, frequent encounters could lead to unforeseen complications. The priority now was to devote himself to rigorous practice. Once he resolved the Hulk issue, everything else would fall into place. With a deep sigh, Banner intended to inform Mr. Blue of his relocation, but did not plan to halt Mr. Blue's research on his gamma radiation condition. After all, balancing both magical and scientific pursuits would provide the greatest assurance. Ronan, is there internet access here? Banner inquired, scanning the entirely wooden and brick dormitory room with a hint of skepticism. Given its ancient and historic ambience, he held little hope of encountering any modern amenities. Oh, except for the old lamp emitting a dim yellow glow on the wooden table by the window, of course. How could there not be? As Banner seemed to drift off into thought, Ronan seized the opportunity to play with the spirited pup until he heard Banner's question, then released the dog, who had been feigning death on the ground. Here, to access the internet, you can only use a laptop. See, the Ethernet cable is right here. Approaching the wooden table by the window, Ronan bent down and retrieved a white Ethernet cable from behind the desk, placing it on the surface. After introducing the existence of the cable, Ronan scooped up the playful pup and said to Banner, who bore a look of surprise at the unexpected presence of internet access, "Come on, let me show you around the area, and then we can take your dog to the library. By the way, aren't you going to give your dog a name? I have no idea what to call it. So for now, I'll just refer to it as Wealthy. Wealthy is a generic name for a dog, suitable for both genders and all ages, so it will do for the time being. About that. Initially, the reason I chose to keep this stray dog was merely to have someone to converse with and to provide a measure of alertness. I had no intention of forming a long-term emotional bond, as I could be discovered at any moment and forced to flee again. Thus, Banner had never considered giving it a name. But now that the crisis had passed and he had developed some affection for it over the past few months, it was time to bestow a name. How about Betty? After much contemplation, Banner finally settled on the name for the dog. Upon hearing this, Ronan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. It was not that he objected to the name Betty. Rather, Betty? Are you sure? Yes? What's wrong? Is it not pleasing to the ear? Banner inquired, puzzled. Surely, he wouldn't name it Bob. That would be so dull. Betty was a lovely name. After all, his ex-girlfriend was named Betty, a name that sang of beauty. Well, that may be true. Ronan leaned back, inhaling sharply. But do you remember that your dog is male? Bestowing upon him a feminine name might lead to some awkwardness. How will he ever have a girlfriend? Banner reacted with surprise. My dog is male. I forgot. Ronan sighed. Then, how about we call him Ross? In the awkward silence shared between Banner, Ronan, and Betty, Banner pondered deeply before ultimately selecting another name with which he had a connection. All right then, Ross, let us be on our way. With a shrug, Ronan carried Ross out of the room, harboring no desire to critique Banner's choice of name, as it was his dog. As long as it was not too absurd, so be it. Kamar-Taj was neither too small nor too large. After a leisurely stroll around the grounds, passing through the plaza, dormitory, and cafeteria, they finally arrived at their destination, the library. Wong, it is a pleasure to see you again. On duty at the library was still Wong. Though Ronan found it curious where the previous librarian had gone and why Wong had been appointed, he refrained from voicing his questions, instead leading Banner to the central desk. Wong, this is Dr. Banner, whom I mentioned to you. Dr. Banner, this is Wong, an elite mage who has practiced for many years, and a person of great seriousness and responsibility. As the introducer, Ronan felt it necessary to portray Wong as a formidable, mysterious figure, as his words tended to ruffle feathers when addressing strangers. Hello? Banner understood the importance of leaving a good impression on the librarian, as he would frequently interact with the library. Hello. Ronan felt a sense of foreboding. He had no worries except that Wong's candidness might cause a stir. He quickly changed the subject. Wong, Dr. Banner will begin his formal studies tomorrow. Could you prepare some foundational text for him to review? Yes, I understand. Wong replied curtly, slamming the book he had been holding shut before disappearing into the nearby shelves. Chapter 12. Do you understand the value of 7 doctorates? The New Universe, the Supreme Codex, the Key of Solomon Fundamentals Overview. As Wong went to retrieve the books, Ronan anxiously reminded Banner, Dr. Banner, Wong can sometimes be rather provoking with his remarks. Do not take them to heart. Rest assured, Ronan, as long as he refrains from physical confrontation, mere verbal assaults will not send me into a rage. Banner chuckled self-deprecatingly. If he had not learned to ignore verbal provocations over the years, he would have long been captured by General Ross and confined to some dark laboratory, endlessly subjected to experiments. Moreover, he was perceptive enough to discern whether someone was targeting him. Wong, the mage, was merely a product of his personality or responsibilities, and he would not dwell on the earlier incident. That is good. Ronan said no more, trusting that Banner knew what to do. Review these books first, and when you are truly ready to begin, come back to me for some more introductory texts. With slow footsteps, Wang approached, emerging from the shelves and placing 5 foundational magic books on the desk with a thud. Each book, once the packaging was removed, was nearly the same thickness as the dictionary Banner had used to study Portuguese. Leaving him momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Do you find it overwhelming? Unable to manage? Wang inquired, his expression stern, his small eyes narrowing to slits. Kamar-Taj's curriculum was comparable to that of a university, with required courses even exceeding those at a university. If he could not handle this amount of reading, there would be no need to waste time here. Just as he was about to express that these were merely the basics and if one could not manage them, they should leave immediately, he saw Banner struggle to swallow and then, with fervor in his eyes, embrace the stack of books, exclaiming, "No, no, no. This is not too much at all. I could handle a few more." Not too much, really. This is child's play, as Dr. Banner, adorned with 7 doctoral degrees, caressed the ancient and exquisitely crafted tome. Imbued with a hint of religious significance, he succumbed to a state of blissful reverie. Closing his eyes in delight, his nose twitched ever so slightly as he inhaled the distinctive aroma of the paper, savoring the fragrance of knowledge itself. Wang, observing Banner's seemingly euphoric expression reminiscent of a drug addict in ecstasy, shot a questioning glance at Ronan, who shrugged in resignation and explained, "He is a doctor, possessing 7 doctoral degrees." "Oh, I see." In that moment, Wang's demeanor shifted to one of profound respect. He held a deep admiration for those well-versed in knowledge. He understood the formidable challenge of obtaining a doctoral degree, and for one individual to possess 7, and not be an elderly curmudgeon. Dr. Banner must indeed be a remarkable figure. A true scholar at heart. Let us begin with these few books. Once you have completed them, come to me for an exchange, and I shall adjust the subsequent volumes according to your progress. Wang said amiably to Banner. His intention was not to withhold, but rather to prevent the latter from becoming overwhelmed. In the realm of magical studies, foundational theories are of utmost importance, and the acquisition of spells must proceed in a gradual and measured manner, devoid of haste. Noticing Banner's face flush with excitement, Ronan chuckled and tossed a small creature into Wang's direction. "I found you a companion. This one is named Ross. Master Gui has permitted it to stay in the library." "Ross?" Upon hearing that Master Gui had also consented to its presence, Wang said little more, giving the creature a gentle pat on the head before placing it on the ground. Well, he chose the name. Indicating Dr. Banner, who had already begun to peruse foundational treatise, Ronan felt as though he had completed his role as a novice mentor. He bid farewell to Wang, preparing to depart from Kamar-Taj toward his next destination. "How fared your ventures outside, Ronan?" Just as Ronan and Banner were about to exit, Wang turned his head slightly, seemingly listening for something, before inquiring just before Ronan vanished from view. "Quite well," Ronan replied, stepping out the door with Banner, disappearing around the corner, leaving Wang and Ross to exchange glances within the library. Meanwhile, within the highest palace of Kamar-Taj, as the fabric of reality shattered like glass, the figure of Master Gui emerged. With a wave of her hand, the fragmented reality swiftly healed, restoring its original form. "Quite well. Does that imply satisfactory progress? No significant challenges?" Master Gui stepped out of the palace, gazing down upon the orderly ranks of mage apprentices, as if peering through the edifices to observe a particular individual. "Very well, Dr. Banner. You are now officially an apprentice of Kamar-Taj. It seems that shortly, someone will arrive to provide you with your training attire. And by tomorrow, you shall commence your magical studies. I, too, must take my leave. There are numerous matters demanding my attention, and I cannot linger here to accompany you." Navigating through a corridor occasionally traversed by others, Ronan meandered along familiar paths toward a side door. "Thank you, Ronan. I am truly grateful. What you have given me transcends mere hope for healing. It feels akin to a rebirth." Dr. Banner expressed his gratitude with utmost sincerity, leaving Ronan somewhat taken aback. Having grown accustomed to the comedic persona of Bruce Banner from the silver screen, he found this earnestness rather disconcerting. Were it not for the stack of books in Banner's arms, Ronan might have suspected an impending embrace. All right, no need to be so sentimental. It feels as though we are enacting a tragic farewell. Ronan could not help but shudder, shaking off the imaginary goosebumps. Before addressing Banner with one final piece of advice, "Do you see that wooden door?" "Yes, what of it?" "Where does it lead?" Banner inquired curiously, gazing at the small door at the end of the corridor. "This door opens to the outside world. Beyond it lies Kathmandu, Nepal." Ronan took a couple of steps forward, opening the door, revealing a bustling street alive with the clamor of the mundane, casting a vivid tableau of everyday life that momentarily captivated Banner's attention. Chapter 13. The Amazon Rainforest Latitude, South 2. The Lungs of the Earth. The Amazon rainforest, the largest and most primordial forest on the planet, is characterized by its unique geographical positioning and ecological structure, allowing it to remain untouched by human industrial and commercial civilization. It encompasses half of the world's rainforest area, standing as the largest and most biodiverse tropical rainforest globally. Within this vast expanse, over 20 million indigenous people have called the Amazon River basin home for generations, having never encountered modern society. The forest is their only sanctuary. Whispers circulate that deep within the forest, in uncharted territories, savage and bloodthirsty tribes continue to thrive, primitive and brutal, capable of flaying any passerby alive. Naturally, should the intruder not be human, the outcome would differ entirely. Amidst dappled sunlight filtering through the towering canopy, illuminating patches of vibrant light, a green figure stood with its upper body bare and a tattered pair of shorts in its enormous green hand. It clutched a struggling individual who babbled incomprehensible words in a peculiar tongue. This captive, equally unclothed, bore sun-kissed skin and disheveled black hair cascading to his waist. His face and body were smeared with an unknown black pigment, and atop his head rested a crown woven from feathers. "Try calling out again, I dare you." Grasping the legs of the captive from the cannibalistic tribe, Ronan swung him around vigorously until blood rushed to his head, rendering him dizzy. He then tossed him aside and approached the group of cannibals eyeing him warily from a distance. Initially, Ronan was uncertain how to communicate with these primitive and uncivilized humans. Fortunately, their intellect seemed lacking. Upon spotting him, they charged forward brandishing makeshift weapons, prompting Ronan to respond without civility. After departing from Kamar-Taj, Ronan first ventured to Bollywood in India, where he engaged with a reclusive Eternal member known as Kingo, who had lived there for over 50 years, claiming to be both father and son to himself, and was recently contemplating becoming his own grandson. He successfully acquired Kingo's abilities. Kingo's energy projectile ability was, how shall I put it, quite average, resembling Iron Man's energy beams but requiring a charge to unleash any significant power, rendering it less than ideal. Nonetheless, despite the critiques, this was his first remote attack ability, and it would be impossible for him not to appreciate it. After all, the first is always favored. Having secured his initial eternal ability, Ronan replenished his supplies in Bollywood before plunging into the Amazon rainforest, known as the lungs of the earth. "Have you seen this person?" Approaching an older cannibal, whose eyes sparkled with wisdom, Ronan retrieved a piece of paper from his backpack, gesturing to the figure depicted on it. The illustration portrayed a dark-haired man reminiscent of a singer, sporting an unflattering bowl cut, with deep nasolabial folds framing a pair of piercing eyes that seemed to swirl with a vortex, capable of ensnaring one's soul. The elder cannibal regarded the image without motion, yet his gaze conveyed contemplation. After a prolonged silence, as the surrounding cannibals began to stir restlessly, seemingly eager to charge with their rudimentary weapons, the elder finally raised his hand, pointing toward the depths of the forest. Ronan noted the direction, then retrieved a sheathed fruit knife from his backpack, placing it into the elder's astonished hands. "Since you possess a modicum of wisdom and can point the way, I shall refrain from slaughtering you this time," Ronan continued, oblivious to whether they comprehended his words. "However, should you charge at me again upon sighting a stranger, do not expect me to be so courteous." In most legends surrounding cannibals that Ronan had encountered, they were often depicted as terrifying figures. Yet, in truth, they frequently consumed the remains of enemies or relatives, believing that doing so would absorb their strength and soul. While consuming the ashes of loved ones would ensure the deceased spirit remained with the tribe, protecting their lives. In essence, the cannibals' consumption of corpses stemmed from flawed religious beliefs rather than a mere appetite for human flesh. With this understanding, Ronan had little desire to play the villain, especially with the presence of a wise elder among the tribe, who might facilitate some measure of change. Having completed his intentions, Ronan ignored them further. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, focusing his energy, and leaping lightly with a vigor surpassing that of an average human, swiftly ascending to the treetops and disappearing in the direction indicated. Kamar-Taj, training square. In a corner of the square, Dr. Banner, clad in a gray apprentice training uniform with reading glasses perched on his nose, engrossed himself in a volume titled The New Cosmic Compendium, savoring every word. Over the past few days, he had fully experienced the joys and tribulations of learning magic, finally grasping the true essence of what it meant to possess an innate talent for the arcane arts. He had always believed that the so-called magical talent referred to the aptitude for learning magic, such as magical compatibility, magical affinity, and the various attributes associated with magic. However, he never anticipated that this so-called magical talent was, in fact, more akin to an aptitude for knowledge, specifically the ability to acquire magical knowledge. For if one's aptitude for knowledge is lacking, one would struggle even to memorize spells, let alone cast them. Clearly, as a PhD, Banner's aptitude for knowledge was beyond question. To put it bluntly, in terms of learning prowess, Banner could almost outshine the entire Kamar-Taj. This remarkable ability enabled him, after only a few days of practice, to stabilize the drawing of portals, surpassing even the future Doctor Strange by a considerable margin. That, of course, this was also related to his inherent wavering perception of materiality, given that a creature residing within him defied scientific explanation. Once he relinquished his obsession with the material realm, sparks ignited within his mental plane, accelerating his training. Suddenly, as the melodious and ethereal chime of bells echoed from afar, Banner closed his book and removed his reading glasses. Rubbing his slightly fatigued eyes, he rose and made his way toward his dormitory. After conversing with Mr. Blue, he learned that a certain floral extract might be beneficial in treating gamma-related ailments. Without hesitation, Banner logged off and began searching online for the origin of that particular flower. Abruptly, Banner's fingers froze above the keyboard, his brow furrowing as he lowered his fingers, maneuvering the mouse to click on a recently popped-up news window. It was a report detailing the observations of a scientific team at their research site, with the headline boldly printed in black: A green Sasquatch discovered in the Amazon rainforest. Chapter 14. Ronan? Forever 18 in the vast expanse of the Amazon rainforest, in a place shrouded in obscurity, there existed a village where Spanish was the predominant language. Unlike the wild tribes that also inhabited the Amazon basin, this village boasted a relatively high level of civilization. The villagers donned blue and white robes, employing tools evidently derived from modern society, methodically engaging in various tasks. At the heart of the village stood a modern, church-like building, radiating bright white light from its windows, evoking thoughts of electric lighting. This isolated hamlet appeared quite harmonious. Perched atop a sturdy branch of a distant tree, Ronan, now clad in clean attire, surveyed the modest village through binoculars, silently lamenting its circumstances. Alas, this harmony was merely superficial. The grim reality was that these people had been imprisoned in this place for generations, unable even to conceive of escape. They wholeheartedly revered the eternal clan that had sheltered their forebears, paying homage to the deity residing within the central church. While it seemed they sincerely worshipped this deity and willingly served it for generations, in truth, the deity had long since shackled their souls. Otherwise, with humanity's inherently capricious nature, could anyone truly remain in the same place for generations, forsaking exploration, plunder, and development in today's thriving world? Moreover, under such oppressive heat, surrounded by numerous venomous and colossal creatures, with living conditions inferior to those of certain rural areas, who would willingly endure such a fate? To imprison others in the name of love. What a ludicrously contrived narrative! A domineering deity enforcing affection. Ronan stroked his chin, suddenly seized by an inexplicable chill. Based on the scenes he had witnessed, Chulk's mind control abilities were undeniably formidable. They required no specific triggering conditions, such as physical contact or eye contact, and permitted overloading, exponentially increasing their potency. In the independent films of the Eternal Clan, Chulk, harnessing the energies of several members, could even induce slumber in nascent celestial beings, showcasing considerable strength. Ronan suspected that, if Chulk were given even more energy, he could potentially exert global mind control akin to a Professor X equipped with a Cerebro helmet. No, he needed to devise a means to enhance his mental defenses. Otherwise, he feared a single encounter might prove fatal. After a moment of contemplation, Ronan refrained from recklessly entering Chulk's sphere of influence. Since departing Kamar-Taj, Ronan had only acquired 3 abilities. One was a limited form of energy, another was Hulk's transformation into a larger green form, and the last was the energy projectile from the Golden Hook. None of these powers could withstand mind control. Fortunately, Ronan had anticipated this scenario and had prepared accordingly. The ability he gained from the Golden Hook had laid a solid foundation for his plans. Ability Sequence. Ability Foundation of Energy, Hulk's Form Rage, Ability Cosmic Energy. This meant that from this moment forth, Ronan's physical age would forever remain at 18, until he ceased the infinite regeneration of his cells through cosmic energy. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence was, for Ronan, a mage who had practiced for 12 years, an infinite source of energy not only signified his body's capacity for self-regeneration and eternal youth, but also implied that he could transcend the limitations of a novice mage and channel more advanced spells. All he needed to do was modify the spell's target, directing it towards the infinite energy source hidden within his own body. After all, the essence of magic lies in the transaction of one's corporeal form for higher existence, repaying debts through spells, borrowing energy. Thus, theoretically, Ronan, now endowed with infinite energy, could also serve as a conduit for spellcasting debts, albeit limited to generic spells. Special domain spells required energy from specific dimensional realms to cast and could not be forcefully enacted by merely increasing the energy input. Such an attempt would not only fail but might also result in a severe backlash. Unluckily, the advanced version of the novice mental defense spell was also a generic spell, perfectly substitutable with other sources of energy. However, as a mere novice mage, modifying spell targets was beyond his capabilities. He needed to seek assistance from a more powerful individual. Otherwise, a miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. With this thought in mind, the eternally 18-year-old Ronan gently leaped from the branch into a portal parallel to the ground. Upon crossing the portal, the gravitational pull that had once been beneath him abruptly shifted direction. Ronan hastily braced himself with his hands, bending his elbows and standing upright. "Nice to see you again, Mage Ronan." Just as Ronan regained his footing, before he could ascertain whether the powerful figure was present, a voice devoid of emotional fluctuation emanated from his left. It was as though she had anticipated this very moment. Behind a coffee table to Ronan's left, the supreme sorceress sat leisurely sipping tea, adorned in a new yellow robe that bore resemblance to the one she had worn while decisively confronting Caecilius and his minions. "Greetings, Supreme Sorceress." What a coincidence! Under the unwavering gaze of the powerful figure, Ronan felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort, as his frequent visits over the past few days had been rather conspicuous. Calming his demeanor, Ronan unceremoniously plopped down, lifting his teacup for a sip before expressing his intent to the Supreme Sorceress. "Supreme Sorceress, I have come to seek your guidance on a particular matter." "Feel free to speak." With an unchanging expression, the Ancient One appeared oblivious to the specifics of Ronan's inquiry. However, Ronan's gaze locked onto the Ancient One, while his peripheral vision subtly scanned the unopened eye of Agamotto hanging at her chest. His intuition suggested that this artifact, fundamentally a time stone, had likely been activated recently, for in the 12 years of his training here, he had never witnessed the Ancient One carrying it so closely. This implied that she had most likely just perused the timeline and had a 98% chance of already discerning the purpose of his visit. Yet, she still welcomed him. Did this signify her approval of his intentions? Ronan momentarily fell into contemplation, while the Ancient One did not press him for further elaboration. Chapter 15. Not all 6 headlights belong to celestial beings. They could also belong to souls. I have come to inquire about modifying the target of a spell. After a brief pause, Ronan got straight to the point, conveying his purpose. Under the immense power of the Time Stone, Ronan was confident that every action and word of his had long since been anticipated by the Ancient One, prompting him to forego unnecessary pleasantries and directly address the subject at hand. He felt that while the Ancient One explored the infinite possibilities of the future, she had likely grown weary of his small talk. Thus he opted to skip the formalities. However, in truth, the Ancient One was not privy to Ronan's future. She merely identified intersecting points within the fluctuations of the future timeline, deducing his general intent. "Modify the spell's target? What do you mean?" Though Master Gui endeavored to adopt an expression of inquiry, Ronan, observing her seemingly impassive countenance, could not suppress his amusement any longer. Your acting pales in comparison to your mastery of sorcery. It is painfully obvious, he remarked, especially when Master Gui feigned confusion, her lips slightly parted, giving her an appearance akin to a smile. Shaking his head to dispel the inappropriate thoughts, Ronan assumed a serious demeanor and explained. Supreme Sorceress, it is as follows. I recently stumbled upon a powerful and infinitely regenerating source of energy, which reminded me that the white magic practiced by our Kamar-Taj is, in fact, reliant on drawing energy from other dimensional spaces within the multiverse. Thus, I conceived a bold idea. As he spoke, Ronan fixated on Master Gui's noble, pristine visage, watching her nod as if encouraging him to continue. Gaining courage, he laid bare his thoughts. I was pondering whether we could modify the spell's targeting to direct it towards that energy source, thereby exempting ourselves from the costs of casting. This energy source possesses neutral attributes and lacks sentience, thus it would not demand recompense from us if we could redirect our spells to it. At least we would no longer have to worry incessantly about our physical conditions while casting, and we could circumvent certain uncontrollable risks. Perhaps we could even alter the targeting of your siphoning of dark dimension energy. I can withstand it. Ronan did not articulate this directly, trusting that Master Gui would comprehend his meaning. Being a formidable figure who traverses timelines, she had likely already grasped both what should and should not be said. Ronan, does the energy source you have acquired possess a name or origin? Upon hearing this, Ronan paused, momentarily caught off guard. While he understood the need for a name, after all, spells require precise designations to direct their energies, he was puzzled by the inquiry regarding its origin. The source of cosmic energy was surely the celestial creators of this universe, the Celestials. And since the Eternals were birthed by the supreme being Erishem, it followed that their cosmic energy source was Erishem. Supreme Sorceress, the energy source I possess does not have a name that I am aware of, but its origin is indeed the Celestial Supreme. Erishem. Gui nodded slightly, taking a sip of tea before stating, in that case, modifying the targeting of spells is currently unfeasible. Erishem is not only the Celestial Supreme, but also the first naturally born deity, an ancient existence that emerged at the dawn of the universe. Our galaxy was created by him and his kin. He is the user and creator of all cosmic energy. Under this premise, all spells directed at cosmic energy will inevitably establish a connection or resonance with Erishem. Much like how employing a spell from a particular dimensional realm invites the scrutiny of that dimension's supreme entity, in summary, utilizing the forces within a domain without permission will draw special attention. Based on your description, I deduce that you merely possess that energy source temporarily, rather than being its true master, thus we cannot utilize it. Even if it seems beneficial, the risks are considerably greater. Ah? Very well, Ronan sighed, feeling deflated. He had thought that the energy coursing through his body made him its master, only to realize it was merely a loan. He had hoped to leverage this opportunity to ascend to the rank of High Sorcerer. Fulfilling a youthful ambition, only to find it was an empty dream. A source of great vexation, and of course, should permission to utilize cosmic energy be granted, modifying the spell's targeting might not be impossible. At that moment, Gui shifted the conversation, suggesting that Ronan's idea held some feasibility, contingent upon obtaining the consent of the true owner of the energy source. I doubt Erishem would spare us any attention. Ronan managed a hesitant smile. Erishem was no languid sovereign. He was exceedingly busy, dispatching agents to cultivate celestial seeds, creating new star systems, and expanding territories, utterly disregarding insignificant beings like them. Unless, suddenly struck by a thought, Ronan's expression shifted from resignation to seriousness, his gaze focused as if deep in contemplation. It was not strictly necessary to gain Erishem's permission. Acquiring the assent of any member of the Celestials would suffice for us to wield cosmic energy as a support for spells. Gui leisurely interjected, as if casually mentioning a reminder. Indeed, why must it be Erishem's approval? Other Celestials could suffice. Ronan's realization reinvigorated him, his spirits soaring. While he could not contend with Erishem, he might yet secure the favor of other Celestials. Or perhaps if he could reconstruct the abilities of the Celestials himself, might Erishem recognize him as a deity as well? Or was it requisite to possess 6 glowing lights, adorned in a spectrum of colors? To be deemed a true Celestial? 6 lights plus pink? Wasn't that a sow? Observing Ronan's fluctuating expressions, Gui feigned ignorance, calmly rising to bid him farewell. Very well, Sorcerer Ronan. I have addressed your inquiries. I must attend to other matters now. So I shall not see you out. Recently, she had recruited a particularly gifted disciple. Though handsome yet fierce, with a tendency towards moral decay, she believed that with proper guidance and the shifting of future timelines, she could steer him towards righteousness. Thank you for your guidance, Supreme Sorceress. Ronan stood, offering a bow. Yet I have one small request. Chapter 16. Some things cannot be obtained by mere effort as the sun dipped below the horizon. Sinking into the expanse of the earth, a shimmering portal crackled into existence beneath the towering ancient tree in the Amazon rainforest. Adorned with moss and various fungi, a figure emerged from within. Ronan stepped through the portal, his foot landing on relatively solid ground. The mingled scents of damp, decaying leaves and the freshness of rain-soaked earth assailed his nostrils, prompting an involuntary sniffle, drawing in a breath of air infused with more vitality than that of Kamar-Taj. Ronan gazed upward at the dimming sky, aware of a temporary enchantment clinging to him, planning to act once the night deepened. The mental protection spell, personally cast by Master Gu-Yi, would endure for 3 hours. Ronan intended to confront Chulk directly, hoping to persuade him as well. Searching for the Eternals one by one was far too slow, and many had no fixed abodes, while others concealed themselves in desolate regions. Without precise coordinates, Ronan could not even utilize portals, leaving him to traverse on foot. Relying on this makeshift transport, Ronan pondered how long it would take him to find the next Eternal, and whether he might consult Chulk or persuade him to assist. Do not inquire why he did not ask Jingo. The Eternals, having declared themselves both ancestors and descendants, found such a situation too outrageous and consequently severed ties with Jingo, claiming unfamiliarity to avoid contamination by any potential virus. He was determined to reveal the truth of the Eternals' origins and Arisham's machinations, believing that Chulk could not remain composed, nor refrain from seeking an explanation from the Eternal Supreme. A jack? Ronan leapt into the treetops, his figure darting amidst the branches. After all, the manifestation of the Celestials required the sacrifice of all living beings on Earth. Chulk, having chosen to take control of human will centuries ago to prevent their self-destruction, could not possibly remain indifferent to the impending apocalypse. He would protect humanity, even if not for all, merely for those who had served him through generations, venerating him as their savior and spiritual refuge. This was his duty, his responsibility. Earth was indeed rife with calamity. Delving into any individual's background could unearth a potential cataclysm, making matters exceedingly complicated. Before long, he returned to the vantage point from which he had previously observed the village, quietly awaiting the passage of time, during which he also cast a minor repellent spell to ward off mosquitoes and other pests. With a sudden movement, Ronan scuttled forth, resembling a shadowy rodent, swiftly navigating through the dense canopy to arrive above the central church-like structure of the village. By now, the night had deepened. The brilliant lights in front of the church dispelled the darkness, casting tendrils of illumination into the encroaching shadows. With each meter the light advanced, it dimmed, ultimately succumbing to the deeper darkness. Suddenly, a bright flash severed the shadows, pushing forth into the void. The simultaneous sounds of a heavy object falling and the church's wooden doors opening resonated at once, the latter's reverberation overwhelming the former, leaving no one aware of a figure stealthily alighting upon the church's roof. Chulk swung open the church's grand doors, a flood of light pouring forth from the interior, illuminating the area and even revealing the distant outlines of trees. Having just concluded a tedious day of work, Chulk stretched lazily, intending to step outside for some fresh air while accessing his sensory map to observe whether any wild tribesmen were encroaching upon his villagers. Scanning the vicinity, he noted no controllable units within a 5-kilometer radius. It seemed his previous intimidation had left a lasting impression, scaring them into abandoning their homes for other locales. Satisfied, Chulk nodded and prepared to turn back inside for rest. With a sudden halt in his steps, Zhuka slowly lifted his head, gazing upwards at the church. In his perception, there appeared to be a unit crouching there, engaged in some unknown activity. Who is up there? Squinting his eyes, Zhuka inquired, prepared to break the mental control at any moment, allowing the villagers to flee this place. The immunity to his mind control suggested that the newcomer could pose a threat. Damn it, how did he discover my presence? Never mind. I shall confront him directly. Upon hearing Juka's voice, Ronan realized his cover had been blown. Yet, it was perhaps for the best. After all, an encounter was inevitable, and being discovered was preferable to a sudden intrusion that might frighten the other party to death. Smirking slightly, Ronan leapt from the rooftop, landing on the ground before the church. Who are you? What brings you here? A face unfamiliar to him appeared within his territory, and the fact that this stranger was immune to his abilities left Juka feeling somewhat flustered, though not overly so. After all, he was an Eternal. Besides his mind control and immortality, he possessed another ability, recruitment. There were 10 Eternals assigned to this planet for their mission, and with a bit of luck, he could easily rally 5 or 6 of them. Although his previous split from the group had caused some discord, they were all from the same planet, akin to siblings from the same womb. There was a bond of life and death. He believed that if he lowered his pride and signaled for help, they would not abandon him. Fixating on the young man with black hair and blue eyes before him, Juka's mind raced. His confidence growing, causing him to stand tall, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority, almost as if he were looking down his nose at the other, Ronan. Is he even more foolish than portrayed in films? And why is he puffing out his chest? What is the point of pretending to possess something one does not? A little self-awareness would go a long way. Give it up, brother. Some things cannot be faked. With a heavy sigh, Ronan stepped closer and extended his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Juka. My name is Ronan, and I have come primarily to share information regarding the Eternals and the Divine Assembly known as Erishem. Upon hearing this, Juka looked at the smile on the young man's face, and a sudden chill ran down his spine, making him feel uneasy. Chapter 17. Youth has no price, hitch a ride straight to the god. So, you are essentially telling me that our immortality as Eternals is because, at our core, we are merely robots? Under the bright illumination of high-powered fluorescent lights, Ronan sat beneath the incessantly creaking ceiling fan, calmly observing Juka as he reacted dramatically to the information he had just shared, as if he had never encountered the world before. Indeed, this old fellow had lived for over 7,000 years, yet remained unaware of his own nature. He probably felt embarrassed admitting he had seen the world. Erishem refers to you as synthetic beings. I am unclear whether you are purely mechanical or biomechanical. But at the very least, it seems there is a mechanical component to your makeup. To be honest, Ronan himself was uncertain what the Eternals truly were. Erishem's advanced technology was beyond his comprehension. Even Tony would struggle to grasp it. The disparity in their levels was vast, and sending a probe would yield nothing but question marks. Even attempting to glean some information proved futile. Juka wore an expression that seemed to question whether it was he who had lost his sanity or Ronan. As he repeated Ronan's claims regarding the Eternals' ultimate fate, his bangs disheveled and unattended. So, for the past 7,000 years, they had been engaged in a suicide mission. How foolish they had been, blissfully unaware. They deserved to be betrayed. Ronan shrugged, unable to suppress a chuckle as he continued. Until Erishem requires you for the next mission, he will extract the memories from your last task and inject a blank consciousness into a new vessel, sending you forth to fulfill the grand tasks decreed by Erishem, embarking on your journey from the planet Olympia alongside 10 unfamiliar kin, landing on some underdeveloped life-bearing world. An Eternal named Zuki. A.S. Ronan's words painted a vivid picture in Juka's mind. A sense of dread enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily shudder in an attempt to dispel the sudden chill. Lowering his head in silence for a moment, Juka finally spoke. That how will you prove that what you say is true? I do not need to provide proof. Time will reveal everything to you. Ronan crossed his arms, dismissing Juka's desperate struggle. The truth lay plainly before them, and denying it would not alter its course. Ultimately, time would unveil all answers. Alternatively, you could consult Hijack. As the leader, she has been aware of the ultimate purpose of this mission from the beginning and understands the true nature of Erishem. After all, she has been the one communicating with Erishem all along, has she not? Ronan remarked knowingly, contemplating that if he could lead Juka to Hijack, perhaps she, who had evidently been preparing to defy Erishem's orders, could persuade Juka to gather all the Eternals and strategize together. At that point, all he would need to do was quietly follow Juka. Once they were all assembled, he could ensnare them all at once. The more Ronan thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Tears of excitement brimming at the corners of his eyes, his previously mature and composed demeanor transforming into something rather indecorous. Hijack. Indeed, Ajak had always communicated with Heiress Him. She must know something, perhaps even more than they realized. Yet she had not shared it with them. Juka's emotions became complex. He felt a strong urge to confront Ajak for answers, yet he also feared that Ronan's claims might be validated. He resolved to set off the following morning in search of the others, intending to confront Ajak face to face once they were all gathered. With a plan in place, Juka calmed his racing heart and lifted his gaze, only to find a face, somehow unexpectedly lewd, encroaching upon his vision. Prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion, Juka, what is he thinking? Why has he become so indecorous? Ahem, so, do you believe me? Or will you confront Ajak for clarification? Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Ronan composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. I intend to seek out Ajak, but I won't go alone. If she has deceived us for 7,000 years, the other clan members also deserve to know the truth. I will first locate them, and then we will confront Ajak together. Juka shook his head, dismissing the earlier lewd expression from his mind, wishing to cast it aside entirely, and then explained, if we are to find the other Eternals first. If that is the case, then I have secured my place on this journey. A fleeting thought crossed Ronan's mind. He realized he needed an excuse to tag along on this venture. Such a golden opportunity lay before him, and he was determined to seize it. If he could join them, the entire suite of eternal powers would be within his grasp, and he could then begin his pursuit of the powers of the Divine Assembly. Hitching a ride was imperative. Youth has no price. Hitching a ride straight to the gods. When do you plan to set off? And what mode of transportation do you intend to use? Ronan couldn't help but rub his hands together, a mischievous glint in his eyes, causing Juka to instinctively take a step back, wariness creeping in as he asked, What are you planning? Nothing. I simply wish to be close to you. Ronan feigned shyness, beginning to ramble. Nothing, merely a desire to meet with those who have protected humanity for over 7,000 years. While the ultimate goal of safeguarding humanity is the manifestation of the divine. You too have been deceived. I cannot blame you for that, and I still hold you in high regard. Ronan's eyes sparkled with fervor, reminiscent of a fervent fan, as he earnestly declared. Lacking sufficient acting skills, he relied on the special effect of sparkling eyes, successfully dispelling Juka's wariness and branding himself as a potential admirer of the Eternals, effectively quelling Juka's suspicions. Being a fan, he understood the desire for close contact with an idol was entirely natural. I plan to set off tomorrow morning in search of my kin. As for transportation, we could either take a boat from the city port or fly. What do you suggest? Looking at Ronan with a resigned expression, Juka felt an overwhelming urge to sigh, which he ultimately did. You might not believe me, but I am actually a mage. I can open portals. Chapter 18. Gods, what nonsense. I am actually a mage, capable of opening portals. This was Ronan's exact phrase from 3 days prior, and Juka believed it. With portals in existence, the vast expanses of Earth could be traversed in an instant, reducing it to a mere village. However, 3 days later, in Australia. The weather in Australia during April is pleasant, and amidst this comfortable climate, 2 unexpected guests arrived in the desert region of the central part of the continent, where the yellow sands billowed in the air. Portals cannot be opened at will. Without an accurate address, image, or corresponding mystical medium to guide them, even if Ronan waved his hands around, he would be unable to create a direct portal to their destination. Thus, after 3 days of mental exploration, Ronan and Juka finally found themselves upon this land. I feel a bit hot. What do you think? Ronan gazed at Juka, who looked at him with eager anticipation. After pondering for a moment, he grasped the essence of Juka's unspoken request. With a flourish, he opened a portal, allowing the frigid winds and snow from the Himalayas to surge through the narrow passage, flooding the sweltering, arid desert. Stepping aside, Ronan let this torrent of opulence cascade upon the expectant Juka. Ugh, can't you use magic to cool things down? Aren't you a mage? Juka sputtered, spitting out the unexpected snow that filled his mouth. Yet it was futile, as the delicate snowflakes had already melted in the warmth of his tongue. Wasn't the portal a form of magic? Having sufficiently cooled Juka down, Ronan shrugged off the reproachful remarks directed at him with little concern. The mental protection spell bestowed by the Ancient One had long since faded. However, having previously shaken hands with Juka, Ronan had acquired his abilities, in this clash of powers, even without the mental safeguard. Ronan was no longer restrained by Juka's capabilities, allowing him to embrace his freedom. That makes sense, Zhuka muttered, brushing off the snowflakes clinging to his black jacket before ascending a nearby sand dune and slowly closing his eyes. Ronan imitated him, standing beside him and shutting his own eyes. Was this the emotional landscape map? It resembled the vision of Professor X after activating his cerebral powers. He wondered, however, how vast the range was. He would need to explore its limits eventually. After eavesdropping on the emotional landscape for a while, Ronan discovered little aside from some adolescent's sordid thoughts and internal tirades, forcing him to withdraw in disappointment. "I've found them," Zhuka suddenly declared, opening his eyes and pointing to the left front. "Really? How far away?" Approximately over 600 kilometers. Zhuka tilted his head slightly, brushing back his bangs with a hand, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. Over 600 kilometers? Is your sensing range really that extensive? And that's just the radius. Continuing in the same direction, they opened several portals in succession until they arrived at a small earthen mound. As they looked out, amidst the vast desert, a modest single-story earthen house came into view. "They are right there," Zhuka exclaimed, a flicker of excitement in his voice. After centuries apart from his family, to claim he didn't miss them would be a lie. After all, they had lived together for over 6,000 years. One could develop feelings even for a dog, let alone for robots. Beside him, Ronan was even more exhilarated, knowing that residing in Australia were Gilgamesh and Shauna of the Eternal Clan. One a powerhouse and the other a weapons specialist, both possessing remarkably useful abilities. Well, to be honest, Ronan's excitement was primarily due to Shauna's powers. After all, the strength of one's abilities wasn't the only thing that mattered. Handsomeness was a lifelong affair, not to be taken lightly. If he could acquire the ability to manifest various weapons at will, he might wake up laughing in his dreams. As for the other unknown ability, whether divine or monstrous, Ronan deemed it merely a bonus. He was not concerned about the rather unremarkable capabilities of transforming into a green Bigfoot. With a flourish, Ronan opened the portal again, this time placing it right in front of the small house's door. Pretending he had just teleported from the Amazon 3 days prior, for the 3 days he had vanished, Ronan claimed he had been busy singing and dancing, which had cost him 2.5 days. Gilgamesh? Shauna? Hello? Is anyone home? Not at home. Zhuka's brows furrowed in concern as he turned to look for Ronan, but found no trace of him. Where did Ronan go? Gazing at the water bucket and ladle nearby. Along with the hoe carelessly discarded on the ground, Ronan felt an ancestral urge from the depths of his soul stir within him. Unable to restrain himself, he picked up the ladle, intent on watering the nearly empty bucket. Preparing to moisten the parched earth. "What are you doing?" I'm watering the flowers. It seems Gilgamesh and Shauna are not home. Perhaps they have gone on a trip. As he spoke, Zhuka suddenly paused, his brow furrowed, but quickly relaxed as if recalling something significant. "I think I know where they have gone." Chapter 19. The manifestation of weapons. Where are they? Upon hearing that they were not at home, Ronan's countenance fell, after laboriously traversing much of Australia, only to be told they were absent at their doorstep. He lamented that he could have spent those 2.5 days singing and dancing, at least giving him a chance to win a basketball. Gil was not home, but Shauna was certainly there, likely just asleep. Zhuka, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, forcing himself to continue. "It's all over for us. After a carpet search lasting 3 days, we finally stand at their doorstep, and I just remembered Gil has probably run off to some vacation spot. This is truly sigh. I must be getting old. My memory is failing. What? Leaving his wife behind to go on vacation? Is he even a man? Truly, love does fade over time, doesn't it? Not even eternal life can stop the decline of passion. Alas, it seems I have misplaced my affections. Wait, why am I taking on Shauna's perspective? I only desire her abilities, nothing more." Shaking his head, Ronan asked, "With the ability to transform into a green Bigfoot as my backup, I have nothing to fear from Shauna if she awakens in a rage. After all, Gilgamesh once knocked her down with a single punch. I should be able to manage as well. If she truly goes berserk, should I hit her head or her chest?" Ronan pondered seriously, his chin in hand. "Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that hitting her head might worsen her already fragile condition. Now that I'm here, I might as well wake her up. Just don't get too close, lest she suddenly strikes you with a blade. Trust me, you don't want to know how painful that would be." Looking at the locked door, Zhuka shot Ronan a knowing glance. The latter quickly grasped the implication, and in the midst of Zhuka's alarmed gaze, he executed a dramatic turn and kicked the door, bang. For Ronan, utilizing life energy might not hold the same prestige as other powers. But it proved quite useful in certain moments, like now. With a life energy-enhanced golden leg, he executed a 360-degree spin kick, smashing through the locked wooden door. Ronan set his foot down, casting a triumphant glance at the petrified Zhuka. Well, wasn't that impressive? Impressive? You're a fool, Zhuka retorted, rolling his eyes at Ronan's unpredictable antics before stepping into the warm abode of Gil and Shauna. The wooden dining table, wooden chairs, and simple, unadorned porcelain dishes constituted the exceedingly modest furnishings. Entirely in line with the humble exterior of the house, however, considering the inhabitants were members of the immortal Eternal Clan, such an environment was not entirely unacceptable. Another kick at the door, but this one isn't even locked? Then, Zhuka watched as Ronan took a couple of steps forward, raising his foot once more. Smack! A resounding slap echoed as Zhuka smacked Ronan's well-toned chest, eyes wide with disbelief. Are you insane? I didn't signal for you to kick the door. I meant for you to prepare a portal. Long-term slumber may cause Shauna to confuse reality with dreams. If she wakes up, she could go berserk. Then why didn't you just say so? How was I supposed to know what you meant by a mere glance? We're not that familiar, Ronan pouted, finally understanding Zhuka's intent. Overall, this meant Shauna had a terrible temper upon waking. Seeing Ronan in position, Zhuka, exasperated, gently opened the door and stepped inside. Lying peacefully on a clearly handcrafted wooden bed by the window, Shauna bore a striking resemblance to Julie, dressed in a slightly yellowed white gown. Her countenance was serene, fingers entwined over her abdomen, with her long white hair cascading casually over the cool mat, appearing as tranquil as a corpse. With a flicker, a portal crackled to life at the foot of her bed. Zhuka nodded at Ronan, who maintained the spell, as his deep brown eyes shifted to a golden hue, invoking his ability to awaken the slumbering figure. Zhuka, what brings you here? Did you finally decide to escape that dreary place for some fresh air? To the surprise of both men, Shauna, upon waking, did not attack them as they had anticipated. Instead, she behaved like a perfectly normal person just roused from slumber, squinting, rubbing her eyes, stretching, and yawning in equal measure. To be honest, your place is rather shabby. Seeing no signs of madness from Shauna, Ronan retracted the portal, crossing his arms and stepping aside. Shauna, are you all right? Having not seen her in centuries, Zhuka hesitated to inquire whether Shauna's eternal affliction had improved. The last time, he had merely had Gilgamesh bring her to the edge of his ability's coverage to induce sleep. They had not truly met. I had a restful sleep devoid of dreams. I now feel invigorated. Shauna tousled her white hair, attempting to smooth it down. In the absence of conflict, her mental state seemed to stabilize somewhat. Who is this? A wizard? Curiously tilting her head, Shauna observed Ronan as he closed the portal. No, he is. Zhuka began to introduce him, but Ronan swiftly pushed him aside, eager to introduce himself. Greetings, Lady Shauna of the Eternal Clan. It is a privilege to meet you. My name is Ronan, a sorcerer of the arcane arts. Under the expectant gaze of Ronan, Saint Na finished listening to his self-introduction and grasped Ronan's deliberately extended hand, which bore ill intent. Ability activation in progress. Reconstruction in progress. Reconstruction successful. Ability entry in progress. Ability list. Ability Foundation of Force, Hulk S Body Rage. Ability Cosmic Energy, Forms 1, 2, 3. Ability Cosmic Energy, Form 3 Weapon Manifestation, Chapter 20. The birth of the celestial group requires not wisdom, but global warming. So, you are suggesting that my eternal demon syndrome is not a result of my consciousness crumbling under the weight of memories, but merely because I failed to adequately clear my memories from my last mission? And those memories, the 6 from the celestial chart, are indeed real occurrences? They have become the sacrifices for the birth of the new celestial beings. Saint Na sat at the wooden dining table, a look of confusion and daze upon her face, her fingers wrapped around a plain ceramic cup from which wisps of steam could be faintly seen rising. The tale felt as surreal as if she had yet to awaken from slumber. It seemed even more fantastical than a dream. Yes, and Earth is the next celestial chart, if we do not stop the divine manifestation. The celestial group requires the power of intelligent beings to incubate and be born. which is truly a point that Ronan struggled to refrain from mocking. It is akin to attempting to hatch an egg into a chick, not by providing the appropriate temperature, but by ensuring that a sufficient number of insects inhabit the eggshell's surface. Temperature? Ronan's expression shifted as he instinctively grasped that the birth of the celestial group necessitates an increase in the number of intelligent beings, that is, the growth of the human population, which would naturally propel the advancement of civilization. The development of civilization would stimulate technological progress, which in turn encourages humanity to exploit and plunder resources, as well as engage in warfare. All these actions could lead to one inevitable consequence, the already tabled issue of global warming. So that is it. The celestial group requires not the mere number of humans. It requires global warming. It requires temperature. The temperature during the hatching of an egg. Celestial group, do you still claim you are not just a hen? Ronan, who felt he had unwittingly become part of the henhouse, found the logic increasingly reasonable the more he contemplated it. Ignoring Ronan, who was clearly lost in thought, Saint Na turned her gaze toward Juka, her expression gradually shifting from surprise at the revelation to a resolute determination. She spoke calmly. Is this the purpose of your departure from the Amazon, Juka? You wish to gather us all to confront Ijak. And possibly even Arisam? Juka shrugged in undeniable agreement. I simply believe you should not remain in the dark any longer. Ijak may have deceived us for over 7 millennia, but I will not. And I never will. As for facing Arisam, let's not go there. We have never even encountered Arisam, let alone confront him. Having regained his senses, Ronan, who had been listening to the entire exchange, remarked, Am I to understand that I have not been clear enough? At this, Saint Na nodded in agreement with Juka's sentiment. She then set down her cup and rose to her feet. If that is the case, then let us go find the others. I shall accompany you as well. Isn't that inappropriate? Bringing her along might mean sleepless nights. Ronan, the reckless swine who uses others and discards them, exchanged a knowing glance with Juka, who was aware of Saint Na's eternal demon syndrome. The latter tentatively spoke. Not a good idea. Before Juka could finish his sentence, Saint Na pressed forward, using her slight height advantage and her overwhelming aura to dominate him. She locked her gaze onto his, speaking with calm yet unwavering resolve. I am going. Right now. And what is a phone number, Juka? Arisam, how exactly did you design this? Do you have a problem with me? Why did you make me so short? It makes it difficult for me to speak with authority. Moreover, I, a resident of the primordial forest, know what a telephone is. You not knowing what a phone number is seems rather absurd. Then let us go together. At that moment, Ronan interjected, drawing Juka's attention. She had now fully awoken. Unless you put her back to sleep, it would be safer for her to stick with you as soon as Ronan finished speaking. Saint Na quickly added, her demeanor resolute as if she would not relent until included. I just woke up and do not wish to sleep again for now, Juka. Very well, you have made your point. Adhering to the principle of the majority rule, Juka quickly capitulated, agreeing to take Saint Na along. Ronan, leave a phone number for Gil, stating that Saint Na is with us. Otherwise, he would likely go mad searching for her later. Ronan made an okay gesture, tearing off a piece from a calendar to jot down the phone number and the message regarding their departure with Saint Na. No, it was not they. It was Juka who took Saint Na away. And I had no part in it. I am merely a sidekick. Ronan placed the calendar paper on the dining table and pressed it down with the earlier cup. Finished writing? Yes, I have. Ronan nodded, glancing at Saint Na, who seemed to have never considered changing her attire, before turning to Juka to inquire. What is our next destination? Juka was about to suggest continuing the previous strategy of searching, while looking when Saint Na suddenly pulled out a disc from a nearby cabinet and handed it to Ronan, stating, Let us go to India. Upon hearing the word India, Ronan immediately realized who Saint Na was seeking. Upon receiving the disc and inspecting it, he confirmed that it was indeed that fool Jingo. Kamar-Taj, training grounds. The apprentices were scattered along the edges of the training ground, intently observing two figures in the center engaged in a duel of spells. One figure was clad in black, the other in white, a classic pairing. The black-clad figure wore sleeveless training attire, revealing well-defined muscles on his arms, and bore a diagonal scar on his left temple that extended to his brow. The white-clad figure sported a magnificent mane of gray hair, dressed in the most traditional gray long-sleeve training garb, his scholarly visage presently calm, though his eyes sparkled like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Bang! Bang, bang. As sparks flew, Modu's fingers danced, casting a series of basic spells that left his opponent, a scientist rumored to hold 7 doctoral degrees, reeling and retreating. Master Gui had approached him prior to the sparring, instructing him not to hold back, to unleash his full strength to best the scientist, without fear of causing harm. Modu did not comprehend why this scientist had come to learn magic, nor why he was singled out by Master Gui. But he trusted her, believing that all her actions were justified. Thus, he held nothing back, even as his opponent continuously called for a pause. Crack! Seizing the moment when Banner was scrambling to rise, Modu reached out, his palm facing inward, and with some difficulty, conjured a magical whip. With a powerful flick, the tangible magical whip tightened and ensnared a large green hand. Green? Hulk! Just then, the sound of shattering mirrors accompanied the emergence of infinite mirrors that swallowed the green monster in the center of the training ground. Along with its unfinished words, meanwhile Modu, who had been experiencing flight, found himself inexplicably rescued, appearing in a corner of the grounds, still shaken. In a wonder they said, I needn't hold back. It all makes sense now. Chapter 21. The leader of the CP faction India, Mumbai, Bollywood film studio. However, this was not the cause of his vexation, for he was, after all, an eternal one. Such a height was insufficient to injure him. He had not even suffered a scratch, let alone any other injuries. What left him feeling helpless was that he had fallen from nearly 3 stories in front of all the actors and crew members, yet emerged unscathed, making it difficult for him to explain the situation. Nonetheless, it was not too troublesome. After all, everyone's physiology varies, and similar occurrences had happened elsewhere on Earth, such as ordinary mothers lifting trucks, which could be easily glossed over. However, for ordinary admirers of himself, whatever he said would be readily believed, making it easy to dismiss. In contrast, for those who had received professional training, such a dismissal seemed like a clumsy lie, suitable only for deceiving children. And these individuals now stood behind him, self-identifying as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., specifically seeking him out. I shall reiterate, I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. Immortality? What immortality? I am no vampire. I am a handsome man who walks in the sunlight. You are slandering me. In the makeup room, Jingo stood before the mirror, clumsily applying makeup to himself while addressing a white man behind him, who he suspected might be British. Why did he suspect he was British? One could discern that from his hairline. Haha, you may not be a vampire, Mr. Jingo, but you are undoubtedly ageless. Phil Coulson, who had flown to India specifically to meet him, refused to accept Jingo's flimsy excuses and handed him a document. Or perhaps you could elucidate why your great-grandfather, born in 1889, and who passed away prematurely, bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Genetic inheritance? Jingo replied uncertainly, staring at the photograph of himself that had first appeared on the Bollywood stage in the early 20th century. Oh, the phenomenon of generational heredity? An intriguing explanation indeed. But how do you account for the striking resemblance between your grandfather and father, both of whom bear an uncanny likeness to your great-grandfather? Is it possible that your great-grandfather's genes are so formidable that his descendants can only emerge as reflections of his visage? Coulson gestured for him to peruse the documents, then retrieved another file from the agent stationed at the door. Furthermore, there is another matter regarding your lineage that vexes me greatly. Slamming the file onto the table, Coulson kindly opened it up. We have been unable to uncover the birth records of your grandfather, father, or yourself. Even your life trajectories and photographs prior to adulthood remain a void, as if you sprang forth from the earth at a predetermined time, simply to inherit the family name. For instance, your father has just met with a tragic accident, and you promptly emerged, declaring yourself as his son, bearing an identical appearance, with not a whisper of forewarning. This indeed invites speculation. Jingo. Who urged you to be so flamboyantly active in the public eye? Were you to pursue woodworking or some other humble craft, laying low? We might not have discovered you even with 18 identical ancestors. Observing Jingo's expression of sheer astonishment reflected in the mirror, Coulson chuckled inwardly. Yet soon, his amusement faded. Perhaps you truly did spring forth from the earth, akin to wild grass, which cannot be thoroughly eradicated. Jingo's gaze, caught in the mirror's reflection, noticed Coulson's eyes transforming into a golden hue, an alteration that instantly reminded him of an acquaintance, a familiar face from long ago. Juku, is that you? What do you think? Coulson smiled without emotion, Then, alongside the agent guarding the door, opened it and stepped outside. Jingo fixated on the now open doorway, soon catching sight of two figures from his memories entering. Accompanied by a familiar tale, that tale, how should I put it? Somewhat reminiscent. But that is not the crux. Saint Na. Upon seeing the figure clad in white, Saint Na, following Zhu Ku, Jingo instinctively glanced towards the doorway behind them. Yet he did not spot the imposing figure he sought. Where is Gilgamesh? Why isn't he by Saint Na's side? Goodness, what if Saint Na loses her composure? I cannot stand against her with a single stroke. She could send me to meet Eris him. Relax, Saint Na is not so easily unhinged. We have contingency measures in place. Zhu Ku cast a sidelong glance at Ronan, who had just arrived, seemingly lagging behind, and turned to the extremely terrified Jingo, who had shrunk behind the chair. To ease Zhu Ku's anxiety, preventing him from being on constant guard against a potential outburst from Saint Na. Ronan revealed his ability to transform into a green Sasquatch, reassuring him that he could defend against her just as Gilgamesh would. Zhu Ku expressed confusion. Had Ronan not claimed to be a mage? Why could he also transform? Ronan merely explained that he did not adhere to the traditional mage archetype. He followed the path of a melee berserker mage. Hadn't he been utilizing only a few fundamental spells? In truth, his combat mode involves opening a portal and charging in recklessly. With someone comparable to Gilgamesh on their side, Zhu Ku's tension dissipated, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Where has Gil gone? Do not tell me he has perished or broken up with Saint Na. I cannot bear to accept either of those news. Peeking from behind the chair to sneak a glance at Saint Na, he found her calm and poised, causing Jingo to breathe a sigh of relief as he pondered why Gil was absent from this gathering. As a devoted shipper, Jingo placed immense value on the second eternal couple following Icarus and Circe. Any act to dismantle his ship would be unforgivable. He is probably off enjoying a vacation on some island, likely feeling somewhat weary of taking care of me for an extended period. In need of fresh air, without requiring Zhu Ku to speak on her behalf, Saint Na took a couple of steps forward, towering over the curled-up Jingo, stating, "We need you, Jingo. A Jack has deceived us for over 7 millennia. Our lives, our memories, the missions dispatched by Eris him, they are all fabrications. We are not safeguarding humanity from the deviants' hunt or assisting them in civilizational advancement. Rather, we are merely augmenting the population of Earth, facilitating the birth of new celestials." Within the confines of the dressing room, the barrage of revelations from Zhu Ku left Jingo feeling somewhat disoriented. As he endeavored to process them, his expression momentarily vacant. Zhu Ku recognized the gravity of this information, opting for silence to grant Jingo time to digest it, while Saint Na became intrigued by the array of cosmetics cluttering Jingo's table, promptly beginning to experiment with them. Initially dazed by the explosive revelations, Jingo instinctively vacated the chair before the makeup mirror for Saint Na, settling instead onto a nearby sofa, simultaneously curling up his legs. Meanwhile, at the closed door of the dressing room, Ronan leaned against it, balancing on one foot while the other rested on the door. With his head bowed, he seemed to idly pinch his fingers. "I believe the true reason for your thinning hair is not late nights or overtime, but rather your stubbornness." Lowering his gaze to suppress the golden glow that occasionally manifested when he activated his powers, Ronan sensed a marked special unit rapidly approaching on his mental map, the only designated unit being the SHIELD agent Phil Coulson, also known as the village chief of the Marvel Newbie Village. Oh wait, the instance name ISNTS.H.I.E.L.D. It should be Snake SHIELD. Closing his eyes once more, avoiding the alluring scent wafting from his fingernails, Ronan focused on the mental image of Coulson, observing him tenderly maintaining an old classic car. Shaking his head in resignation, then, his pupils gradually glimmered with golden light, a result of Zhu Ku's mental control ability extending through the mental map, directly locking onto the stubbornly returning Coulson. Shortly thereafter, a SHIELD aircraft departed from the airport. Half an hour earlier, at a small airport belonging to SHIELD, a plane had just taken off. After instructing the pilot to ascend, Coulson took a seat in the cabin alongside the earlier agent. Sitting upright with a proud demeanor, their eyes radiating a golden glow in Coulson's left hand, he grasped 2 files belonging to Jingo, while in his right hand, a white note lay quietly, awaiting perusal. The aircraft quickly accelerated, leaving the Indian peninsula behind. "Where am I?" Wasn't I just interrogating that immortal individual named Jingo? Why, in the blink of an eye, am I seated on a plane? Coulson opened his eyes, exchanging bewildered glances with the equally perplexed agent across from him, their eyes wide in astonishment. Indeed, we had just departed the airport, entering the waters of the Arabian Sea. "Turn around, sir," I said. "Turn around." Suddenly, a peculiar sensation in his palm drew Coulson's attention. He glanced down to discover the white note resting quietly in his hand, with no recollection of how it came to be there. Could it be as he set aside the headset he was about to don? Coulson unfurled the mysterious white note, laying it on the work table, revealing the message inscribed upon it. "Tell Nick Fury to keep his distance from Jingo. They are not human and are not interested in joining your super team. They have their own mission." Carol Danvers, as a prominent figure within SHIELD, one of director Nick Fury's closest confidants, Coulson had previously met the extraordinary woman known as Captain Marvel over 13 years ago. While his knowledge of her was limited, he was aware that Captain Marvel had ventured into the depths of the cosmos long ago and had yet to return. It was during that time that the current director drafted the Avengers Initiative, named after the aircraft Captain Marvel piloted. His current visit aimed to assess suitable candidates for the Avengers Initiative. Yet now that he believed that, rather than seeking suitable candidates, the director would be more interested in uncovering the origins of the Avengers Initiative and its current whereabouts. Chapter 23. I never sail against the wind, for I only engage in favorable conditions. Jingo, you must come with us in the dressing room. After a prolonged silence, Zuko approached the curled-up Jingo and invited. "How did you come to know all this?" He told me. "His name is..." Zuko gestured with his thumb towards Ronan, leaning against the door, intending to introduce the latter's name but was abruptly interrupted by Jingo. "Ronan, I know his name. In fact, I recently encountered him. He claimed to be my #1 fan, yet in truth, he knows nothing of my works or performances." He cast a glance at Ronan, who was idly standing at the door, and continued, "At that time, I was puzzled as to why he pretended to be my ardent fan despite having no understanding of me. Now, I have begun to grasp the reason. However, why did he not confide in me and instead sought you out? Furthermore, how did he come to learn all these things? Do you truly trust him?" Jingo glanced once more at Ronan at the door, confirming he was indeed the same young man who had feigned being his fervent admirer about a week ago. All the while being utterly ignorant of his works, of course, Jingo did not dwell on this too much. One less fan would not make a difference among the multitude of his admirers. What troubled him was the fact that he had been the first to encounter Ronan from the Eternal Clan. So why was he not the first to learn the complete truth? Did it imply a lack of respect for him? And where exactly did Ronan acquire this knowledge? Could he truly be trusted? "Ronan, could you come here for a moment?" Upon Jingo's inquiry, Zuko suddenly recalled that he had not asked Ronan how he had come to know these matters. As it was evident that no mere earthling could possess such knowledge, they were neither ancient enough nor sufficiently informed about the Eternal Clan or the Celestials. Yet, he did not doubt the authenticity of the information. For Ronan's initial confidence had been quite convincing, and his assertion that time would reveal all further demonstrated his indifference. Moreover, he had even urged me to face Ajax directly, which did not strike me as deceitful. Zuko gazed vacantly at Ronan, who was approaching, as fleeting thoughts danced through his mind. If Ronan could read Zuko's thoughts, he would likely scoff at the latter's musings. Who said humanity lacked antiquity? Have you not seen that the humans in the adjacent Gum universe possess records of cosmic overseers? The ancient history of humanity far exceeds anyone's imagination. Damn it, aren't stars supposed to exhibit face blindness towards their fans? There were so many fervent admirers that day. How could you still remember me? Observing Jingo on the couch casting frequent glances in his direction, Ronan understood that Jingo had recognized him. Upon hearing Zuko's voice, he casually lowered his foot from the door and walked over. "It's good to see you again, Idol." He casually pulled up a small stool, interlaced his fingers, and with a cheeky grin, teased Jingo, "Hello, my fervent admirer." Jingo's lips twitched slightly, deciding not to engage too much with this trickster. He was far more interested in why Ronan had not immediately disclosed the truth to him. Considering he was the one living in the real world, why had he gone to the primal forest to seek out primitive beings? Jingo was eager to know the source of his information. Noticing the somewhat peculiar atmosphere between the two, as if sparks were flying, Zuko hurriedly interjected to ease the tension. "And why didn't you tell me first? You had come to see me a week prior." Jingo added, revealing his concern regarding the matter. Why would there be a reason? It's simply because you're a neutral party. During the impending civil war of the Eternal Clan, you just opted out. Ronan internally scoffed at this thought, though his face betrayed no emotion. In truth, Jingo did not leave a profound impression on him, as he had not participated in the ultimate battle. Furthermore, Jingo was merely Icarus's sidekick. Subconsciously inclined to follow him if encouraged, he would be even more resolute. Icarus, as a fervent zealot of Eris him, would hardly care about the lives of billions on Earth. In the movies, he was capable of committing patricide for his beliefs. Ronan could not guarantee that if Jingo were the first to know, he would not directly approach Icarus. If Icarus discovered that Ronan held the truth, he, too, would be aware of the truth and, not wanting his beloved woman to know, might swiftly come to eliminate the truth. Of course, it was not that Ronan feared confronting Icarus. It was just that Icarus possessed not only energy projection capabilities but also flight, granting him aerial superiority and extraordinary mobility. Should a confrontation arise, Ronan would find himself at a disadvantage. And I, Ronan, never engage in battles where I am at a disadvantage. I only fight when the wind is at my back. Just wait. Once I have reconstructed all my abilities, I will strike down whomever I wish. Even if Jesus were to arrive, I would reconstruct his abilities and then firmly put him in his place. Ronan reined in the thoughts threatening to overflow his mind, lifted his head, and displayed a smirk to Jingo, saying languidly, I had no choice. Your schedule is far too packed. I cannot possibly ask you to abandon your flourishing career to join me in saving the world. Can I? Jingo. Ignoring Jingo's expression of utter disbelief at such an unexpected response, Ronan shifted his posture, crossed his legs, and continued. As for how I came to know all this, well, first and foremost, I am a mage, a raging mage. I know that. Zuko interjected suddenly from his concealed position. Ronan shot Zuko a sideways glance and shifted his posture again, crossing a different leg. Moreover, within the sacred grounds where I learned magic, there exists a time artifact. Upon reaching this point, Ronan left it hanging, choosing not to elaborate further. So, you are implying that you obtained the information from that time artifact? No, I never claimed that I acquired the information from that artifact. In fact, what you should focus on is not the term artifact, but rather time. The reason I know about your origins and secrets is all due to time. Future time is also an aspect of the concept of time. Thus, Ronan was not lying. He genuinely learned everything from time itself. Chapter 24. The Manipulators Plan. Washington, D.C. Trident Headquarters. After being subjected to mental manipulation twice and subsequently expelled in Mumbai, Coulson gradually regained his composure, realizing that whoever it was, whether Jingo or another hidden power, was not welcoming him, nor the entire CHLDU. Are certain you suffered from mental manipulation? Coulson, behind the steel desk that gleamed with a black iron hue. A one-eyed black orb swiveled in its chair, regarding Agent Coulson, who stood rigidly before the desk, with its remaining eye. Twice, I experienced mental manipulation. The first instance occurred while I was in Jingo's dressing room, conducting routine inquiries and psychological assessments. By the way, he does not appear to be a person with a hero's heart. He resembles more of an elderly man waiting for retirement after completing a task. Finding a fitting term for Jingo, Coulson returned to the matter at hand and continued, Then, I recall being in Jingo's office one moment, and the next, I awakened in the airplane cabin. Holding these two items, however, upon entering the Arabian Sea, Agent Colt and I instantly regained our senses, no longer under the influence. Hearing this, Fury paused momentarily before nonchalantly picking up the note on the desk, reading it while multitasking, listening and scanning simultaneously. Throughout the encounter, I never saw the manifestation of this power. In fact, I may have encountered him when he slipped the note into my hand, but at that moment, I was not conscious. Nick Fury. Not human. Super Squad. Mission. Carol Danvers. Captain Marvel. Absurd. Absurd? Nick Fury, who had unknowingly become engrossed in reading the note, looked up in confusion, instinctively asking, What absurdity? I thought you wouldn't pay attention to such matters. Coulson instantly froze, lowering his head and exchanging a glance with Fury, whose expression was gradually clearing. Under the latter's impassive demeanor, Coulson's face contorted and then turned toward the high-intensity glass windows, moving his limbs in a precise march. Just like this. If you suddenly pull this stunt, I would think you had been mentally manipulated across an ocean. It is rather absurd. It feels like I've seen it somewhere before. Where was it? Having been mentally manipulated before entering Bollywood. None of the four escaped unscathed. Was this collective manipulation? Once entering the Arabian Sea, the mental manipulation ceased. Was it the limit of the power's range? Or was the ability influenced by the ocean? Regardless, this unknown manipulator's range of influence could at least cover an entire city, posing an extremely high danger level. If only we could recruit him. Even if not, we must at least prove he is harmless. He is a walking bomb. If he desired, he could manipulate anyone for assassination tasks, and no one would suspect him. Whether mental manipulation is his entire ability or merely a portion of it. If it is just a fraction of his capabilities, linking it to other powers related to the mind and spirit, Fury inhaled a small breath of cold air while stealthily reaching beneath the table to rest his hand on his holster. Preparing for any unforeseen circumstances, such as Coulson suddenly turning against him. Fortunately, Coulson appeared rosy-cheeked, mentally stable, and articulated his thoughts clearly, indicating he had not succumbed to mind control, still being his diligent subordinate, the annual best employee of S.H. Director? Upon noticing the director's suddenly darkened expression, Coulson felt an urge to step forward, but then he saw the director gesture for him to stop. What about the other agents who have been mentally manipulated? The director inquired. They are waiting outside. I was concerned you might want to interrogate them one by one, so I had them remain outside. You have done well. Let them in. Very well. At these words, Coulson turned to the entrance, just as he was about to twist the doorknob when he heard Fury's voice from behind. Coulson? Yes, sir. Fury sat in contemplation behind his desk for several seconds. Coulson refrained from urging him, understanding that once a train of thought is interrupted, it is difficult to resume. He merely turned to wait in silence. After a moment, Fury emerged from his reverie, fixing his solitary gaze on Coulson, carefully selecting his words before asking, "Do you perceive any hostility from that individual with abilities?" To be honest, I have not sensed any overt hostility. It merely seems he is disinclined to engage with us. I would not go so far as to say he dislikes us, nor would I claim he likes us either. After a brief pause, Coulson articulated his thoughts. My survival and that note can attest to many things. With such a peculiar power, if he truly harbored animosity, I suspect he possesses countless methods to ensure my demise without anyone ever discovering it was him, rather than merely driving us away once or twice. The truth is, we still have no inkling whether he is a. Therefore, yes, I believe he holds no hostility towards us. Upon hearing Coulson's perspective, Fury stroked his chin and waved him off. Subsequently, before Coulson could usher in the other three agents, Fury picked up a pen and inscribed a few words on a blank sheet of paper. Avengers Initiative, Manipulator Initiative, Chapter 25. Portals are for the impoverished, the wealthy fly. All right, I will accompany you. I happen to know where Spike and a Jack are. I have a private jet that can take you there. Inside a makeup room at a Bollywood film studio, the procrastinating Kingo finally relented and agreed to go with Jack. Of course, if one were to disregard the energy sword that Saint Na had pressed against his neck, he appeared quite eager to partake in the family gathering. We do not need your painfully slow aircraft. Ronan can open a portal. You only need to provide the address, Jack stated, pointing at Ronan. However, the next moment, he recalled he should first gather all the necessary personnel before confronting a Jack, quickly interrupting Ronan, who had not yet made any move. Wait a moment, do not open the portal just yet. Well then, there is now a reason. The portal is malfunctioning. With hands shoved in his pockets and standing motionless, Ronan regarded Jack's palm pressed against his chest, feeling a profound injury, the spell also affected. Thus, there was no choice. If the portal was inoperative, it would have to be a private jet. If Spike and a Jack are together, then we shall first seek out Makari and Cersei, and finally proceed to a Jack. Why? Kingo did not quite grasp why Jack insisted on gathering everyone else before confronting a Jack, especially since collecting 10 Eternals would not summon Eris him. I want to expose her hypocritical and vile facade in front of everyone. Just thinking of how she deceived us for over 7,000 years, while she pretended not to interfere with humanity's freedom to develop when I sought to prevent humanity from self-destruction. Bah! I do not care about humanity's development. I simply want to see how splendid her expression will be when everyone learns the truth and accuses her. As Jack slowly approached him, a wild gleam in his eyes, and hearing the low, dangerous tone of his voice, Kingo suddenly felt that the outcome of this family gathering might not be very pleasant. If handled poorly, it could even spark a civil war. After all, he knew his leader well. Ikari, the strongest of the Eternals, was Arisham's #1 fan. Even if Ajak's ultimate goal was to destroy Earth to give rise to the Celestials, Ikari would likely side with Ajak rather than humanity. Kingo had followed Ikari for thousands of years, and he had never seen any deep love or compassion for humanity in his eyes. On the contrary, Cersei, his sister-in-law, held profound feelings for humanity. If she were to learn the truth, she would probably be the first to object. Could this be the reason why the leader suddenly left his sister-in-law? Had he already discovered the truth? To spare her the pain of leaving this world in despair? Did he choose to depart alone, bearing all burdens by himself? Ah, what courage! What love! Is this the so-called "if you love her, let her go"? To love someone is to ensure their happiness, even if it means letting go. The famous Bollywood actor began to indulge in his imaginative musings, envisioning a film rife with elements of love, deceit, and twists. Engrossing Kingo momentarily, a sharp slap landed on his waterlogged head, interrupting his daydream of the leader and sister-in-law reconciling just as he was about to enter the small dark room. Kingo glared in anger, only to discover that the individual who had slapped him was clad in white garments, with flowing white hair. Saint Na, Kingo, I did not mean to offend. I was wrong to glare at you. Kingo, do you know where Cersei and Makari are? I only know that Cersei seems to have been active in Europe, but as for Makari, I am afraid she has not been seen for centuries. I do not know where she has hidden herself. However, Juk, who was intent on revealing Ajak's true nature, did not care about Kingo's indecisiveness. Since there was no news of Makari for the time being, they would go find Cersei first. Just a small part of Europe, with his abilities fully unleashed, he would soon locate the entire continent and thus find Cersei. Ronan, open a portal to Europe. Juk turned his back to Ronan. Snapping his fingers and issuing commands, Ronan nodded, pretentiously drawing circles, only to produce a mere spark, failing to form even a vortex. The spell had malfunctioned. We'll have to take a private jet. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Why did it have to malfunction now? If you wanted to fly, just say so. Do not try to fool me. I am not a 3-year-old child. I am over 7,000 years old. Juk stared at Ronan, who was half-heartedly producing a few sparks, feeling somewhat speechless. Ronan, stop messing around. The situation is critical. Just open the portal. We can fly another time. Regarding Juk's reproach, Ronan could only express his helplessness. He did not want to fly. He was merely injured and wanted to experience the lifestyle of the wealthy. Portals? They are for the impoverished. The affluent travel by private jets. Moreover, his spell truly had malfunctioned. He suffered serious internal injuries and urgently needed healing potions. Along with emotional therapy, Juk. As he gazed at the obstinately unyielding Ronan, Juk was about to say something when Saint Na interjected. Ronan, please open a portal for us to Europe. We will wait for you there. Kingo, have your plane ready for Ronan. Kingo. Huh? Saint Na shot a glance at Kingo, who had turned to stone, and deftly manifested an energy blade, pressing it against his neck to revert him back to his normal state. All right, I will have my assistant Karen arrange it. I will give him a call. Gently pushing away the energy blade from his neck, Kingo forced a couple of awkward laughs before sulkily running off to notify Karen, who had been with him for over 30 years, to prepare the aircraft. All right, now we can open the portal. Saint Na flicked her wrist, dissipating the energy blade, and approached Ronan with a calm demeanor. As you wish, Miss Saint Na. Ronan smiled innocently, expressing that the effects of the emotional therapy had exceeded his expectations, and he no longer required healing potions. His serious internal injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to barely open a portal now. With a flash, sparks flickered, and a portal materialized instantly. Chapter 26. Upon opening my eyes, a handsome face came into view. By the way, what exactly does Kingo do? How is he so wealthy? Surely, acting alone cannot account for such affluence. In Mumbai, India, at Kingo's private airport, the rustic Ronan looked as if he had never seen the world, feeling the boarding stares while engaging in emotional therapy to heal his internal injuries. He turned to a portly middle-aged man behind him, named Karen, who was Kingo's personal assistant and the only ordinary human aware of his eternal identity. Under normal circumstances, if one is not a top-tier star, it is indeed unlikely to possess such wealth. as life is finite, and a lack of financial acumen could mean a lifetime without the means to purchase even a single aircraft. The operation and maintenance of a private jet are exceedingly expensive, not something an average person can afford. However, given that the gentleman has family assets to inherit, and after generations of accumulation, the family fortune is quite substantial. Karen wore an expression that conveyed an unspoken understanding, indicating that anyone who has worked for several lifetimes could hardly be without money, especially in Bollywood, where it would be even more improbable to be broke. He knew that Ronan was a friend of the Eternals, so he felt comfortable speaking candidly to I understand. Ronan nodded, lowering himself into the cabin, stepping into the realm of the affluent. Unlike Tony Stark, who was also in 2008, Jingo, while somewhat reserved during his film shoots and infused with numerous dance elements, did not lead an ostentatious life. His perspective, honed over 7 millennia, tempered his desire for showiness, resulting in a cabin that lacked opulence. There were no extravagant features such as Tony's signature large-screen television, surround sound systems, a centrally placed pole, or stewardesses clad in uniforms and stockings. Instead, the cabin was adorned with various screen images and awards accumulated by Jingo over the years, along with a portly middle-aged assistant. Ronan, experiencing his first ride on a private jet, was brimming with excitement, darting around the cabin, causing Karen to glance around anxiously, fearful that he might cause some mischief. Under Karen's watchful eye, after exploring nearly the entire cabin, Ronan lingered in the restroom for quite some time before emerging with a refreshed expression. He found a window seat and settled down, tilting his head to gaze at the clouds outside. It was his first flight, his first time using the bathroom in the sky. Oh, many firsts unlocked today. Ronan rested his head against the glass, basking in the glaring sunlight, contentedly closing his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a small black dot was rapidly approaching from behind, swiftly aligning itself above the right wing. It was a man clad in a black trench coat, in Europe, London, on a street steeped in history. A group stood at the corner, with a man in the center sporting bangs, his eyes tightly shut, gazing upwards, seemingly in search of something. A red double-decker bus passed slowly before them. The close roar of the engine and the shadow casting over his face did not elicit any reaction from him. His eyelids did not flutter in the slightest. Found it, at last. Where is she? Jingo, feeling Saint Na on the brink of losing control, cautiously stepped back 2 paces and quickly inquired with a vigilant expression. In the outskirts. Zhu could discreetly scan the seemingly untroubled Saint Na, then glanced at the man behind him, using himself as a shield. Jingo, and urged, "Please, drive." "Oh." Jingo responded cheerfully, scampering off to fetch his car, driving the 2 of them straight toward the suburbs. "Sir? Mr. Ronan?" In a drowsy haze, Ronan seemed to hear overlapping voices near his ear, the sounds growing closer, from indistinct to clear, until they distinctly penetrated his consciousness. "Huh? What is going on? Have we arrived so soon?" Abruptly awakened from his pleasant dream, Ronan raised a hand to shield his face from the blinding sunlight, his voice still laced with sleep as he inquired. "No." Not that. Karen's eyes remained fixed on the black figure just outside the window. Observing the lips moving, though he could not discern what was being said, he swallowed hard, hastening to say, "Mr. Ronan, please look outside." "Outside?" Ronan, in a daze, instinctively turned his head toward the window, only to be startled wide awake by a handsome face nearly pressed against the glass. "Ikaris!" Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Ronan restrained the impulse to smash the window with a green-skinned fist, finally recognizing who the striking visage belonged to. What is he doing here? Watching Ikaris gesture animatedly outside, Ronan strained to comprehend the meaning behind his movements, heightening his alertness. He wants to come in. Outside. Ikaris, with an expressionless face, seemed oblivious to Ronan's confusion, his lips moving in an exasperated manner. As the sole member of the Eternals with flight capability and one of the 2 aware of the mission's truth, Ikaris had maintained a vigilant watch over his fellow Eternals, ensuring he could locate any of them promptly while also assessing their mental well-being to prevent anyone from succumbing to the deviant syndrome. However, today, when he was preparing for a routine check, he discovered that Zuko had mysteriously departed from the Amazon rainforest, along with his village and protected people, all vanished without a trace. Initially, he thought Zuko had merely relocated his village to another area, but after soaring across the entire Amazon rainforest without finding him, He began to sense that something beyond his control had occurred. A foreboding feeling settled in his heart as Akaris immediately made his way to other Eternals locations, only to find that Gilgamesh and Saint Na had also long since left their secluded abode, their whereabouts unknown, just like Zhu Ku. Where could they possibly be? What has happened? Akaris racked his brain, unable to fathom why his kin would collectively abandon their current residence, forcing him to set aside his thoughts temporarily and continue searching for the next one. An hour ago, he departed from Australia, crossing the Indian Ocean directly to Mumbai, India. As he had surmised, Jingo was equally unaccounted for. Fortunately, Akaris had kept a close eye on his somewhat Na'vi younger brother, knowing he possessed a private jet, and had noted a familiar aircraft taking off from a nearby airport just as he arrived. That was Jingo's plane. With a start, he found himself lying on the ground, staring up at a young man with black hair and blue eyes who leaned down, a smile gracing his lips as he extended a hand in assistance. "Hello, Akaris. I'm Jingo's friend." Chapter 27. "I'm just an ordinary person arranged on a plane by a wealthy friend. Good afternoon." Circe. On a street outside London, Circe encountered her enthusiastic neighbor and the adorable smiling angel named Malcolm. "Good afternoon, Diana." "Hello, Malcolm." Diana's curiosity surged, as if she had caught a whiff of something intriguing. "Huh?" Circe paused in her affection for the dog, glancing at her neighbor's suggestive expression, bewildered by the sudden implication, and quickly waved her hand. No, it's not what you think. I don't have plans tonight. I just finished work early because I wasn't feeling quite right. That's all." "Really?" Diana looked skeptical. She had never seen Circe with any male friends and had been rebuffed several times when trying to introduce her to someone, which made Circe seem mysterious in her eyes, igniting an urge to uncover the truth. Sensing Diana's skepticism, Circe felt somewhat exasperated and was about to change the subject when her gaze inadvertently drifted past Diana's shoulder toward the road behind her. "Well, you win." Spotting a familiar car slowly coming to a stop not far away, with several familiar figures disembarking, Circe exhaled lightly, feeling a sense of relief. Diana's tone turned suggestively again, but Circe swiftly dispelled it, finally finding an excuse to escape her overly friendly and somewhat annoying neighbor. Circe brushed past her and strode directly toward the three familiar figures awaiting her. "What happened? And where is Gilgamesh?" As she drew closer, the excitement and joy of reuniting with family on her face gradually transformed into gravity and concern. She observed Zhu Ku, whose expression was tense, Saint Na, who remained expressionless, and Jingo, whose eyes flickered restlessly. An instinct told her that something troubling had transpired. "Gil is fine, Circe. It's us who are in trouble. It's this planet." Hearing Zhu Ku's words confirmed Circe's intuition and illuminated why she had felt so unsettled throughout the day. On board Jingo's private jet, en route from Mumbai to London. "It's an honor to finally meet you. Akaris, my name is Ronan, and as you can see, I am a sorcerer." Having temporarily enlisted Jingo's assistant to act as a bartender, Ronan lounged at the bar, introducing himself to Akaris. "I had no idea Jingo would befriend someone so young. Are you even 20 yet?" After downing his drink, Akaris seemed impatient with the slow service, grabbing a bottle from the bar and gulping it down. The criteria for friendship should not be age, but rather shared interests and hobbies, common topics, and effective assistance, whether physical or magical. However, considering he had just bestowed 2 abilities upon him and in respect to this lavish private jet, Ronan decided to let him slide for the time being, planning to deal with him later when everyone was present, aiming to embarrass him thoroughly, perhaps to the point of wishing to relocate to another planet. "Huh?" Akaris paid no mind to Ronan's retort. After finishing a bottle, he ignored Karen's concerned glance from behind the bar and directly asked, "Where is Jingo?" He had not forgotten his purpose. Jingo's sudden absence was surely no coincidence. If he could ascertain his whereabouts, he might also uncover the fate of the other missing kin and understand the unfolding events. He went to Europe. In fact, we are also en route to Europe. Ronan smiled at Akaris, whose expression shifted slightly, secretly noting that he was indeed keeping tabs on his ex-wife, Circe. Perhaps he even caught her sharing a kiss with another man, which could explain why he looked so despondent and was drinking as if it were water. However, that was Akaris' choice, not Ronan's concern. What is Jingo going to Europe for? How would I know? All I know is that he pities me for never having boarded a private jet, and thus kindly lent me his aircraft for a brief experience. Behind the bar, Karen interjected, Is that truly the case, Mr. Ronan? Your account seems to diverge significantly from my boss's version. My boss mentioned that you shamelessly insisted on flying in a private plane, even claiming to have sustained internal injuries preventing you from using a portal. Look at your rosy complexion and steady movements when you activated the portal just now. You hardly resemble someone who has suffered an injury. As for why he is heading to Europe, I have absolutely no clue. Karen, do you have any idea what your boss intends to do in Europe? Business? Personal matters? Leisure? Or perhaps both, if it's for leisure. What kind of activities? Is it for people or goods? Is it for filming a movie? If so, is it with celebrities or action stars? In response to Icarus's inquiries, Ronan merely portrayed himself as an ordinary individual arranged for a private flight by a wealthy friend, completely unaware of his companion's destination. He instead tossed the questions to his friend's personal assistant, offering a plethora of speculative answers. I am also in the dark. Sir, he just suddenly instructed me to prepare the plane and then go to Bollywood to pick up Mr. Ronan for the flight to Europe, stating they would proceed ahead and wait for us there. As for why he is going to Europe and what means of transport he will use, he did not elaborate, merely instructing me to comply. Perhaps startled by Ronan's multitude of conjectures, Karen hesitated momentarily, his mind racing with various images, all featuring his boss. Icarus remarked, Point one claims to be a friend, the other a personal assistant, yet neither has any inkling of Jean Go's true purpose for traveling to Europe, nor do they know precisely where in Europe he is headed. What can one say? This individual is rather inept. He was referring to Jean Go, not himself. Chapter 28, Beep. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. In a modest apartment rented by Cersei on the outskirts of London for 5 years. Sitting on the sofa by the window, under the warm glow of a splendid sunset, Jean Go appeared to savor the coffee in his hand, yet his incessant glances towards his former sister-in-law betrayed his true thoughts. Are you all right, Cersei? To his right, Cersei sat at the open kitchen bar, lost in thought. Yes, I'm fine. After listening to Zuka's account, Cersei snapped back to reality, shaking her head. She found it hard to comprehend that a Jack, who had always shown a fondness for humanity, ultimately intended to doom all of humanity for the emergence of new celestial beings. Of course, she did not imply that the celestial group should not come into existence, but certainly not at such a cost, sacrificing so many lives. Furthermore, she remained skeptical of all the information provided by Zuko, yet she could not simply disregard the matter, for if it were true, the consequences would be dire. After a moment of silence, Cersei suddenly set her cup down, her eyes rekindled with fervor as she gazed at Zuko, urgently asking, Zuko, your friend? He mentioned he learned all this from time itself. Correct? Does he know the specific time of the celestial emergence? Can we leverage this information to ensure that the celestial beings can be born without exterminating humanity? You say he is a sorcerer. What about other sorcerers? Do they possess any means? Assuming all this is true, since the emergence of the celestial group requires an increase in sentient life when the celestial beings are born, which coincides with the emergence, their bodies will rapidly expand, ultimately bursting the earth as they break free. What if they could evacuate all humanity from the planet before the emergence begins? Wouldn't that prevent the tragic sacrifice of humanity alongside the birth of the celestial beings? This way, humanity would not face extinction, and the new celestials could indeed be born. An exquisite solution. Moreover, I have heard that the sorcerer named Ronan can open portals, if he could persuade other sorcerers to lend their aid. Finding a habitable planet would not be insurmountable. They wouldn't even need to advance technological development or activate jump technology, just a portal would suffice. The more Cersei considered this possibility, the more feasible it appeared. As long as the sorcerers were willing to assist, the emergence would not present a significant issue. At most, humanity would lose their original home and relocate to a new one to continue their existence. She believed that such a perfect plan would be agreeable to the people of Earth. Regarding Ajak and Arisham's lies, she chose not to dwell on them for now. Her immediate priority was to devise a means to save the lives on this planet, with the rest being of little concern. Upon hearing her words, Zuko could somewhat discern Cersei's thoughts. He had initially intended to persuade her otherwise, for if this were indeed effective, they would not repeatedly have their memories erased. Ajak would have chosen to assist humanity in the relocation instead of concealing the truth. Zuko speculated that when the emergence commenced, the planet destined to nurture the celestial group was already fated for destruction. However, meeting Cersei's hopeful gaze, Zuko hesitated for 2 seconds, ultimately conceding. I am uncertain, but I can call him and see if he has any ideas. Regardless, until Ronan joins them, they would not depart their current location to search for the next Eternal. For once one becomes accustomed to traveling by portal, other means of transportation seem rather unappealing. Except for that fool Ronan. Remembering the individual who insisted on flying on a private jet, likely still en route, Zuko felt as though his thousands of years of composure had been obliterated, reduced to nothing. Rising, he glanced at Jingo, who was discreetly observing his sister-in-law, then towards Saint Na, who was engaged in a casual conversation with Cersei. Appearing entirely unperturbed, he retrieved a flip phone and dialed the number Ronan had left behind. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed. At 10,000 meters in the air. Aboard Jingo's private jet? Ronan took a sip of the drink prepared by Karen, grimacing at the taste. Wow, this is terrible. Perhaps I'm more suited to sweet beverages like milk tea. Nonchalantly pushing the glass aside, Ronan vowed never to sample such a drink reserved for those achieving success and melancholy. Witnessing Ronan's grimace after forcing down a sip, Icarus felt an immense sense of satisfaction and rose with a smile, ready to depart. Having finished the joke, it was time to move on. He had matters to investigate and could not linger to indulge Jingo's underage companion in frivolity. I'm heading out. Could you recreate that circus-like fire ring thing? Donning a stylish black trench coat, Icarus reached up to smooth his tuft of white hair and addressed Ronan. After all, this is my little brother's private jet. Otherwise, I would have already punched him or blasted him with energy beams, rather than politely requesting a portal to be opened. HM? A portal? It seemed that a trigger word had been activated, as Icarus furrowed his brow. Sensing he might have overlooked something, swoosh, eager for Icarus to depart so he could be the first to travel to Europe and whisk everyone away, Ronan wasted no time in opening a portal. Yet, he found Icarus standing before the portal, showing no signs of leaving. I'll ask again, do you truly not know where Jingo is going in Europe? Or how he is getting there? Icarus fixed his gaze on the portal before him, then turned his head to inquire. He wondered why it felt so peculiar that Jingo was heading to Europe yet was not on board his private jet. Instead accompanied by a friend capable of opening portals. Unless Jingo could fly like himself, the next most convenient mode of transport would be. As Icarus slowly turned around, the expression in his eyes darkened and became ominous, causing Ronan's alertness to spike. Damn it. Just do it. Let's go. We really don't why heavens, Mr. Ronan. What are you doing? Behind the bar, Karen's words were cut short as he witnessed Ronan suddenly extend a leg, kicking the Eternal out of the plane and into the sky beyond the portal, leaving him momentarily speechless, fearful that he might be the next to be tossed out. Simultaneously, a luminous screen appeared in Ronan's view. Ability Sequence List. Ability Cosmic Energy. Ability Cosmic Energy. Form 4 Flight, whoosh. Amidst the howling winds, an invisible force upheld Ronan's body, allowing him to stand as if on solid ground at an altitude of 10,000 meters, his right hand gently grasping a hammer composed purely of energy. Chapter 29. The Question of Death in Kathmandu, Kamar-Taj. In a corridor that was neither congested nor entirely quiet, Bruce Banner strolled leisurely at the front, allowing those behind him to overtake, only to leave them far behind once more. Unfazed, he continued to study his spell notes, which could be described as casual jottings or mere reminders. The essence of magic does not derive from the material realm of Earth, but rather draws its energy from the myriad dimensions of the multiverse. The varying powers of these dimensions endow magic with distinct characteristics, such as white magic and black magic. The multiverse. The mere thought of this yet-to-be-validated scientific theory, which has long been enshrined in the tomes of magic, even considered a source of magical energy, evokes a sense of disillusionment within me. The essence of magic appears to lie in the manipulation and utilization of energy, however, compared to the observable mechanisms of energy in the scientific realm. This method of operation seems rather enigmatic. If science adheres to rules to create wonders, then magic perhaps involves the employment or alteration of those very rules to conjure miracles. The esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, posits that whether it be science or magic, their core essence resides in the manipulation of energy. The interplay between matter and spirit allows individuals to utilize mediators to influence the material world through mental means, thus controlling energy to perform spells. This mediator is none other than the suspended ring. With merely a ring, one can draw forth and manipulate energy seemingly out of thin air. Magic is indeed wondrous. Alas, even though magic could transform one from a state of paralysis to vigorous mobility, I have yet to extract any information from the theoretical framework of spells that might aid in the complete eradication of gamma radiation within me. Mr. Blue is similarly ensnared in a conundrum. The flower extract he mentioned previously failed to cure me, and he has exhausted all avenues, save for acquiring the experimental data that led to my mutation. With a decisive clap of his 5 fingers, Banner closed the notebook and gazed down the now desolate corridor, unable to suppress a sigh. He had initially believed that arriving at Kamar-Taj would provide him with a sanctuary, freeing him from the constant fear of being pursued, and that the future would gradually brighten. Yet, unexpectedly, having only recently embarked on his journey to learn magic, aspiring to harness it to rid himself of gamma mutation, he found himself summoned by the Ancient One in the guise of Hulk, only to receive news that could be deemed a dire omen. This morning's events remain somewhat vague to Banner. He only recalls fainting during a spell-casting duel and awakening to find his clothing vanished, surrounded by a space that resembled a mosaic of shattered mirrors. Before him, the Ancient One elegantly fanned herself, delivering a frightful revelation. "You and Hulk are merging, Dr. Banner. Soon, you shall become one. You will be him, and he will be you." Sighed. A rumbling sound resonated from above as the distinctive roar of an aircraft engine approached. A shadow swiftly sweeping past before vanishing from Ronan's sight. Glancing upwards at the private jet adorned with purple lines owned by the Golden Glaive, Ronan instinctively ascended to evade an attack. Clash! 2 golden beams, each as thick as 2 fingers, raced through the cloud cover, scorching the air in their wake and grazing Ronan's shoe before embedding themselves into the clouds behind him. "Who are you? How do you possess the abilities of Stana? What have you done to her?" The high-altitude winds tousled Akari's tuft of white hair as he squinted against the wind, aligning himself with Ronan's altitude before speaking with barely concealed ire. Akari's had never considered flight to be his exclusive domain, so he was not surprised that Ronan could also soar through the skies. However, the ability to conjure energy weapons from thin air was not something just anyone could possess, especially after being unintentionally struck by a hammer. When he retaliated with rays, Ronan had materialized a defensive shield. Akari's observed closely. The design of that shield was strikingly similar to Stana's. Small, intricate, it could scarcely cover half of one's backside. It was undeniably Stana's shield. If that were the case, as his thoughts began to spiral, Akari's gaze towards Ronan gradually shifted from anger to wariness. They both had the ability to fly. One specialized in ranged attacks while the other excelled in close combat. On the surface, it appeared that Akari's held the advantage, yet that was far from the truth. With Stana's shield in play, Ronan could easily deflect all of Akari's ranged assaults, considering that his rays could neither curve nor expand sufficiently. They had no advantages beyond their length, and even a small shield that could barely cover one's backside could effortlessly withstand them, presenting no challenge whatsoever. "Who am I really? Young man, do you realize that is a question fraught with peril?" Upon hearing Akari's inquiry, Ronan could not contain his exhilaration, feeling he had been asked by the right person. "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously reveal it to you. I am merely a passing masked rider." With fervor, Ronan proclaimed that familiar line, instantly igniting his battle spirit as he raised his shield, ready to charge at Akari's. Clash, clash. Observing this, Akari's swiftly retreated, unleashing rays that were aimed at various parts of Ronan's body, only to see them all strike that small shield as if some curse guaranteed their trajectory would always hit. Damn, this madman. Never had he felt so stifled in battle. It was as if he desperately wished to call for a halt, suggesting that everyone cast aside their weapons and engage in a cooperative culinary endeavor. Why did he stop? Rip Akari's. Did I finally remember why this feels so familiar? This is the second time. Chapter 30. Of no use beyond transformation. In the boundless, gray, desolate expanse of the cosmos, a spark of light suddenly materialized. It resembled a mouth belonging to an unknown entity, spewing forth a piece of black refuse into the vast cosmic junkyard before vanishing from sight. Alas, Ronan, already prepared, closed the portal the moment he entered, reducing the height of the gateway to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye, leaving Akari's no chance to react, thus completely banishing him into the void of space. No, The portal did not silence any sound, for Ikari's had not uttered a single word. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to converse in the vacuum of space like Thor or Captain Marvel. Phew, finally sorted out. Time was ticking. It was now April 2008, and soon the plot of Iron Man would commence, heralding the dawn of the Age of Heroes. Thor, Loki, the Mind Stone, and the Kree would likely make their appearances in succession. And the peaceful days on Earth would soon dwindle. I must begin to strategize on how to extract the greatest advantage from this chaotic era. Moreover, Ronan turned his gaze toward the starry sky. For that was where civilization's ultimate stage awaited. Perhaps I should assemble an interstellar squad to pave the way. Humanity will inevitably venture into the cosmos. Standing upon illusory clouds, sunlight bathed him without obstruction, casting a halo of Savior's light around him. Never mind, those matters can wait. My immediate task is to acquire the powers of the Celestial Order. Once I gain the recognition of Eris him, who would dare to threaten Earth? Mr. Ronan, are you all right? I'm fine. You continue with your flight, I shall take my leave first. Regarding what transpired earlier, do not wear that long face. I will personally explain to Golden Glaive later. There is a reason for my actions. So fret not. Observing Karen's head nodding away like a sewing machine, Ronan shook his head in resignation, casually opening another portal and stepping through. Beep. As soon as he set foot on the concrete of a certain location in London, Ronan felt a vibration emanating from his pocket. He unzipped the compartment and retrieved an old flip phone. This antiquated device, seemingly from the last century, offered no entertainment options beyond Snake and Tetris. A touchscreen phone would certainly be more convenient. This phone was practically useless except for the occasional impersonation of a masked rider. Internally lamenting that the Marvel Earth, equipped with holographic projection technology, still utilized the same year-S model of phone as his previous life, Ronan flipped it open and answered the call. Hello? Ronan, have you arrived? Just got here. Send me the address, and I'll head over. After receiving the address and ending the call, Ronan glanced around before selecting a rather untidy spot to venture toward. He planned to make a small fortune before taking a taxi to where Zukon was currently located. After all, since he was here, he might as well enjoy the experience. Kamar-Taj, the sorcerer's dormitory. Beneath the dim yellow light, Banner's fingers flew across the keyboard, the pale glow illuminating his face and reflecting coldly off his glasses. Mr. Blue, send me the blood sample. Although uncertain of the news's authenticity, its emergence had certainly sounded an alarm within Banner's heart. If the blood sample were indeed sent out, he felt it would be nearly impossible to ensure it wouldn't be utilized for other purposes. Especially since he had little understanding of Mr. Blue's character and integrity. Moreover, scientists tend to be quite obsessed with peculiar ailments. He could hardly believe that Mr. Blue would not secretly retain a sample. Mr. Green, this isn't safe. Mr. Blue, running around with gamma radiation coursing through you is equally unsafe. Mr. Green, let us meet and discuss this in person. As he closed his laptop, Banner rose from his seat, shedding the mage training robes he wore and donning a set of ordinary clothing suited for the real world. With only a few coins of pocket money tucked away, he picked up the hovering ring that lay in the corner of his desk, inhaled deeply, and opened the portal. One step through transported him 5 years into the past. Raising his head, he gazed at the familiar buildings in the distance. Unable to suppress the moisture gathering in his eyes, Virginia, Calvo University. If mastering magic was too time-consuming, he would have to resort to scientific methods, as for blood samples and the like. He would handle that when the time came. Banner approached the entrance of the laboratory discreetly, only to discover a security guard inspecting at the end of the corridor. Banner thought to himself, for an ordinary person, this would be a case of premature demise before the mission even began. However, such trivialities pose no challenge to one who can wield a portal, a direct passage into the heart of the laboratory. Chapter 31. Everyone hates the Riddler. Everyone wants to be the Riddler in the outskirts of London. A thunderous roar erupted, bright headlights accompanied the growl of an engine as a sleek, jet-black sports car glided through the night like a specter, its beastly engine roaring to announce its presence. Suddenly, a piercing sound filled the air as the ghostly vehicle executed a flawless drift around a corner, gradually decelerating before coming to a halt behind another black sports car. At last, he had arrived. From a nearby 2-story building, members of the Eternal Clan rushed to the window upon hearing the sound of the car, and they beheld a young man wearing sunglasses stepping out of the driver's seat. He looked up, removed his sunglasses, and nodded in their direction. The Eternals exchanged glances, perplexed. "What are you doing wearing sunglasses at this hour?" One echoed, "Is this the mage Ronan you spoke of?" As Ronan's appearance diverged slightly from Cersei's expectations, she suddenly felt that collaborating with mages might not be the wisest course of action. After all, technology was controlled and traceable, but humans, especially those with troubled minds, were inherently unpredictable and could easily conjure unforeseen complications. Well, never mind him. His mind might occasionally wander, but for the most part, he was quite sane. Zook's lips twitched slightly. Although Ronan continually tested his patience, he deemed him somewhat reliable and chose not to voice his concerns. A series of knocks echoed from downstairs, prompting the four to hastily shift their attention below and open the wooden door. "Eternals, I have finally caught up with your pace. You must be the legendary Miss Cersei," he said, flashing a theatrical smile. "Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Ronan, a mage." Releasing Cersei's hand after their brief handshake, he turned to the ever-watchful Kingo and said, "Stop searching. I arrived early. He is likely still in the air or preparing to land. In short, he is not here." "What? You arrived early? Didn't you insist on flying?" Kingo stared at Ronan with incredulity, sensing that he merely sought to amuse himself at Kingo's expense, rather than genuinely wishing to board a plane. To this, Ronan could only respond that some passions wane once alternatives emerge. For instance, the once obsessive desire to fly dissipated with the acquisition of flight abilities. "Therefore, Miss Cersei, you are already aware of our circumstances. Are you not?" "Indeed. I wish to know if you are aware of the timing of the celestial manifestation, and whether we can find a balance between the birth of a new god and humanity." Disregarding Kingo, who stood dumbfounded, Ronan shifted his focus to Cersei, engaging her in a vigorous discussion about various strategies to save humanity. The ever-observant Cersei occasionally chimed in, appearing supportive of Cersei's aspirations for humanity's salvation. Casting a glance at the conversing trio, Zook felt an inkling that something was amiss. Were they not meant to gather everyone to confront a Jack? How had the mission evolved into a quest for humanity's salvation? Of course, he did not believe humanity should not be saved. He merely thought such efforts might prove futile, given that this was a task assigned by Eris Him, relating to the emergence of a new celestial being and the potential for a newly born star domain to appear on the cosmic map. If Cersei's plans went awry, or if her schemes thwarted the birth of the new god, Zook feared this could provoke Eris Him's wrath, potentially leading to the obliteration of the Eternals. By obliteration, he did not mean mere memory erasure, but a complete and utter annihilation. Extinction in the truest sense, leaving no remnants behind. "Forgive my candor, Miss Cersei, but I do not find your plans particularly feasible." Having listened quietly to Cersei's migration strategy, Ronan cast a sidelong glance at her visibly shifting expression, sensing that her perception of humanity seemed rooted in an ancient mindset. She appeared to believe that humans were blissfully ignorant and naive. In truth, as a modern individual, Ronan was keenly aware of the complexities of his race. Kind-hearted yet suspicious, contradictory and intricate, arrogant and malevolent. The descriptors for humanity were numerous. Blind obedience was but one of them. Yet it did not imply that humans would heed the counsel of extraterrestrials, abandoning their home world for an entirely unfamiliar planet. Humanity was not as united as you imagine, Miss Cersei. Indeed, external threats can temporarily coalesce humans. But how will you convince them that Earth is truly in peril, compelling them to follow your directives? Do not suggest mere words. We can seek out Phastos, utilizing his abilities to demonstrate the truth to them. If that proves insufficient, let him present our starship, the Tamamo, a genuine interstellar vessel, which should surely persuade them. Cersei persisted, undeterred, only to be interrupted by Ronan. "It may indeed persuade them, but it would also confirm to humanity that you are indeed extraterrestrials. And your sudden appearance, bearing such grim news, may lead them to believe you aim to deceive them and seize their home planet. Miss Cersei, in the moment of impending disaster, humanity will not act according to your expectations, for that is simply their nature." Observing Cersei's spirit visibly deflate, Ronan shifted his tone to pique her curiosity. "However, Miss Cersei, do not lose heart. While your plan may falter, I believe mine has merit." "You have a plan? What is it?" At his words, Cersei's head snapped up, urgency flashing in her eyes. It was evident that she was the most human-friendly of the Eternals, which perhaps explained her eventual decision to eliminate the soon-to-be-born celestial being. Tiamat in the film. Well, that remains classified for now. My plan requires the assistance of your Eternal clan, and once you are all gathered, I shall unveil my strategy to you. All right, now. The air fell silent for a moment as Ronan opened his mouth to speak, when suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, as if something heavy had descended upon him, triggering a primal instinct. Something was amiss. In this vicinity, an overwhelming surge of mental energy had erupted. Chapter 32. You go save the world. I'll rescue the princess and her steed. What happened? Cersei turned to Ronan, who had trailed off mid-sentence, noticing that both he and Zook were gazing in the same direction, seemingly captivated by something unseen. Did you sense it too? Yes, you did as well? Returning to his senses, Zook turned to Ronan, who had posed the question. If even Ronan could perceive this force, it suggested that it was not merely a manifestation of pure mental energy. Perhaps some form of magic was intertwined with it. After all, how could Ronan, who lacked mental abilities, also be affected? Thoughts raced through Zook's mind as he speculated about the fleeting, now vanished mental energy, while Ronan began to form conclusions. He suspected it might be a sign of Wanda Maximoff awakening her powers for the first time. Though the events of the Avengers films typically portrayed Wanda's abilities as emerging from human experimentation, Ronan vaguely recalled an alternative narrative, suggesting that her powers were innate and that the experiments merely unlocked them rather than granting them. Whether true or false, the answer lay ahead. Ronan resolved to investigate the epicenter of the recently unleashed mental energy. Its potency still creating a void on his mental map, compelling him to acknowledge its presence. I wish to check it out. You Eternals should continue searching for the remaining members. Do you have any information on their locations? I can facilitate your journey. Speaking of which, don't you Eternals have a way to locate one another? Relying on human radar to find someone is neither efficient nor high-tech. Caught in the middle. Cersei felt bewildered by their limited conversation, her face exhibiting confusion as she pressed. What on earth is happening? Where are you going? Aren't we supposed to save the world together? Zook and I sensed a surge of potent energy. I wish to investigate. Ronan, having been briefly enlightened, learned from the dazed Cersei that she could locate the chief scientist of the Eternals, Phastos. By finding him, he could track down the remaining members of the Eternals. Without further ado, armed with the address, Ronan swiftly activated a portal, casting the Eternals into it before sealing the gateway. You proceed to save the world. I shall rescue the princess and her steed. With a clap of his hands, Ronan opened another portal, emerging in an unfamiliar realm. Sokovia, a diminutive Eastern European nation, the birthplace of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, which ultimately disintegrated in the skies during the events of Avengers. Age of Ultron? Once poised to become a catastrophic weapon capable of annihilating humanity, amidst the thunderous roar of aircraft and the cacophony of gunfire, Ronan emerged from a shadowy alley, acutely aware that he was nearing the epicenter of a potent energy source. Convinced that the origin of this energy lay with Scarlet Witch, after all, only she could harmonize both the mind and magic simultaneously. Just as he reached the roadside, before he could fully assess his surroundings, a bullet, unknown in origin, grazed his cheek, embedding itself in the wall of the alley behind him. The chaos here was palpable. One could be struck by gunfire or bombarded at any moment, and it made one ponder the fortitude required to survive in such a place. With a resigned sigh, Ronan felt profoundly grateful for having been born in a peaceful country. Otherwise, he was uncertain whether his current worldview and character would have endured. The brutality of war destroys not only the body but also the spirit. Yet, lamentably, the spirit is subject to manipulation. As the gunfire echoed in his ears, Ronan gradually closed his eyes. Shadowy silhouettes flickered amidst the resplendent nebulae, and he listened intently to the anguished whispers rising from the depths of the psyche. Filled with torment and rage, with a mere thought, he connected with the spirits of those figures. His eyes flew open, radiating a golden light. In an instant, the world felt as if it were a film paused mid-action, where only the faint echoes lingered, refusing to fade. The cacophony of aircraft had long since receded, and the gunfire in the streets had ceased, leaving Sokovia enveloped in an eerie silence. Thus, it can be said that sometimes, free will can be a double-edged sword. Exhaling softly, Ronan shifted his forceful mental manipulation into a gentler psychological influence. The individuals who had been embroiled in violence quickly laid down their arms, turning instead to search for survivors amidst the rubble of recently bombed buildings. Having accomplished this, Ronan paid them no further heed, leaping towards a nearby white residential building, nearly severed in two. Here lay the epicenter of the psychic energy. Wanda Maximoff was in high spirits today, as tonight was television night, and she would be watching her favorite sitcom, The Dick Van Dyke Show, Season 2, Episode 21. With her parents and twin brother. She watched her father insert the disc into the projector. Wanda hurriedly took her seat at the front of the television alongside her brother, while her parents snuggled on the sofa behind them. The gray-toned images accompanied by music from the last century flickered on the screen, and Wanda and Pietro watched intently, occasionally bursting into laughter. In that moment, Wanda never imagined it would be their last glance together. Suppressing an inexplicable flutter in her heart, Wanda prepared to immerse herself once more in her beloved sitcom. However, the next instant, a tremendous shockwave struck from behind, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that rendered her unconscious, plunging her into darkness. After a while, Wanda regained consciousness, lifting her head to find herself in a home that bore no resemblance to the cherished place in her memories. With broken steel and heaps of rubble surrounding her, she propped herself up with her hands, yet her parents were nowhere to be found. The spot they had occupied moments ago was now buried beneath concrete debris. Suddenly, the sounds from outside intensified. The shouts of people charging and the roar of bombings erupted simultaneously. In shock, Wanda froze until her brother Pietro yanked her from behind, pulling her beneath the dining table to hide. Boom! As the thunderous sound reverberated close by, Wanda, her eyes still vacant and unfocused, trembled at the nearness of the noise. She glanced forward to see a missile, emblazoned with the word Stark, lodged at an angle in the rubble before her. No more than 3 meters away, beep-beep, amidst the orderly ticking, a red light flickered within the debris, resembling the gaze of death. Chapter 33. Not all who fly can dismantle starships. Beep-beep in the terrified eyes of Wanda and Pietro. The well-manufactured Stark Industries missile did not explode. It lay quietly, keeping the siblings on edge, paralyzed with fear. Time passed, perhaps half an hour, perhaps merely 3 minutes, before Pietro suddenly perked up, straining to hear the sounds from outside. But there was nothing. All was silent. The continuous clamor of explosions and gunfire had vanished, leaving only an eerie quiet, with the distant crackle of flames the sole remnant of chaos. Wanda, we need to leave here. As the first to awaken, Pietro understood all too well that their parents had perished in the bombardment, yet he did not weep. As the sole male in the family, he had to look after his sister. Refraining from tears until they reached a safe place. Follow me. Pietro patiently waited, and when he heard voices outside, devoid of gunfire and explosions, he could no longer contain himself. He grasped Wanda's hand, leading her out from beneath the table, carefully navigating around the missile that blocked their path. Unfortunately, their escape plan was thwarted. The recent attack had nearly obliterated their home, the outer wall almost entirely gone, and the only exit was concealed beneath fallen debris from above. Unable to flee through the door, Pietro, residing on the 5th floor, sensibly abandoned the idea of jumping to escape and began to search for another route. Pietro, look! Though her brother tugged her along, Wanda's gaze remained fixed on the missile at the center of the room, until a noise from beyond the wall startled her into awareness. That fleeting glance revealed a new world. A dark-haired boy with blue eyes soared toward them with incredible speed, appearing before them as if a deity had descended. He then noticed the missile and, with a gesture, conjured a circle shimmering with sparks upon the ground, resembling a colossal beast that opened its maw wide and devoured the dormant missile, swallowing it whole. How marvelous! At 10 years old, children are brimming with imagination and creativity. They possess a nascent understanding of the world, yet maintain an infinite capacity for acceptance, embracing the extraordinary that defies logic. Isn't it amazing? Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Descending through the crumbling wall, Ronan landed upon the debris-strewn floor, extending an invitation to the 2 children who had just lost their parents. He could not resurrect the dead, a feat beyond his current abilities, yet he could at least guide these children onto a righteous path, steering them away from a future where they might join a terroristic organization opposed to freedom. Should they wish to change the world, Ronan would wholeheartedly support them. After all, Magic, too, could alter the course of history. In Washington, at the Triskelion headquarters, within the familiar confines of the office, Coulson approached Fury's desk with urgency, delivering the latest intelligence. 5 hours ago, the small Eastern European nation of Sokovia appeared to be under mass mind control. In an instant, the raging fires of conflict were extinguished, and both civilians and soldiers alike curiously formed spontaneous rescue teams to assist in the bombed areas. In the limited surveillance footage available, we observed the transformation of the rescue teams from infighting to cooperative efforts in saving survivors. And we found this. As he spoke, Coulson handed Fury a somewhat unclear image from the surveillance, while the accompanying report lay on the desk. "What is this?" Fury inquired, scrutinizing the dark image that revealed little. "Take a look at this, sir." Coulson produced another photo from behind, a magnified section of the previous image, revealing a clearer view of a mysterious figure suspended in midair, lacking any visible means of flight. "I suspect he is the mind controller. After all, many films have suggested that the mind can influence matter, which implies that when the psyche reaches a certain strength, one can fly." Gazing at the silhouette of the figure standing in midair within the photograph, Fury's countenance darkened instantly, his mind racing with thoughts about the origins of this winged humanoid creature. Yet he found himself utterly perplexed. He felt a surge of panic, for the last flying individual he was acquainted with was Captain Marvel. And Captain Marvel was a formidable force, capable of dismantling a starship constructed by an advanced alien civilization with her bare hands, emerging unscathed, with not even a scratch upon her. Calm down, he reassured himself. Not all who fly are Carol, and not all flying beings possess the ability to dismantle starships. Taking deep breaths, Fury turned to Coulson and inquired, "Can we ascertain his identity?" "Not at the moment," Coulson replied, "but I have dispatched a team of agents to Sokovia, hoping to identify this mysterious individual. Yes, have them proceed with caution. The moment they spot the target, they must report immediately. No rash actions should be taken to avoid provoking him." "Understood, sir." If this flying enigma is indeed the same as the one who wields the power of mental manipulation, what should we do? Extend an invitation? Or merely observe? Coulson refrained from uttering the word control. For under the shadowy and omnipresent influence of mental domination, what they most wanted to avoid was inciting this mysterious figure. Not only must they avoid angering him, but they also needed to take action to enhance his perception of Hield. Only in this way could they hope to avert their annihilation at his whim. The combination of flight and the ability to manipulate the minds of millions rendered him a strategic weapon more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. At this juncture, this mysterious individual held greater significance for Hield than the space cube lying docilely in a laboratory, thus elevating his priority. "If we can ascertain his identity, I would like to meet him in person," Fury stated, reaching into his pocket to caress the crisis-era pager, attempting to feign composure. If it is her, she should not fear the so-called mental manipulation, for it was through mental control that she awakened her abilities. Chapter 34, The Most Romantic Superpower. Kamar-Taj. Having just completed his daily ritual, Banner took his newly acquired tome of magic and bid farewell to Wong and Ross before trudging away from the library with heavy steps. Just yesterday, after successfully using a portal to enter the laboratory at Calvo University, he was dismayed to discover that not only had his previous laboratory been transformed into a surveillance room, but the data pertaining to his mutation had also been thoroughly erased. After confirming this with Mr. Blue, Banner realized that without the original data, his options were severely limited, rendering his chances of recovery virtually non-existent. Science had proven futile, and magic was only beginning to unfold. Though Banner felt a profound sense of frustration, he had no choice but to relent. He first expressed gratitude to Mr. Blue for his unwavering support and assistance, then unilaterally severed communication with him, ignoring the latter's request for a blood sample and refraining from any in-person meetings. With science failing him, he resolved to delve into the realm of magic. "Take it slow. Immerse yourself in the study of magical knowledge," Banner reassured himself. "I am certain I will find a way out." Of course, before that, he needed to relinquish certain notions. This time, he was here to meet his ex-girlfriend. Arriving punctually at the academic building, Banner anxiously concealed himself beneath a tree, furtively scanning his surroundings, yearning for the appearance of that figure who had captivated his heart. He had resolutely decided. If she had moved on and found a new partner, he would not pursue her further, but if not, then Banner would encourage her to release the past and embrace life anew. After all, ever since General Ross had witnessed his transformation and pursued him relentlessly, the possibility of their reunion had become a distant dream. He could not, nor would he wish, for Betty to forsake everything she had for his sake, living in the shadows of the world. Such a life of turmoil and unrest was one he could endure alone. In Sokovia, atop an uninhabited peak, Ronan stood with a pair of siblings who appeared to be no older than 10. Arriving at a relatively flat stretch of land. "This will do, Uncle Ronan." Pietro glanced sideways, realizing that just beneath them lay a steep cliff, concluding that this spot should be ideal, isolated and unlikely to attract any unwelcome attention or artillery. "Here? Very well." Ronan cast a glance at Wanda, who remained silent, her eyes reddened. Whether from the biting wind or sorrow, her pale lips pressed tightly together. After all, one's age dictates how one is addressed. Just as not every woman can be called sister. Crouching down, Ronan pressed one hand against the cold ground, catching a glimpse of Pietro gently grasping Wanda's icy hand, retrieving a tissue from his pocket to dab her tears. It was as if he were the elder brother and Wanda the younger sister. Suddenly, golden lines erupted from his palm, racing along an unseen path across the ground, causing the earth to gradually sink. Intricate gray-white stone walls began to emerge from the deepening pit, swiftly taking the form of two nearly identical sarcophagi. Ability. Cosmic energy, Form 6 matter transformation. Indeed, Circe's abilities truly deserve the title of Jack of all trades. If paired with Phastos's mechanical prowess, Ronan felt he could even craft robots by hand. Just provide him with a blueprint, and constructing a Death Star might not be beyond the realm of possibility. Shaking off the fleeting thoughts, Ronan took a step back to grant the siblings space. "Father, Mother." Approaching the sarcophagus, Pietro was the first to place the urn containing ashes within, then stood silently beside Wanda, who clung to their mother's ashes, offering support to his sobbing sister. After a lengthy silence, Wanda ceased her delicate, prolonged weeping and gently placed their mother's ashes into the sarcophagus before standing still for some time. Only then did Pietro gently tug at Wanda, indicating it was time to move. Observing this, Ronan stepped forward once more, placing a hand on the ground. Golden lines poured forth, causing the earth to writhe and close, sealing the ashes within and raising a stone monument in their place. The golden lines spiraled up the monument, forming intricate reliefs that etched the names of the Maximoff couple upon its surface. Thus, a brand new sarcophagus stood completed, quietly perched at the mountain's peak, gazing out towards their homeland, as if watching over the two children who had survived the calamity. Once the task was concluded, Ronan stepped back, retrieving two small gray-white fragments from his pocket and picking up a stone from the ground as raw materials. Before the gravestone, Pietro embraced his sister, staring at the familiar names, the warmth of last night's memories resurfacing. Their mother bustling in the kitchen, their father arriving home, eager to drop his backpack and kiss them, his stubble brushing against their cheeks. Due to his sister, that evening's television night featured the Dick Van Dyke Show. Although he feigned disdain, his body betrayed him, enjoying the show just as much as his sister, laughing the loudest. Yet, because of war, all this would now be lost. His eyes began to moisten, vision blurring, as cold tears slipped down his cheeks. Pietro quietly wiped his eyes, lifting his gaze to behold a flurry of crimson petals dancing in the air, witnessing a miraculous sight. Following the direction from which the petals drifted, he saw Uncle Ronan standing beneath a tree, transforming it into a whirlwind of blossoms. Beside him, Wanda, who had remained silent until now, lifted her head, catching a petal and gently placing it upon their parents' gravestone, watching it float away with the wind. Perhaps magic could make the world a little better. Her fists slowly clenched, as if resolving upon something. Once the petals had scattered, the siblings turned to Ronan. "Uncle Ronan, we wish to learn magic. We want to make this world a better place." Gazing into the twins' sorrowful yet resolute eyes, Ronan nodded, extending his right hand from his pocket, palm open, revealing a gift for the twins. "I have a present for you, children. Your parents will always be with you." As he adorned their wrists with the gifts, he spoke softly. They were two identical bracelets, each consisting of a long crystal strung together with a metal chain, with a piece of gray-white fragment at the center of the crystal. Those were fragments of the Maximoff couple's bones. Chapter 35. A joke about natural casters and magic insulators being twins at Calvo University, vibrant students filled every corner of the campus. Some gathered beneath the shade of trees, discussing various topics or sharing tales of life, harboring the most beautiful aspirations for the future. In a relatively secluded area, Dr. Banner sat on a bench within the campus, engrossed in a passionate exchange of kisses with Elizabeth Ross, utterly oblivious to the public setting and the need for decorum. The developments should not have unfolded in this manner. Should let her forget me. Thoughts raced through Banner's mind, fragmented yet relentless, as their lips continued to engage in a fervent dance of biological exchange. This scene of unrestrained passion prompted a frown from Ronan, who was observing discreetly. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, peering through the gaps between his fingers to continue watching. He is still just a child of 18 or 19. Such inappropriate content is not meant for him to view, merely to steal glances at. Stop. Cease. How reckless of me. Had I known that Betty harbored such intense feelings for me, I should have first consumed a clove of garlic or some leeks before approaching her. To deter her with their scent, Banner retrieved a tissue from his pocket and dabbed at his mouth, then abruptly pressed the tissue against his ex-girlfriend's face, wiping as he spoke. Betty, I am aware that you still have feelings for me. Yet the possibility of us being together again is non-existent. Why? I don't understand. It because of my father. We could talk to him. No. It would be futile. Banner shook his head, interrupting her somewhat naive words. Unlike Betty, her father, General Ross, is a ruthless man devoid of conscience. From the day he witnessed my transformation, he has sought to capture and replicate me, to forge a monstrous army that would elevate his own status. In Ross's eyes, there exists only the pursuit of power and nothing else. Furthermore, it is not solely due to your father. Do you remember the green monster I transformed into that day? Banner lifted his gaze, locking eyes with her lovely visage. Whenever my emotions surge too high, I revert to that form. My heart racing will trigger it as well. I must constantly rein in my emotions to maintain my current state. This implies that I cannot be with anyone, for I could lose control at any moment. Upon hearing this, Betty fell silent. Indeed, it was a significant reason. It was not that she feared for her life, but rather that she worried that if she were to be hurt, Banner would be engulfed in guilt and remorse. Is there anything I can do to help you? After a brief pause, she raised her slightly reddened eyes and asked softly, You cannot aid me. The data from that experiment has been completely erased. Without that data, my hopes of recovery are reduced to nil. What did you say? Banner was about to reveal some insider information regarding the magic when he was abruptly interrupted by her exclamation. He looked at Betty, whose eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, feeling somewhat befuddled. What? Why? I told you. I cannot get too excited. It's not what you think. I have something at home that can save your life. That data? I possess it. Regrettably, even with that data, you still cannot fully recover, Dr. Banner. You are destined to become the Hulk. Ronan, already familiar with the narrative, observed the young couple rushing out of the campus without taking any action. Banner's fate of becoming the Hulk is a predetermined fact of this universe, beyond his own control. Let him struggle. Eventually, he must confront the truth. Ronan, initially intending to ask Banner for a small favor, turned instead towards a nearby store to purchase a plethora of clothing and daily necessities, along with 2 laptops. He had never anticipated that amid all his calculations, he had overlooked Pietro's magical talent. Yet Ronan did not blame himself. After all, who could have foreseen that the renowned Scarlet Witch, Wanda, had a brother who was a magical null? This girl is a natural spellcaster, harboring an immensely powerful chaotic magic within her, and training would significantly aid her in mastering her own power. As for this boy, Ronan mused, your insight is remarkable. To have found a magical null, a rarity of a century. The words of the Ancient One echoed in his mind. She had clearly pointed out the twins' magical potential and expressed her thoughts. For Wanda, as a possessor of top-tier magic, the sooner she learns spells, the better. Although her powers currently lay dormant, if she begins her studies early and builds a solid foundation, the day of her awakening will coincide with her ascension. In essence, if Wanda starts learning magical theory now, enriching herself, she will be capable of defeating even a 1,000-year-old sorceress with ease. Moreover, let alone Agatha, she would likely have no trouble overpowering Thanos. However, as a consequence of Wanda's formidable magical prowess, her brother, Pietro, remains entirely impervious to magic, unable to train in any form. He could only remain in Kamar-Taj as an ordinary person, not as a magical apprentice. While his sister ascends to greatness, he is left in the realm of the mundane. Such a disparity is bound to evoke certain emotions within Pietro. Yet he said little, merely wishing to stay by his sister's side, as she was now his only remaining kin. Handing his belongings to Wanda, she nodded obediently, then glanced at her brother, conveying her reassurance. Watching Wanda step into the room assigned to them, separated from Banner by only a wall, Ronan crouched down and addressed the anxious Pietro. "Child, do you trust me?" Pietro paused, then nodded emphatically. "I do. Uncle Ronan has helped them. They will forever place their trust in him. Magic is not the sole avenue to power. Pietro, I have a way for you to attain abilities beyond the ordinary. So do not despair. If magic is unfeasible, other paths await you." Ronan gazed into Pietro's gradually illuminating eyes, contemplating the possibility of borrowing the Mind Stone to activate his powers. He intended to guide Pietro along the original path. But this time, he would design a specialized combat suit in advance, ensuring that the foolish boy would have no chance of perishing amidst gunfire. The Eternal Makari is also speed-oriented. I can simply modify her combat suit slightly for you. Chapter 36. The Gathering of the Eternal, South Dakota, USA. Still no news of Akaris? In a black van traversing the highway, Circe inquired, her gaze on the earthly projection emanating from Fastos' hands, worry etched across her features. Centuries of mundane existence had left Makari feeling weary, so upon receiving Fastos' summons, she appeared before everyone, eager for action. Itching to find someone to spar with to relieve her pent-up energy, Makari, accompanied by Gilgamesh, who was vacationing in Fiji, set forth with the others towards South Dakota, all while attempting to contact the Eternal's most formidable force, Akaris. No energy signatures resembling Akaris could be detected on Earth. Perhaps he found life here to be insipid and had wandered into outer space. So, where is that Ronan the sorcerer you mentioned, who has a way to prevent the gods from manifesting? Time was of the essence. He was eager to summon Ronan for a discussion on the viability of their plans rather than waste time idly. "Yes, South Dakota." In the passenger seat, Druig held the phone to his ear, not quite catching what was being said on the other end, but his voice immediately rose. "Do you know where Akaris is? Have you seen him?" Who knows where Akaris is now?" Hearing Druig's raised voice, everyone perked up, inquiring in unison. "All right, yes, you bring him over. We are almost there." It was Ronan, who claimed he had recently seen Akaris and knew where he had gone. So Druig had asked him to bring Akaris along, and he agreed. "Well then, everyone is here. Let us expose a Jack." Rolling his eyes at the overly excited Druig, Fastos could not fathom why, as a master of the mind. He alone among everyone present was preoccupied with devising ways to embarrass a Jack, while the others were focused on saving the Earth. In the back seat, the muscular Gilgamesh occupied 2 seats by himself. Thankfully, Kingo had the foresight to purchase an 8-seater van. Otherwise, Makari might have had to run over on foot. Casting a glance at Thena, who was chatting with Circe, Gilgamesh felt somewhat surreal. He had merely taken a brief holiday, having been on the beach, clad in shorts and sipping drinks, and now he found himself in America, summoned to save the world. To be frank, he would be grateful if Thena did not unleash her wrath. Anything beyond that would be unexpected. Glancing once more at Thena, who seemed perfectly fine, Gilgamesh began to suspect that her eternal restlessness might have caused her to develop eternal syndrome. Now that she was busy, perhaps she had returned to normal. Indeed, when one has too much idle time, they tend to overthink, leading to illness. So, was the invention of work a means to prevent sickness? A flurry of questions passed through Gilgamesh's simple mind. Completely unaware that the vehicle had come to a halt, they had arrived at a Jack's residence. So, where are they? Kamar-Taj. After arranging the rooms and settling the twins, Ronan guided them on a brief tour to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. "This is the cafeteria. Come here for meals when it's time. You need to eat well to have the strength to train, understood?" Glancing back at the siblings, who were closely following him, Ronan understood that having suddenly lost their parents, they would subconsciously seek an elder for support, so he refrained from commenting further. Of course, he was aware this was merely a temporary situation, as he had left a note in Banner's room, requesting that he look after the twins. Compared to his own constant running around, it was clear that Banner was far more suited to be their anchor, especially since Wanda and Pietro now required companionship. And Banner, as their neighbor, was well positioned to offer that support. He was uncertain about what would transpire next, and the Ancient One, who would wield the Time Stone, was certainly adhering to the principle of what is spoken will not come to pass, thus refraining from mentioning anything about the future. Therefore, he could only request her to remain slightly vigilant. Master Hammer, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of the Ancient One? Upon entering the palace and not spotting the distinguished bald figure, Ronan scanned the surroundings and directed his gaze toward the ethereal-looking Master Hammer, who was leisurely seated on a wooden chair, donning a pair of reading glasses as he perused a tome of magical lore. Hearing the question, Master Hammer initially lowered his head, allowing his glasses to slide down his nose before looking at Ronan with his unaffected eyes. With age had come a hint of presbyopia. The glasses were meant for reading, and he needed to remove them to see faces clearly. The Ancient One had been quite busy lately, though the nature of her tasks remained a mystery. She merely informed us of her considerable workload and requested that we refrain from disturbing her. Busy? Busy with what? Busy with battling Dormammu? Ronan, perplexed by Master Hammer's lack of knowledge regarding the Ancient One's location, reluctantly exited the palace, no longer attempting to ascertain her whereabouts through others. Very well, there shouldn't be any major issues. I trust the esteemed one knows what she is doing, and now, it began. Taking a black 5-centimeter hair from his pocket, Ronan laboriously maneuvered its ends to perform a few gestures, subsequently conjuring a magical rune that sparkled with sparks in his palm. He tossed the rune before him, then spun around, causing a directional portal to manifest right before him. In the following moment, 2 beams of golden light, each as thick as 2 fingers, shot forth from the portal, aimed directly at Ronan's head. Chapter 37. Sometimes life is more dramatic than art. In the vast expanse of the universe, a figure clad in a black trench coat plunged straight into the asteroid belt before him, rays emanating from his eyes, clearing the obstacles that impeded his progress. Damn Ronan, damn Kamen Rider. Icarus did not quite understand whether Kamen Rider was a moniker or something else, but that did not prevent him from using it as an epithet for the swordsman who had banished him to the void of space. Carving a bloody path through the asteroid field, Icarus maintained his course, relentlessly heading toward Earth. Suddenly, familiar sparks began to flicker ahead, coalescing into a recognizable halo, and on the other side of that halo was a visage he yearned to tear apart on the spot. With a clang, energy surged and coalesced in his eyes before erupting forth. Isn't this a rather excessive welcome? Casually manifesting an energy shield to block the harmless rays, Ronan observed Icarus swiftly approaching and, with a sudden smirk, closed the portal once more. Nothing much, just felt like teasing him a bit. After all, he still had plenty of Icarus's fur to spare. It would be no issue to release him once he joined up with the others. Shaking his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, Ronan reopened the portal and arrived in South Dakota, America. Finally arrived. Spotting the familiar halo materializing before him, Zhuoka and the others quickly gathered around, eagerly awaiting Ronan and the strongest force of the Eternal Tribe to appear. Behind them, the scientist and equipment master, Festus, gazed intently at the suddenly appearing portal, raising his arm, attempting to analyze its constitutive elements, curious if he could construct a scientific version of a portal. Not to mention, should he ever have children, such a portal would prove immensely useful for picking them up from school without the fear of being late. Wow, so many people are welcoming me. As Ronan stepped through the portal, he was greeted by a throng of familiar faces, all of whom were excitedly directing their gazes behind him, yet found nothing there. Not seeing Icarus materialize behind Ronan, Circe felt a mix of relief and disappointment. Taking a deep breath, her emotions in turmoil. While saving the world was indeed of great significance, the underlying awkwardness of encountering her ex-husband lingered. Where is Icarus? Ronan, did you not say you would bring him along? Unlike Circe's discomfort, Kingo was eager to meet his long-lost elder brother, urgently inquiring. After all, art is derived from life, and sometimes, life can be even more dramatic than a soap opera, making for a riveting spectacle. Icarus is still wandering in outer space. Pinpointing his location might be a bit challenging, but do not fret, I shall attempt to bring him over shortly. Ronan vaguely indicated that Icarus might arrive a little later, then casually introduced himself to Makari, Gilgamesh, and Festus, whom he had yet to greet. During this time, Ronan, overwhelmed by his admiration for Festus's abilities, found himself rebuffed as Festus firmly declared his devotion to his current boyfriend. stating he had no intention of abandoning him. Thus, even if Ronan was quite handsome and appealing, there was no possibility for them. Who wants any possibility with you? I'm after your abilities, not your hefty physique. Ronan wore a cheerful smile while internally rolling his eyes. With most of the group now gathered, Zhuoke decided to move forward, leading everyone to a modest two-story house perched atop a nearby hill. Knock, 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 creak, accompanied by the unpleasant creaking of the decayed wooden door. A long absent figure appeared before the group, her visage unchanged, black hair cascading down, adorned with an apron, seemingly in the midst of cooking. Oh, it's you all. Upon opening the door and beholding the crowd outside, Ajak was momentarily taken aback, then her expression softened, transforming into golden lines that gradually dissipated. Ronan, positioned at the forefront to facilitate an immediate handshake, extended his hand. This sudden transformation rendered him momentarily stunned, prompting him to look down. A child who appeared no older than 10 stood before him, arms crossed defiantly, gazing up at him with a disgruntled expression, as though silently chastising him for his towering height. So, why disguise herself as Ajak? Did she, an Eternal, feel the need to pretend that there were adults around, perhaps to frighten off the bad guys? Spike, you look particularly youthful today, asked the Ajak, shrank into a 10-year-old child. The others, realizing the situation, bypassed her to enter the house, casually ruffling her beautiful golden locks. Regarding her transformation into Ajak, everyone silently acknowledged the unspoken understanding, refraining from confronting her. Being adults, they could not truly comprehend such struggles, only offering their understanding and support. What brings you all here? And who is this person? We will explain that shortly. Spike, where is Ajak? And Icarus? Spike glanced around, unable to locate her crush amidst the crowd, and promptly lost interest in the group. Though you think she would live with Ajak merely for the sake of seeing Icarus when he visits? Icarus? Ronan, I understand. No need to rush. At this juncture, there was no longer any need to conceal his abilities. Displaying them would bolster their confidence in him. Chapter 38. Ajak in Ajak's small abode, the living room, which should have been bustling with noise due to the number of guests, was unexpectedly quiet. Pouring himself a glass of water, Spike observed the distracted crowd and suddenly posed a question. He had observed that, aside from occasional conversations, most of them were gazing out the window, lacking any desire to engage with him. It was evident that the person they sought was not him. Therefore, what circumstances could warrant the reassembly of the Eternals? Particularly concerning Ajak, however, if that were the case, shouldn't Ajak be the first to receive the news? After all, she was the one responsible for communicating with Erishem. All directives from Erishem were conveyed through her. So how could it be possible for anyone else to receive the information first? At his words, the others exchanged glances, silently indicating for someone to reveal the faith-shattering truth to Spike. Stop blinking. Just tell me the truth. Clang! Before Spike could finish his sentence, a golden ray pierced the roof, effortlessly slicing through the floor, narrowly missing Spike's head and nearly singeing her beautiful golden locks. Ward, what on earth is happening? Shielding her golden hair with her hands, Spike crouched down, only to discover the roof above had been torn open, with debris cascading perilously. Helpless, Spike extended her fingers, golden lines swiftly coiling upward, enveloping everyone within a magical illusion and extracting them from the collapsing house. Why are those two fighting? The moment they stepped outside into the expansive area, the battle-hardened Sienna, with her keen combat instincts, was the first to lift her gaze toward the aerial battleground. Sienna, stay calm. Observing the exhilarating conflict above, Sienna's innate warrior spirit stirred within her, compelling her to manifest her weapon, causing Gilgamesh, who stood behind her, to tense up, ready to deliver a punch should Sienna lose control. Of course, he would merely strike her chest, as her head was already a concern. Better to spare it. Fortunately, she is unharmed. Gilgamesh lifted his gaze towards the sky, momentarily uncertain of whom he should rally for support. High above, in the realm of 1,000 meters, the descent commenced, fists poised for impact. The combat prowess of Icarus, despite over 7 millennia of warfare, had yet to reach its zenith. If it came to a choice between Ronan backing Saint Na or Icarus, Ronan would undoubtedly choose Saint Na. Without the ability to fly, it was likely that Saint Na could defeat Icarus with just one hand. Such is the undeniable dominance of a legendary warrior. Fixating intently on the approaching Icarus, Ronan raised his shield to deflect the oncoming rays, while his other hand remained concealed behind him, concentrated cosmic energy beginning to coalesce in his palm, swiftly forming into a golden orb the size of a basketball. Ability: Cosmic Energy, form one energy orb, the grand technique of Gold Hook, akin to the Kamehameha. As Icarus drew nearer, the basketball in Ronan's grasp was primed and ready. Seizing the opportune moment, he sidestepped Icarus's dive and unleashed the orb. Slapping it squarely against Icarus's face, boom! The formidable cosmic energy detonated upon Icarus's visage, a move capable of effortlessly obliterating the heads of the deviants, merely rendering him unconscious, leaving his handsome features marred by numerous wounds, none of which were fatal. As consciousness slipped away, Icarus's body plummeted abruptly, landing on a slope with an incline of less than 45 degrees, rolling down the small hill until he came to a halt at Circe's feet. Circe, can someone explain to me why these two are fighting? Boss, are you all right? Boss, speak to me. Before Circe could take any action, Goldhook abruptly knelt, extending his hands to caress Icarus's striking face, wailing in despair. Uncertain due to his auditory impairment, Makari discreetly pulled Zerk aside, while Saint Na and Gilgamesh simultaneously took 2 steps back. One must not approach a fool. The contagion may spread. Hephaestus, lend a hand in examining him. Observing a large man laying hands on her ex-husband, Circe could no longer bear it, grasping Goldhook by the nape to clear a path for Hephaestus. Yes, fine. He still has breath. He perished at Circe's behest. Hephaestus crafted a diagnostic device, but found no mortal wound on Icarus, subsequently retracting the instrument and ignoring him thereafter. Unlike Goldhook, Hephaestus had always held a certain disdain for the somewhat arrogant Icarus. A sentiment that Circe found unsurprising. I surmise he will be all right. After all, I did not exert my full strength. Seizing the moment while the attention of others was drawn to the defeated party, Ronan descended from the heights, casting a glance at the encircled Icarus, and spoke to Hephaestus, who was approaching him directly. Hephaestus chuckled heartily. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind their clash, he bore no ill will towards Ronan, for he had long sought to diminish Icarus's arrogance, merely lacking the opportunity and suitable justification. Today, with assistance in fulfilling this desire, he felt elated rather than resentful. So, what grievance did he provoke in you? Well, it's not that he provoked me. Rather, he is retaliating against me for exiling him into space. What? At this revelation, Hephaestus's excitement grew. Elaborate. How long did you exile him? Boom. At that moment, an old, dilapidated car, belching smoke and roaring with a loud engine, drove down the narrow path and promptly halted before the assembly. What transpired? Why have you all come? Upon discovering that the scattered kin from centuries past had gathered at his doorstep, Ajak felt an ominous premonition arise within him. This foreboding was confirmed in the next instant. We have come for your deceptions, Ajak. Chapter 39. The anchor of the deity, is it true? Have you been deceiving us from the very beginning? Have you lied to us for over 7,000 years? Before the dilapidated cabin, a child resembling a 10-year-old named Spike listened in disbelief as Zerk recounted the truth, turning to gaze at the seemingly petrified Ajak. She could hardly fathom that Ajak, who had always regarded them as her own children, had known from the outset that this was a suicidal mission, masterfully concealing it without revealing a hint of abnormality. Zerk's gaze bore into Ajak with icy intensity. Regrettably, the latter did not return his glance, instead fixing her eyes on Ronan, who stood at the periphery of the crowd. Who are you? Ajak, now somewhat disoriented, thought to herself. Aside from herself and the fervently devout Icarus, she had never divulged these secrets to anyone else. How did they come to know? What role does this outsider play in this narrative? My name is Ronan, and I am here to assist you in preventing the emergence of the gods. To Ajak's ears, Ronan's words were tantamount to an indirect admission that he was the one who had unveiled the truth to the world. However, she struggled to comprehend. Why? How could he possibly possess this knowledge? Who is he truly? Young man, I do not know who you are or what gives you the confidence to thwart the birth of the Celestials. But I advise you to reconsider your course of action. Before Zerk could retort, Ajak shifted the conversation. Long before the 6th century BCE, when we still dwelled in ancient Babylon, I had already implored Erishem, hoping he would show mercy to this planet. Then, upon hearing this, Spike and Cersei exchanged glances filled with hope, albeit cautiously, lest the outcome disappoint them. However, he refused. Ajak sighed once more, finding a spot to sit as she recounted her dialogue with Erishem. Erishem places great importance on the birth of the new Celestials. He shall not grant you the opportunity to prevent the emergence of the gods. This revelation. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Even Zerk found himself momentarily speechless. Ajak's meaning was clear. She had once attempted to persuade Erishem to spare Earth, but had failed and received a warning in return. As the supreme being of the celestial order. Erishem was not someone they, the Eternals, could defy. In summary, the Eternals had no choice but to await their demise on Earth. Any attempts to thwart the emergence of the gods could potentially invoke Erishem's wrath, leading to their inevitable doom. Can we not assist humanity in advancing their technology? Then, on the day of the gods' emergence, facilitate the migration of humanity? Cersei, still fixated on her human migration plan, optimistically proposed a solution. No, the birth of a celestial requires at least 7.5 billion sentient beings, and we are currently at only 6.78 billion, far from the critical threshold. Ajak shook her head, harboring no optimism for Cersei's plan. If birthing a celestial were truly that simple, then the countless lives sacrificed over the ages for the emergence of a new celestial would have been a mockery. Wouldn't that be better? The insufficient population means we have more time to assist them, Cersei. Ajak interrupted her. Humanity and the Celestials, we must choose one. For once the population reaches the critical threshold, the seeds of the celestial order will expand exponentially within a mere day, commencing the true gestation of the Celestials' form. Then, following a cataclysmic earthquake of global proportions, the emergence of the gods will officially commence, lasting 7 days. During the first 6 days, the surface of the planet will remain unaffected, as the new Celestial's form has not yet matured to the point of breaking through the planet. However, on the 7th day, the new Celestial will emerge alongside the planet's destruction. Your plan essentially aims to extinguish the new Celestial in its womb. Having laid bare all the taboos, Ajak paused, indicating that Cersei's plan was utterly unfeasible. Meanwhile, Ronan, eavesdropping on the entirety of the conversation, mused that the birth of the celestial order was indeed not as simple as portrayed in films. He had suspected that if there were no hidden relational chains, it would be straightforward to evacuate all inhabitants of the planet before the emergence concluded. Why would one need to accompany their demise? It turns out that sentient life forms serve not only as nutrient sources but also as anchors for the Celestials to stabilize their existence. Until the final step, the Celestials cannot sever their reliance on these anchors, creating a dire predicament of choosing between two extremes at the moment of birth. Of course, for Erishem, this was not a difficult choice. It was merely a planet. As long as new kin could be born, he could effortlessly create an entire star system, replete with multiple planets capable of fostering life. A one-for-many exchange, a veritable boon. Ronan pondered. If he were to set aside his human identity and assume Erishem's role, albeit a challenging decision, he would likely lean towards the one-for-many approach, even if it was profoundly unjust to the life forms residing on the planet. There was no alternative. The existence of the celestial order was the cornerstone of cosmic energy exchange and the expansion of cosmic domains, which meant the birth of the celestial order was both necessary and inevitable. Otherwise, without the celestial order, the universe would cease to expand, gradually succumbing to decline. However, what if I told you that I possess a method to birth a new celestial without destroying the earth? Ronan smiled slightly, spreading his fingers as golden threads coalesced into a luminous circle around his fingertips. Instantly, countless golden strands surged forth from the void, enveloping the assembly, whoosh, in the astonished gaze of the crowd. A temperatureless crimson hue materialized before their eyes. Above them, within reach, a seed of the Celestials, resembling a golden stone, was enveloped in familiar golden patterns, quietly rotating. That was the seed of the Celestials, hidden deep within the Earth's core. Chapter 40. Even if it turns green, it cannot withstand it. April 2008. The ruins of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Amidst the swirling dust carried by the strong winds, a group of individuals, clad in various attire, emerged and halted before a patch of crimson earth. Pausing to shield themselves from the encroaching sandstorm, they directed their gazes toward Phastos, fixated on the projection of a spacecraft hovering above his palm. With a thunderous roar and a violent tremor, the ground before them suddenly caved in, as the long-buried ship, the Domo, responded to the summons of the chief scientist of the Eternals, ascending straight from the depths below, dislodging a triangular area from the well-preserved ruins of the Hanging Gardens. Murmuring an apology to the historians who had long sought the ancient Babylonian architecture, Ronan followed closely behind the Eternals as they entered the vessel known as the Domo. Unlike the Milano of Star-Lord or most spacecraft in the cosmos, the Domo, crafted by Eris Him, bore a unique structural design due to its extraordinary scientific knowledge. As part of the melting pot of the world. The Domo's interior was remarkably simplistic. Apart from a central hall for discussions, it primarily consisted of a war room, adorned with Erishim's miniature figurines, serving as the Eternals' changing area. Beyond that, the Domo was filled with several disjointed corridors. It was more akin to a jigsaw puzzle than a starship. Makari, please tidy up this place. Your belongings are piled up to the point where I cannot work, Phastos called out. Come on, Ronan, let us see the extent of your capabilities, so I may understand in which areas you require assistance. Considering that Makari had resided there for centuries, and the abundance of trash bags strewn about, Phastos tacitly acknowledged that the place was indeed overrun by bacteria. Casting a sheepish glance and sticking out his tongue, Makari quickly began to clear the hall. Phastos turned to Ronan, prompting him to elaborate on his various abilities, so he could gauge the situation. Not long ago, Ronan had showcased his illusory capabilities, acquired from Spike, to the Eternals, simultaneously unveiling his plan and abilities. Upon learning the true extent of Ronan's powers, the Eternals regarded him with a mix of bewilderment and suspicion. Unable to fathom how such a bizarre entity could exist in the universe, they recognized the potential for his abilities to become extraordinarily formidable, realizing that if Ronan's collected powers underwent a qualitative transformation, he could very well become a being greater than the Celestials. In that event, due to their acquaintance, the Eternals might escape Erishim's manipulation and gain their freedom. What aspect would you like me to demonstrate? To clarify, I possess all the abilities you do, as you are aware. As for the rest, there is nothing particularly noteworthy to mention. You intend to venture into the core of the Earth, where temperatures soar to 6,000 degrees. None of our abilities can ensure your survival in such an environment. Even Akari's fears the sun, and you should too. Phastos pondered momentarily before turning, raising his fingers to connect with the Domo's central system, beginning to devise equipment that could enhance survivability in extreme heat. Since Ronan had the ability to create portals, the issue of travel was moot. He merely needed to ensure Ronan would not be harmed in the extreme temperatures, and their plan would be deemed successful. What about your spells? Ronan, can your spells create a temporary shelter in the core to insulate against the heat? As Makari handed him a broom, the diligent Juke, who had been tidying up, raised his head to inquire, "Do you think that is why I need your assistance? Kamar-Taj may possess such spells, but I cannot learn them." Ronan shot Juke a glance, contemplating for a moment, ultimately refraining from disclosing that he could transform into a green giant, believing that even if he did, he would still be unable to withstand it. He had no concrete understanding of 6,000 degrees, but was vividly reminded of Thor's encounter with a neutron star. Without his divine physique and Stormbreaker, Thor would have met his end. Not to mention his later confrontation with Thanos, clad in 6 Infinity Stones. From the portrayal of Hulk in Ragnarok, it was evident that his strength in his green form was roughly on par with Thor's awakened state. He doubted he could endure such high temperatures. Thus, it was better to leave the problem to the scientists. He was at a loss. While Phastos racked his brain, Makari and Juke engaged in playful banter. And Sienna and Gilgamesh admired Erishim's miniature figurines. Ronan turned to Ejak, who had been a silent observer, and made a request. "You wish for the orb I used to communicate with Eris Him?" Ejak stared in surprise at Ronan's youthful visage, unable to comprehend how he knew of its existence. However, she refrained from probing further, retrieving the communication orb from within her being and handing it to Ronan. She trusted he had his reasons. "Thank you." Accepting the orb, Ronan expressed his gratitude, intending to see if he could negotiate with Eris Him to withdraw the seed of the Celestials. In exchange, he would periodically assist him in the cosmos as a temporary worker. Oh, and do not forget to request a permit for using cosmic energy for Kamar-Taj, so that these mages can work for me. Speaking of which, he mused, the Great One would not be watching me. Would he? With this thought, Ronan cast a suspicious glance around, slightly doubting that the Ancient One was secretly observing him from a nearby mirror dimension. Kamar-Taj, Central Palace. Crack! The stable space suddenly shattered like a mirror, refracting dazzling and distorted light as a yellow figure stepped through, approaching the seated Master Hammer, who was engrossed in reading. Master Hammer, please assist in returning these spellbooks to the library. Thank you. With a swift motion, the Ancient One opened a portal, depositing the spell tomes she had modified over several days before him. Uttering a brief comment before re-entering the mirror dimension, the shattered surface returning to tranquility in an instant. Excluding the spells directed at the Vishanti, the modifications to the white magic spells were complete. Only the black magic remained. Naturally, the dark dimension spells from Dormammu required priority, for a certain individual had been eagerly anticipating their completion for quite some time. Chapter 41. Into the Earth's core, Ikaris entered the domo. He stepped into the central hall, where he saw Ronan waving at him with a smile. Ikaris silently moved aside, turning his head to gaze at his ex-wife. Not long ago, upon awakening, Cersei had explained everything to him, recounting Ronan's seemingly insane plan, asserting that Ronan was one of their own. He had no objections to the plan endorsed by the Eternals. For even if he did voice them, he doubted they would heed his words. Although Ronan's abilities could account for his possession of Eternals' powers, the Eternals and the Celestials were vastly different concepts. The Eternals were products of the Celestials, and replicating their abilities did not equate to replicating the powers of the Celestials. However, since everyone had confidence in the plan, he saw no need to be the killjoy, thus refraining from uttering a single word of dissent. Admittedly, he recognized that he could not oppose Ronan, so he could only watch them busily at work. To enter the Earth's core, one must consider not only the temperature but also the pressure. On the opposite side of the hall, Phastos manipulated the domo's central system to project a familiar blue suit, causing Ikaris' eyes to widen in astonishment. He intended to use Ikaris' battle suit as a blueprint to modify a heat-resistant protective suit. Having previously inquired about Ronan's abilities, he was aware of the conditions under which they functioned, thus opting not to balance the suit's performance but rather focusing solely on heat resistance and pressure endurance. Deeming everything else sufficient, I am aware. The pressure in the Earth's core is predicted by terrestrial scientists to be 3.7 million standard atmospheres. Even diamonds cannot withstand that. Ronan nodded, acknowledging this as the reason he required the assistance of the Eternals. Humanity, having only recently entered the technological age, could not possibly rival the Eternals, who had arrived on this planet over 7,000 years ago aboard spacecraft. Moreover, a significant portion of human technology was derived from Phastos' teachings, leading Ronan to dismiss the option of relying on human technology. Even if there were a Tony Stark capable of making time travel a reality, it was still not the optimal choice. I am glad you understand. Phastos nodded, his hands moving swiftly as he simulated the integration of various materials into the protective suit to enhance its heat and pressure resistance. Meanwhile, Ronan observed as Ikaris' battle suit became increasingly grotesque and inflated due to the modifications. Harboring doubts about the effectiveness of this seemingly absurd protective gear. You mentioned that your abilities can be triggered actively or passively. However, given the temperature and pressure in the Earth's core, I would recommend allowing your abilities to trigger passively, which means staying near the seed of the Celestials for a sufficient duration. Yes, the movements of Hephaestus gradually diminished. A slightly elongated, full-coverage blue protective suit appeared before him, resembling Tony's Iron Man armor, albeit with fewer seams. Overall, it appeared more akin to a bulky jumpsuit, raising doubts about its pressure resistance. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Noticing Ronan's inscrutable expression, Hephaestus gazed at his creation, feeling that although the design was somewhat rushed, it still constituted a commendable piece of work. For a disposable protective suit, he deemed it quite satisfactory that it's nothing. As long as it functions properly, there's no need for preference. Ronan shook his head, his primary objective being the reconstruction of the Celestials' abilities rather than indulging in a day tour of the underworld. Now that you've designed it, when can it be produced? Right now. Before Ronan could finish his sentence, Hephaestus clapped his hands towards the central projection in the hall, and the previously intangible protective suit instantly solidified. Crashing heavily to the ground, it was truly a handmade creation. Ronan caught the suit just before it fell, feeling its soft texture, which only deepened his skepticism about its efficacy. Oh, by the way, Ronan, this suit requires the infusion of cosmic energy to function properly. I've added a charging port to the left glove, allowing you to maintain the suit's effectiveness while utilizing the portal. Perhaps sensing Ronan's uncertainty, Hephaestus finally remembered to provide the usage instructions, admonishing him. So it needs energy to operate. You could have mentioned that earlier. Carefully donning the suit, Ronan attempted to channel energy into the charging port on his left hand. As the energy flowed in, countless irregular patterns flickered across the surface of the suit. Ronan felt the previously soft material stiffen, acquiring a certain hardness. Okay. Ready, he struck his left palm with Gilgamesh's golden fist, feeling no vibration, leading him to speculate that the patterns on the suit's surface formed some sort of force field. With everything in place, the arriving crowd turned their gaze towards the fully armed Ronan. Except for Akaris, nearly everyone wore expressions of tension and hope, anxious for the fate of Earth and their own destinies. If Ronan's plan succeeded and he replicated all the abilities of the Celestials, he would essentially become a Celestial himself, born on Earth. A Celestial born on Earth requesting Erishem not to destroy his home planet seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? If a Celestial emerged from Earth, then surely the mission of the Eternals would be deemed accomplished, right? After learning of their robotic identities, the Eternals had begun to contemplate and arrange their futures. But this all hinged upon the premise of true freedom, and only Erishem could grant them that freedom. Don't be anxious. If I succeed, if Erishem acknowledges me as a Celestial, I will grant you your freedom. Ronan could guess the Eternal's concerns, offering feeble reassurances before extending his left palm and opening a fiery red portal. The heat emanating from it warped the air, yet Ronan seemed impervious to the sensation. Stepping into the crimson expanse beyond the molten core, where temperatures soared above 4,000 degrees. Chapter 42. The Celestial Noah gurgle I in a realm of chaotic crimson. A golden, irregular stone of only human size quietly resided in a corner. Submerged in extremely hot metallic liquid, sustaining a spherical protective dome with a diameter of less than 10 meters, shielding it from the seething metallic magma. Thus, this protective suit was entirely unnecessary, wasn't it? Suspended within the shield's confines, Ronan, having just opened the portal, gazed at the liquid metal, now isolated by the same irregular patterns as the Eternals. Feeling somewhat bemused, he had grown suspicious when he opened the portal and noticed no high-temperature liquid spilling forth. But he never anticipated that the so-called energy generators of the celestial race were not simply soaking in the molten core, but were instead separated by a protective dome. Nevertheless, this arrangement facilitated his tasks. If I get the chance in the future, I must carve out a dimension to serve as a collection room. Ronan adeptly removed the protective suit and tossed it into the portal. After completing this, he headed directly to the central area, ultimately stopping in front of the gleaming golden stone. This stone was the seed of the celestial Tiamat, a small fragment whose size could only be described as astronomically different from its fully formed state, rendering any comparison futile. Little cutie, Uncle Ronan is about to take you. Rubbing his hands together, Ronan reached out with eager fingers and pressed down on the golden stone. Lifting his hand slightly, he clenched his fist, as if grasping something intangible. Ability activation. Reconstruction in progress. Reconstruction successful. Ability registration in progress. Ability merging in progress. Merge successful. Ability sequence list. Ability foundation of energy. Hulk's body rage. Ability energy manipulation. A flurry of information flashed across the screen, and Ronan watched without surprise as cosmic energy upgraded to energy manipulation, feeling the energy source within him vanish and transform into swirling energy elements that constantly sought his proximity, eliciting a smile. At last, he could establish a foothold in this perilous cinematic universe. As long as he wasn't faced with a cosmic-level crisis, he could handle any challenge with composure. He pondered that soon Iron Man would emerge. And he contemplated the prospect of living a peaceful life for another year or two, until the true cosmic saga of the Avengers unfolded. In the coming years, he would focus on his development. If he successfully negotiated with Erishem, Kamar-Taj would require time for magical reform, and the Eternals might also need a new life objective. As for Shield, perhaps he could give them a kick when he had the time. For they still held some utility, like assembling the Avengers and gathering scientists to advance technology. Just like in his past life playing games, he would ensure he mastered the skills of the novice village before leaving it. Just as Ronan was immersed in envisioning the future, a subtle vibration from his pocket drew his attention. Remembering what he had stored in that pocket, Ronan quickly refocused and retrieved a small golden sphere that shimmered with light. Under Ronan's gaze, the golden sphere began to rotate mysteriously, transforming into golden threads that spread outwards, resembling the illusion abilities of Spike. The surrounding space almost instantaneously shifted from brightness to darkness, with distant stars twinkling. The first thing that caught his eye was 6 enormous headlights. Ronan observed a vast expanse of crimson unfolding before him, glancing down at his feet. Holy crap, the 5-finger mountain! He realized he was suspended within a colossal hand, and instinctively swallowed hard. Raising his gaze once more, he beheld the fully manifested Erishem, a being whose size rivaled that of a planet. Witnessing this scene in the film had already been astonishing. But now standing before such a colossal entity left him breathless. To be honest, his fear of giants was surfacing. Erishem. Under the oppressive gaze of the 6 headlights, Ronan, momentarily blinded, could no longer endure the silence and spoke to break the awkwardness. Human, I sense that within you lies an ability that shares our origin. In Erishem's view, countless energy elements swirled tightly around this carbon-based being, whose size was minuscule in comparison to even a single finger of Erishem, creating layer upon layer of energy halos akin to their own. This was their kin, albeit a bit small, hardly enough to fit between their teeth. Since you possess our abilities, you are now a member of the celestial group. This is a bit different from what I envisioned. Ronan stared, wide-eyed, as Erishem manifested a familiar golden stone in his palm, feeling somewhat dazed. You require a celestial body to fully utilize your abilities. I will alter the seed information of Tiamat to yours. If you have any preferences for color and appearance, you may express them now. As Erishem spoke, the golden stone rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into a handsome celestial figure adorned in gold, not too bad-looking in Ronan's eyes. Ronan thought there were too many points to critique, leaving him momentarily at a loss for where to begin. While the golden figure was undeniably eye-catching, it did not align with Ronan's personal aesthetic. He desired something more understated, more unique. Thus, he articulated his request. Can I not adopt your template appearance? Yes, but it must be humanoid. Erishem responded without nodding, stating coolly. Additionally, if you prefer not to be called Celestial Tiamat, you may choose a name for yourself, but it cannot be too long. Upon hearing this, Ronan fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he lifted his head once more, using Spike's abilities to conjure an image of a silver giant with wings sprouting from its back. This is the celestial form I desire. Ronan gazed intently at the red lettered emblazoned on the chest of the silver giant, continuing, as for the name, you may call me Noah. Chapter 43. A New Direction Sizzle. Since the awakening by Festos, the Tamamo had been stealthily flying at low altitude when, without warning, a portal shimmering with sparks opened in the central hall, drawing the attention of all present. Surveying the tense faces of the Eternals, Ronan smiled faintly, spreading his fingers to unleash his illusionary powers. Golden lines enveloped the Tamamo, drawing all the Eternals into a void reminiscent of the depths of the cosmos, where they beheld a crimson letter V. As their gaze fixated on the sole brightness within that space, countless golden lights began to coalesce frantically around the V, gradually outlining the form of a silver giant with 2 headlights for eyes and wings sprouting from its back. Appearing before the crowd, it was evident that this was a new deity. My name is Noah. The deep, resonant voice echoed with a surround sound effect within the mindscape of each Eternal, momentarily obliterating their ability to think. Leaving only awe and reverence for the divine, it was a triumph. Ronan had become the new deity, born of Earth. After 7 millennia, their mission as Eternals had finally been completed in this unprecedented manner, perfect and irreplicable. Watching the silver giant, which seemed to touch the heavens, gradually dissipate, the void around them slowly reverted to the dark green of the Tamamo's interior. Ajak gazed at her compatriots, who were revealing smiles, her face betraying a rare look of confusion. Ronan had promised that if he succeeded, he would grant them freedom, allowing them to seize control of their own destinies. But now, she hesitated. After witnessing the birth of a miracle, could she still fulfill the tasks set by Erishem with the same meticulousness as before? She felt incapable. Eternals, I bring forth the will of Erishem. Ronan held aloft a shimmering golden sphere, surveying the crowd before ultimately returning it to the still enraptured Ajak. I hereby declare that you are free. Having bestowed the promise of liberation upon the Eternals, Ronan observed the mixed expressions of confusion and excitement among them and then dropped a bombshell. This statement was directed at Spike. He knew that Spike had long been dissatisfied with her youthful appearance, which had relegated her to friendships with immature children. Yet these children, despite their innocence, could never resonate with her vast experiences spanning over 7 millennia, leaving her feeling profoundly lonely, apart from her family among the Eternals. Of course, to Ronan, Spike, though ancient, was simultaneously juvenile, perfectly embodying her outward appearance. Really? Can I become human? Can I grow up like a human and fall in love? At these words, Spike's eyes sparkled with hope, and she discreetly cast a glance at Akaris, who was whispering with Cersei, causing her excitement to dim slightly. Yes. Ronan nodded, shifting the conversation. Moreover, you may choose to remain on Earth or depart. I shall not interfere with your decision. However, to speak candidly, should you leave Earth and encounter difficulties requiring my aid, I will be unable to assist you. The birth of a deity necessitates intelligent life. The divine form bestowed upon Ronan by Eris Him was no exception. To prevent his rapidly expanding form from causing Earth to implode, Ronan cast his deity seed through the portal into Jupiter's atmosphere. Hoping that the gas giant, being 1,300 times the size of Earth, could mask the commotion of a deity's birth, in exchange, Ronan must assume the responsibility of absorbing intelligent life energy and, starting today, could not leave Earth until his form was fully realized. Essentially, until the global population reached a critical threshold in 2018, Ronan would be unable to depart, at most projecting his spirit while his essence remained bound to Earth. However, this limitation posed no significant issue. As long as he could acquire the ability to create avatars, it was a trivial concern. I want to become human. Please transform me into a human. Spike had never considered leaving Earth. She simply yearned to mature swiftly, to experience a sweet romance, to kiss with her lips full of mischief. If she couldn't win over her sister's crush, surely there were 3 to 4 billion human males left on the planet. She was convinced she could find someone better than Akaris. As you wish. Ronan looked down at Spike, his fingers coming together to gently tap her forehead. Saint Na, I can resolve your memory issues, freeing you from the turmoil of chaotic recollections. Upon hearing this, Gilgamesh's expression brightened, and without delay, he pulled Saint Na forward, pushing her closer to Ronan, entirely oblivious to the fact that once Saint Na regained stability, she would no longer require him as her stabilizer. Extracting energy from Spike's body, Ronan amplified it several-fold, forcefully infusing it into Saint Na, solidifying her current memories and liberating her from the remnants of past life recollections. Having completed this, Ronan received affirmations from the other Eternals. Goldhook planned to stay on Earth, as Bollywood required his contributions. Cersei regarded Earth as her homeland and had no intention of departing, intending to look after the newly human Spike. Akaris, unwilling to leave his ex-wife, was ever ready to pursue her. The combat instincts within the now stabilized Saint Na began to stir, and she, along with Gilgamesh and the exceedingly bored Makari and Druig, resolved to board the Tamamo to explore other planets of creation, hoping to lend a hand. Where's Festos? Ronan glanced around, spotting the chief scientist sneaking about in a corner. He was currently engaged in a lengthy phone call with a handsome gentleman. Chapter 44, Parting Ways in front of the ruins of Ajax's house in South Dakota. If you need help, remember to contact us. We will respond promptly. Cersei embraced the mentally stabilized Saint Na, no longer fearing that she might suddenly lash out and harm her. I will. The blue button is for on, and the red button is for off. Don't mix them up. This device was a crude imitation of Ronan's portal. But as a scientific product, it lacked the high malleability of magic, thus its range was considerably narrower than the metaphysical portal, effective only within a few star systems. Beyond that, it was futile. I understand. Are you sure you want to come with us? Through Druig's sign language, Makari grasped the method of using this dart and swiftly executed gestures to express her thoughts. Festos shook his head. He had been thoroughly disillusioned with humanity. Yet this new man who had entered his life reignited his hope, dispelling any thoughts of leaving. Not only that, if it proved in the future that they truly got along, he might even choose to follow Spike's path. Becoming human and aging alongside his beloved 7 millennia had taught him that the beauty of life lay in its brevity and intensity. Upon hearing this, Makari and Druig nodded in understanding, no longer insisting. Half an hour later, after bidding farewell, the Eternals split into 2 factions, one boarding the now-revealed Tamamo starship, the other remaining behind. watching as the vessel that had carried them to Earth over 7,000 years ago slowly ascended, then abruptly accelerated and vanished into the horizon. They understood that this farewell might indeed be eternal. "All right, Spike, will you follow me or stay with the others?" Having hung up on his assistant Karen's call, Goldhook looked down at Spike, who had now become human, and inquired in this new reality. Spike, having lost her powers, lacked the means to protect herself and required someone to ensure her safety. After all, it would be quite a sight to see the Eternals, who had safeguarded humanity for over 7,000 years, fall victim to a petty thug. Goldhook's options did not include Festos, solely due to the latter's love-struck expression. Based on his years of acting experience, one love-struck individual was already a disaster, but two, that would surely lead to chaos. No, Spike had to choose between him and the others. Truth be told, Goldhook considered himself a perfect option. His assistant Karen was aware of the Eternal's existence and was only in her 30s, making her a suitable life mentor for Spike. As for Ronan, being constantly near a deity seemed overwhelmingly pressuring. Furthermore, Ronan had not expressed a willingness to take her in, so it was best to resolve this internally. I want to follow you." Casting a glance at the pair entwined in each other's affection, Spike expressionlessly made her choice. Would she really be subjected to daily displays of their affection? Not a chance. "All right, let us go. I'll have Karen prepare the necessary identification for you, and then help you with enrollment." Goldhook extracted the teleportation device Festos had given him earlier, pressing buttons as he spoke. "Huh? Enrollment? You want me to go to school?" After bidding farewell to Cersei, Spike had just approached Goldhook when his words made her pause, instantly questioning her choice of guardian. "Yes, Haven T, you always wanted to integrate into human society? The school is an exceptionally conducive environment for honing one's social skills, perfectly aligning with your aspirations." Jean Go, while explaining, gently nudged Spike through the swirling portal that resembled a vortex of clouds. His subsequent words abruptly ceased, left behind on the other side of the portal. "Until we meet again, Festos, Ronan, should you ever find yourself in Chicago, do remember to inform me, and I shall gladly host you. If the opportunity arises, I certainly shall." Ronan, who had been observing from the sidelines, nodded in agreement. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, his activities in the coming years will predominantly span across North and South America, as well as Europe. While Chicago may not be particularly plagued by calamities, it is still a grand city worthy of Ronan's exploration and leisure. As he watched Festos expertly drive the business vehicle away, Ronan lifted his left hand and delicately removed the pendant that symbolized his identity as a mage. After glancing around for a moment, he stepped forward and bent down to pick up a stone. Golden lines spread from his palm to the surface of the stone, transforming it into a silver chain. Using the silver chain to string the pendant into a bracelet, Ronan focused his thoughts, causing energy elements to converge rapidly, thereby opening a golden portal. Chapter 45. A1 Chance of Survival. Kamar-Taj. Banner's life in recent days has been exhilarating, filled with ups and downs akin to a roller coaster, nearly inducing a heart attack in the Hulk. After obtaining the original data from his ex-girlfriend regarding that fateful experiment, Banner hastily contacted Mr. Blue, whom he had previously discarded, in exchange for allowing him to retain a blood sample. The two engaged in an offline meeting to confirm the treatment plan going forward. Banner. Has he truly reached the age where he can offer paternal affection to a child? Shaking his head, Banner, who initially intended to confront Ronan, suddenly noticed the last line on the note. If Wanda's magical training reaches its zenith, she might be able to heal you permanently. Such a stroke of good fortune? Tenderly, Banner tucked the note into his pocket, pondering the newfound option. The future indeed appeared bright. After all, isn't being a caretaker a possibility he could embrace? With the blood sample and original data as his foundation, Mr. Blue, aka Dr. Samuel Stern, swiftly devised an antidote serum and injected it into Banner's body. Success. Witnessing the cells under the microscope return to the hues of a normal human, Banner wept tears of joy. Enveloping his ex-girlfriend in a tight embrace, at long last, he would no longer turn green. The treatment yielded exceedingly favorable results. Having indirectly experienced a taste of bondage play, Banner repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Dr. Samuel and cautioned him to keep the blood sample confidential before departing the laboratory with his former partner. Just as the two were about to indulge in a long-awaited classic showdown, the doorbell rang. Good news. It wasn't his father arriving with a cannon to check up on him. Bad news. It was the current boyfriend. Listening to the concerned, gentle words of the man outside and witnessing the awkward expression on his ex-girlfriend's face, Banner felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Unable to comprehend it appeared that while he had escaped the Hulk, he was still unable to evade the fate of turning green. Moreover, not only would he turn green himself, but he had almost transmitted it to others. The distant sunset cast its orange glow, draping over Banner and a mountain-shaped ruin in the far distance, stretching out a long shadow. Why the term ruin popped into his mind, Banner could not fathom. All he knew was that before he could make any move, a colossal silver hand descended from the cosmos, slowly covering him, as if to grasp the very planet itself. Looking up towards the palm, Banner could only see a gigantic head occupying half of the sky, along with a long, ominous V-shaped crack radiating a sinister crimson glow. What is this creature? There was no time to ponder why the other side of the portal led to such a place, nor to contemplate the identity of this planet-sized being. Banner hastily traced a circle, attempting to reopen the portal and escape this unknown realm. Ziz! For reasons unbeknownst to him, the portal, which had once formed swiftly, now merely sputtered small sparks, failing to take shape even as a vortex. The portal's failure sent Banner into a cold sweat, filled with regret for having sought to rid himself of the Hulk and the fate of turning green. Had his ability to turn green remained, he could have confidently asserted that his chances of survival would escalate from 0 to a solid 1. While not much, it would still offer a glimmer of hope, with his spells disrupted and his transformation ability seemingly cured. Banner found himself with no avenue of escape, his heart heavy with despair. He simply collapsed to the ground, kneeling in resignation. Boom! Under the weight of despairful eyes, the silver palm pressed against his face, plunging him into darkness. Whoosh! Clatter! After an indeterminate passage of time, the familiar sounds of crashing waves and howling winds roused the slumbering Banner, who shot upright, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Hadn't he been reduced to a mere paper-thin figure by that slap? How then did he find himself on a beach? Confused, he glanced around, only to notice something had fallen from his waist, landing upon his foot. Whoosh! At that moment, the natural breeze swept by, and Banner felt a chill below. Looking down, he suddenly clamped his legs together. It appeared that Mr. Blue had not fully cured him. His antidote serum merely provided temporary suppression, not a cure. When faced with a life-threatening crisis, the Hulk would inevitably resurface. Banner felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having turned his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend green earlier. Otherwise, it could have led to catastrophic consequences. Sizzle. What are you sneaking around doing? Ah? Back in his room, Banner was startled by the sudden voice as he was changing into another outfit. The pair of boxers he had been about to put on flew through the air, landing squarely on Ronan's face. Ronan. With a stoic expression, he pinched the boxers with 2 fingers, and at Banner's eager gaze, he activated his ability, transforming them into a pile of sand, merging them with the heap that Banner had previously scattered from the portal. Banner. My boxers! Chapter 46. A mage, yet truly a warrior Ronan. What are you sneaking around in my room for? Upon witnessing the disintegration of his boxers, Banner retrieved a triangular pair from the wardrobe, slipping them on while inquiring. Just checking if that slap left you with a psychological scar. Was it you behind that earlier ruse? Ronan's words seemed somewhat disjointed, yet having just experienced the terror of life and death, Banner quickly grasped his intent and recognized Ronan as the mastermind. Yes, it was a grand illusion. I wanted to ascertain whether you were genuinely healed, whether you were truly safe. Observing Banner's successful treatment and his eager retreat into the room with his ex-girlfriend, Ronan had deliberately rifled through his memories, confirming that Banner had not been completely cured but merely temporarily suppressed. In the narrative of the Invincible Hulk, even less than half an hour after receiving the serum, Banner could still successfully transform, indicating that the serum's efficacy was utterly minimal, lacking true curative power. To prevent Banner from inadvertently going berserk, Ronan had no intention of keeping his plans concealed. He orchestrated a scene designed to reignite the Hulk within, compelling Banner to face reality. Sigh. Banner plopped down on the bed, exhaling deeply. He understood Ronan's intentions, thus did not harbor anger towards his frightening methodology. After a prolonged silence, Banner lifted his gaze to Ronan. Do you believe Wanda can truly heal me due to her magical talent? The 2 youngsters bore no suspicion towards others. He had already discerned from their initial meeting that the sister was highly gifted, while the brother was an anomaly. It is not merely because of her talent, but rather her magic. When it came to the Scarlet Witch and advanced knowledge of chaos magic, Ronan was hesitant to delve too deeply with Banner, a half-baked mage apprentice, and vaguely stated, "You only need to know that once Wanda completes her training, she will be capable of altering reality." Altering reality? The moment he heard this, Banner was taken aback. It sounded magnificent, mysterious, and replete with magical allure. In contrast, the magic he was currently learning, such as the magical shield and whip, seemed rather mundane, lacking the essence of true magic. He'll call himself a mage, yet not wield grand spells, but instead rush into close combat with a magical shield and protractor. To be frank, Banner's expectations of magic had plummeted to the lowest point. If it could merely heal him, he would be content. Obliterating worlds was not on his agenda. To say he was a mage was, in truth, to label him a warrior, a flamboyant warrior. Well, in any case, if you take good care of those twins, in the future, whether in Kamar-Taj, on Earth, or even in the cosmos, you will be able to stride confidently. Healing is but a trivial matter, Ronan declared emphatically, painting an extravagant vision for Banner and forcibly shoving it into his mouth. Banner took a sip from his water bottle to clear his throat and nodded. Science could no longer assist him. He would have to rely on magic henceforth. Whether he resolved it himself or sought help, he needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If ultimately it could not be resolved, then he would attempt to master it. Banner clenched his fists, silently resolving within. Not now. At this moment, he still harbored some resistance towards the Hulk. After a few more tumbles, when he comprehended the situation, he would voice his opinions. It would be more readily accepted. Time flew by, the sun and moon racing through the sky. Over a month later, in the United States, Missouri, thunderous roars. Behind the wheel of an unidentifiable, evidently modified, streamlined supercar, Ronan casually rested one hand on the steering wheel while the other adjusted his sunglasses perched upon his nose with a middle finger gesture, embodying the appearance of a city-dwelling young master venturing into the countryside, all while driving at a pace that starkly contradicted the supercar's image. Ego, oh ego, where the hell have you hidden that wretched flower? Ronan muttered under his breath as he passed yet another fast food establishment, failing to detect any unusual energy signatures. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he propelled the supercar forward with a deafening roar, continuing towards his next destination. Over a month ago, after visiting Dr. Banner and departing from Kamar-Taj, Ronan embarked on a global vacation. Mornings spent sipping tea in Guangdong, afternoons basking under the Hawaiian sun, and evenings marveling at the auroras in Norway. Such a lifestyle could be summed up in a single word: delightful, indeed. The pampered young master had endured over 3 months of captivity, surviving on meager rations that tugged at the heartstrings. However, after being gravely injured by his own missile, crafting the Mark I to escape confinement, and facing betrayal from his beloved uncle, these tribulations were merely the trials Tony was destined to endure. Thus, Ronan chose not to interfere in these events that promised rapid personal growth, opting instead to remain oblivious to the world's affairs and focus on his own pursuits. During this past month, Ronan had not become a sunbaked sloth, but rather utilized his leisure to delve into the memories of his previous life, searching for any options that might align with his desire for a duplication technique. Loki's illusionary duplicates? No, those were merely ethereal projections lacking substance, failing to meet Ronan's requirements. The spells from Kamar-Taj, such as the Ekon form? Not suitable either. He sought a second body that could endure over time, one with flesh and blood to replace him among the stars. After replaying the Marvel films he once adored in his mind, he found a potential option in the Guardians of the Galaxy series. Ego, the living planet and ultimate antagonist in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Star-Lord's father, whose essence was that of an exposed, all-powerful brain capable of creating human bodies. Moreover, these bodies could propagate life with various species, an ideal choice. Yet, given that Ego's core resided deep in the cosmos, Ronan could only gaze longingly, unable to reach him. Fortunately, Ego harbored grand ambitions, desiring to assimilate all life-bearing planets in the universe. Tio realized this goal. He had planted his medium on each planet, and when the time was ripe, he could utilize it to fulfill his vision. Now, this medium would serve as an excellent bridge for Ronan's journey to the stars. Chapter 47. The Shield in Action Director, We have a lead on the mysterious individual. Washington, Trident Headquarters, Director's Office. Upon hearing this, Fury immediately set aside his beeper, straightened his posture, and awaited Coulson's brief report. After over a month, new leads had finally emerged. The ability of mind control was indeed troublesome. Not only was it silent and colorless, but it could also easily conceal its traces. Even if one were to swagger through a crowd, with a mere thought, they could erase any evidence of their existence. If one were to further evade cameras and utilize the internet, they would truly become a ghost, existing in the mundane world yet lingering beyond it. Quite a conundrum. As Coulson spoke, he placed the documents on the table, continuing. As for the second target, apart from a blurry facial close-up captured by a camera at a Sokovia funeral home, we have obtained no other information, including name, birth year, nationality, or online activity. He appears to be a specter, drifting between the real world and the internet, leaving no trace of his existence. Based on this, we strongly suspect he is the mysterious individual we seek. Recently, a suspected mind control incident occurred in Missouri, where a group of robbers, after heisting a bank, fled the scene only to circle the city before driving straight into the police station. It was only when the police cuffed them that they seemed to grasp the absurdity of their situation, frantically berating the driver. They had believed they were escaping the city, completely unaware they were walking into a trap, even puzzled as to why there were no police cars in pursuit, despite the fact that police vehicles had been tailing them closely, turning their vehicle into a porcupine of bullet holes. I had been monitoring similar incidents, and upon receiving the report, I conducted a thorough facial recognition scan around Missouri, ultimately uncovering something. Stepping forward, I kindly assisted Fury in accessing the data, and the first thing that caught his one-eyed gaze was a high-definition screenshot from a camera, seemingly taken at a Chinese restaurant. In the corner of the frame, a figure that appeared somewhat familiar sat quietly, savoring their meal. Without needing further confirmation, Fury immediately recognized this person as the same individual suspected in connection with the second target, indicating he was likely the one they had been pursuing all along. And he was currently in the United States, in Missouri. What could he possibly be doing there? To investigate this mysterious individual, Fury had dispatched personnel to Mumbai in India and Sokovia in Eastern Europe. But to his astonishment, the individual had appeared on their own turf, while agents in those locations remained clueless about his identity or whereabouts. Such abilities were truly unfair and lethal, making him a nemesis to humanity. Fury shook his head slightly, then lifted his gaze to instruct Coulson. I will personally head to Missouri. You continue to monitor his movements via the cameras and inform me of any developments. With that, Fury rose, donned his black trench coat, and exited the office. Furthermore, to maintain Carol's secrecy, he decided to go alone as Earth's ace in the hole. The fewer people who knew about Carol, the better. Of course, if possible, he might also ask Carol to look into the recently missing Tony Stark in Afghanistan. After all, she was a woman of light, and this task should be well within her capabilities. With that thought, even the stoic Fury couldn't help but flash a wide grin, revealing a row of white teeth, before boarding a private plane bound for Missouri. Ego, oh Ego, you have made it quite the challenge to find you. But at last, I have caught up. In a grove behind a fast food restaurant in Missouri, Ronan trod upon a carpet of fallen leaves, gazing down at a small plant before him that was clearly not of earthly origin. Speaking to himself, to be honest, he could have utilized more efficient methods to locate Ego's seed, such as employing Icarus's flight or Makari's speed. Both abilities would allow for rapid movement, particularly the latter, which could circle the globe in mere minutes, rendering a small place like Missouri inconsequential. However, upon reflection, he realized that his journey to the stars was not urgent, and the Iron Man narrative had only just begun. Feeling a wave of boredom wash over him, Ronan decided to indulge in a classic road trip while simultaneously searching for Ego's seed. Yes, the primary objective was to experience the road trip. The search for the seed was merely a side endeavor. Yet, it appeared that this road trip might soon reach its conclusion. Should he uproot this alien invasive species? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ronan furrowed his brow, contemplating how to deal with this extraterrestrial invader. When Thor, the Prince of Asgard, visited Earth and chanced upon a beautiful alien plant, he picked it for his mother, hoping to delight her. 1,000 miles to pluck a flower for his mother was a gesture of profound sentiment. And who could accuse him of deliberately thwarting Ego's plans? After all, Everyone knew that the Prince of the Divine Realms was a simple-minded, muscle-bound brute, his thoughts consumed with brawn and battle, utterly oblivious to such subtleties. Moreover, even if he were to act with malice, with Odin as his backing, could Ego truly dare to retaliate against Thor? Would Odin not simply wield Gungnir and storm his abode? The more Ronan pondered this, the more feasible the plan appeared. He resolved to lure Thor into uprooting this plant, leaving Ego speechless and unable to voice his grievances. Both were dutiful sons, yet while Odin continued to thrive until Ragnarok, ultimately passing peacefully, Ego had been betrayed and left for dead by his son and adopted father. Thus, enlisting Thor was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Let Ego attempt to resurrect himself and confront Odin with his grievances. Chapter 48. A genius's other moniker is Madness in Afghanistan, within a little-known cave. This did not appear to be a Jericho missile. Ethan, Tony Stark's savior and life mentor, with thinning white hair and round glasses perched on his nose, peered down at an unknown object emitting a blue glow on the table before him, instinctively sensing that this item was not a component of a missile, because it was not. It was a miniature arc reactor. I have a larger one at my company for power supply, and this should prevent shrapnel from entering my heart. Tony Stark gazed upon the successfully miniaturized arc reactor, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration for how dire circumstances truly have the power to awaken human potential. Were he to be comfortably ensconced at home, he couldn't fathom how long it would take to achieve such a feat indeed. Unless one challenges oneself, the extent of one's capabilities remains unknown, of course. Mathematics is an exception. One simply cannot grasp what one does not understand, and that is indisputable. Just as well, I was concerned you might cling to that battery indefinitely. Upon hearing these words, Ethan immediately understood. This luminous object was a matter of life and death. Individuals of high intelligence possess an uncanny ability to overturn what they perceive as the optimal solution, their minds teeming with sophisticated concepts. It is not merely a matter of the battery. With this device in hand, we still possess a chance of escape. Casting a furtive glance at the camera nestled in the corner, Tony laid out the blueprints he had devised over the past few days on the table. Sharing his plans with Ethan, to ensure a successful escape amidst the barrage of fire from dozens of adversaries, his foremost requirement was to enhance his defensive capabilities, which inspired the creation of the iron armor. Furthermore, due to the rudimentary conditions here and the reliance on manual craftsmanship, along with the scarcity of materials, the durability of the armor would be limited. Thus, he conceived a secondary plan: to equip the armor with jet propulsion devices, allowing for a hasty retreat should its endurance wane. Among this series of strategies, the miniaturized arc reactor was the linchpin. Without it, all of this would merely be idle talk. Conventional energy sources could not supply the immense energy required by the armor. Only the arc reactor could generate such colossal power, and it had to be compact for ease of transport. Fortunately, he had succeeded in its creation. Now, it was time to commence the forging process. Observing the vibrant spirit and zeal emanating from Tony, Ethan silently mourned for the terrorists outside for a moment before beginning to assist in the preparation of materials. After all, why would they provoke a genius like Tony? It is essential to remember that the line separating genius from madness is perilously thin. When a genius alters their perspective, they possess the capacity to drag everyone down into the abyss. In a Chinese fast food restaurant in Missouri, seated at a table by the window, sunlight streamed in brightly. Ronan turned off the sequence list that had appeared in his view and looked up at the figure across from him. What's wrong? Before him, Ronan too was engrossed in his meal, voraciously shoveling fried rice and noodles into his mouth. Upon sensing the gaze of his original, he looked up, somewhat bewildered, with a noodle dangling from his mouth, swaying and causing Ronan to feel a bit dizzy. Can you eat a little slower? You look like a starving ghost reincarnated. With a slight twitch of his lips, Ronan regarded this avatar he had created with lifelight, his emotions stirring within him. How to put it? The connection between this doppelganger and him was not akin to that of Ego and his artificial shell. If Ego projected his consciousness into his vessel, then Ronan was more like a split entity, operating independently without the need for distraction, yet inherently loyal to his original and endowed with his own memories. Apart from the inability to inherit his powers, they were virtually indistinguishable, akin to twins. To be precise, we are more like gluttons reincarnated. Do you not recall? The Last Supper of our previous life? It was precisely because we overindulged and suffered stomach pains, halting by the roadside, that we were struck by a dump truck. Ronan too gazed at his original with a clear yet naive expression, continuing to consume his food with fervor. Ronan, did I certainly remember how I met my end? Thank you for the reminder. I'm full. I can't eat anymore. Struggling to swallow the last mouthful of fried rice, Ronan too gently patted his protruding belly with one hand while raising a cup with the other, draining the remaining third of the juice without leaving a drop before letting out a resounding belch. With a look of disdain, Ronan turned his head to avoid the impending discomfort of bloating. He then removed a bracelet from his wrist and handed the pendant to his doppelganger. Though he had not inherited his abilities, he was fortunate that he still retained his memories, allowing him to bypass the need to relearn spell theory. With the pendant, he could instantly become a mage. Moreover, recently he had become a debtor for certain spells from Kamar-Taj, significantly increasing the variety of spells at his disposal. Even if he ventured into the cosmos, as long as he refrained from inciting major trouble, he should have sufficient power. Furthermore, should his offensive capabilities prove inadequate, with a portal at hand, his doppelganger could summon him for long-range support. Although he could not leave the surface of Earth, he could strike from a distance. By having the doppelganger create a portal, he could conjure a Kamehameha or some technological gadget, or even unleash a cosmic ray. Ready to provide assistance at any moment, at the very least, he could have the doppelganger lure enemies over here, and he would teach them a lesson. Ronan watched as his doppelganger donned the pendant, suddenly feeling as if he had become a larger version of himself. This sensation was exhilarating. Finally, he could refer to himself as an intermediate mage. Ronan too admired the pendant, both foreign and familiar to him, and then shifted the conversation. By the way, when do you plan to take on Dormammu? With white magic combined with the sorcery of the dark dimension, I could then proudly call myself a senior mage. Do you think I can defeat Dormammu in my current state? At the very least, it would require the emergence of my larger self. Ronan cast a bemused glance at his doppelganger. Although he, too, possessed the powers of the celestial group, the energy elements he could wield paled in comparison to those accessible through the celestial's form. He could hardly even manage to create a moon, let alone a planet. As a near celestial, Ego had toiled for many years, yet his planetary form was still smaller than a moon. Did one truly expect a mere human to create the sun from scratch? Such a notion was absurd and unscientific. So, should I directly open a portal to outer space, or should I follow the procedure and hitch a ride on a space vessel? In the fast food restaurant, Ronan too observed his original leisurely consuming fried rice, licking his lips as hunger struck him once more. No, it was not hunger. It was mere craving. Well, considering the plot of the films, Earth finds itself in a particularly awkward predicament. Many alien civilizations possess records of Earth, aware of this planet's existence, yet they have never regarded it with any significance, seldom passing by, let alone ferrying passengers from it. Earth's technology has yet to advance to the point of interstellar travel. Among the many films, the only vessel capable of interstellar travel associated with Earth is Star-Lord's Milano, and even then, only a portion of it belongs to Earth, such as the music player and tapes. Therefore, it is highly probable that we will simply open a portal. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should indeed be a portal, for Earth is exceedingly impoverished, and no aliens wish to visit regularly. Finding someone to hitch a ride with is a challenge. Of course, it could also be due to Earth's status as part of the 9 realms of the divine domain. Midgard, as the theoretical domain of Asgard, is protected as long as Asgard and Odin remain intact, deterring aliens from causing trouble, hence the absence of extraterrestrial visitors near Earth. However, wait until Thor brings Asgard down. I guarantee Earth will be riddled with aliens. One must not forget that even the notorious Thanos in the universe bowed to Odin's silver locks, but once Odin falters and the 9 realms lose their guardian, Thanos will seize the opportunity to invade, exposing Earth to the scrutiny of all alien civilizations. Unless Hela can take over Asgard and brutally suppress the covetous extraterrestrial civilizations, Earth will inevitably one day secure a ticket on an interstellar vessel, and not just one trip a day. Very well, I shall first see where to go, and perhaps discover which NPC factions I might join. Should I align with the Ravagers and dabble in piracy, or take a leisurely trip to Xander for a tour of the Nova Corps? As for Thanos and the Kree Empire, I shall steer clear. A band of lunatics who readily resort to violence is no place for a weak and helpless mage like myself. Admittedly, while brutes may lack intellect, heaven is fair. They possess muscle, as a mere doppelganger. I am no match for anyone. Ronan too meticulously analyzed which locations in the universe were worth visiting and which to avoid, while Ronan listened to his musings, feeling as though he were planning a vacation, prompting him to interject and assign a task. While you're out there, it's all well and good to have fun, but don't forget to attend to business, if the opportunity arises. Be sure to gather as much alien technology as you can, and don't overlook any experimental products or materials. I'll later pass them on to Fastos or Tony for examination. Stockpiling materials is essential, but acquiring various blueprints is of utmost importance. Do not let any slip by. He was acutely aware of his own lethargic tendencies. Previously, he could spur himself with the threat of death when lacking the means for self-preservation. But now that he had gained confidence, he was beginning to slack off. Upon hearing this, Ronan too paused momentarily, then fixed an earnest gaze upon Ronan, asking sincerely, "Do you think I am wealthy? I am but a newly born child. Where does one find such a wealth of resources to purchase an assortment of trivial items? If the Earth truly possessed a cosmic bus service, he might not even have enough funds for a ticket, let alone acquire blueprints and stockpile materials. Rather, he ought to provide me with the money first. As a fine young man raised under the red banner, he surely cannot resort to deceitful or underhanded schemes. Can he?" Ronan found himself momentarily speechless when confronted by his doppelganger's retorts, suddenly recalling that even in the universe, currency is a necessity. Not everything can be obtained for free. And what avenues exist for generating income in the cosmos? Bounty hunting. That seems rather unfeasible. Not only is it fraught with complications, but it can also be perilous. One might inadvertently cross paths with a certain fool known as Star-Lord. Only a simpleton would engage in such pursuits. However, without taking on bounty tasks, how could a mere human from Earth, devoid of wealth, connections, or a background, make any substantial profit in the vastness of space? After pondering for a moment, an idea struck Ronan. With a snap of his fingers, he addressed his doppelganger. "Here is the plan. Once you arrive in the starry expanse, seek out rare metals that are in high demand in the market. Subsequently, locate a sizable asteroid or a smaller, desolate planet. I will then utilize a portal to transmute it into those rare metals, which you can sell for profit. Voil, we shall have money." Ronan animatedly painted a vivid picture of this promising future, and it was no surprise to see his counterpart's eyes light up with excitement. "I may lack funds, but I can possess a mind." With Circe's abilities combined with divine endurance and amplification, Ronan could not claim the capacity to entirely transform a planet the size of Earth. Yet he could certainly manage smaller celestial bodies like asteroids. Financial woes would be the least of his concerns. Money? That's inconsequential. Having a mind suffices. Excellent, splendid indeed. Soon to become a man of wealth? Ronan too beamed with delight, generously giving a thumbs up to his original self. The feeling of having someone as a support was truly splendid. Just then, Ronan too noticed the original suddenly lift his head, gazing through the adjacent floor-to-ceiling window at the azure sky, which appeared to be divided into countless segments by rolling clouds, seemingly sensing something beyond the reach of the naked eye. "What's the matter?" Ronan too inquired curiously, but upon looking up, he discerned nothing amiss and thus had to voice his inquiry to satisfy his curiosity. Missouri, Mark Twain National Forest. Today, Mark felt exceedingly unfortunate, having just experienced a breakup with his girlfriend. Right after witnessing her joyfully applauding with a rugged man behind a thicket, Mark's spirits plummeted as he trudged through the forest like a soulless automaton, his mind consumed by memories of his girlfriend's wild rides. Upon returning to the rented cabin in the woods, Mark gathered his belongings and stuffed them into his vehicle, preparing to depart from this sorrowful place. "Damn it! Even you are against me," he exclaimed, venting his frustrations at the heavens. "What have I done to deserve such treatment?" This marked the third girlfriend he had lost due to infidelity. Did he not deserve a good woman? Oh heavens! If you truly possess sight, grant me a perfect partner. Just then, a series of knocks echoed on the car window. Mark turned his head to find a rather flamboyantly dressed woman. Had the heavens truly opened their eyes? Chapter 50. A New Power. "Excuse me, do you know where Nick Fury is?" A minute prior, upon receiving a signal on her beeper, Carol had sped toward Earth, plunging into the vast forest upon breaching the atmosphere. Arriving at the source of the signal, However, to her bewilderment, there was no sign of the familiar black egg. Instead, she encountered a young man angrily shouting at the steering wheel of his vehicle. Could Nick be in danger and unable to escape, prompting this young man to come to his aid? With a skeptical demeanor, Carol approached and rapped on the window, inquiring of the clearly bewildered man. Who is Nick Fury? It turned out he wasn't there to find her. A voice suddenly emerged from the woods, interrupting Mark just as despair began to settle in his heart. From behind a tree, Fury emerged with a grim expression. He had intended to find a quiet spot to meet Carol, only to be interrupted by an unexpected interloper. After a brief exchange that dismissed the confused young man, whose hair appeared somewhat green, Fury approached with deliberate steps, gazing at the woman before him with his remaining eye, exclaiming, "You look remarkably unchanged, Carol." In his view, the Carol standing before him bore no difference from the one who had once protected Earth 13 years prior, save for a slight alteration in her uniform. When one possesses the ability to chase light, time becomes irrelevant. Carol regarded her once robust friend, now rather portly and balding, and felt a wave of nostalgia. "Ha, fair point." Fury chuckled nervously, then his expression turned serious as he extended his hand, presenting a file to Carol. "Apologies. I know I promised not to bother you, but the situation is urgent, and I could think of no other recourse." "What is this? Superhuman?" Upon receiving the file, Carol casually flipped through it, spotting several images and descriptions of abilities. Mental manipulation? Indeed, a broad-spectrum mental manipulation capability. Furthermore, this mysterious individual can fly. I am currently unaware of any other abilities he may possess. But with just these two powers, he poses a Damocles sword hanging over humanity. A potential threat, as Fury spoke. He led the way toward his vehicle parked nearby. "Oh, what do you want me to do? Kill him?" Carol frowned. From the details in the file, this individual, while capable of subduing intelligent beings, had not committed any malevolent acts and had even assisted many. She was reluctant to become the villain in this scenario. "I never suggested you kill him. How to persuade him? Using force. Perhaps she could dismantle a starship to intimidate him." Fury, having spent so long in an office, had developed a bit of a temper, and reminded himself to breathe deeply before explaining. "Haven't you once broken free from mental constraints? Indeed. Even the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire could not bind my mind." Carol, having finished reading the file, tossed it aside and raised her hand, unleashing a photon blast that reduced the document to dust. "Exactly. You can resist mental control. I cannot. Thus, I need you to monitor my state, and should anything seem amiss, subdue that individual." When she had seen the images earlier, she displayed no sign of recognition, indicating he was not an acquaintance. How, then, did he know of Carol? Fury, rubbing his hands behind his back, began to speculate on just how much this mysterious figure knew about her. At that moment, they reached the vehicle, and just as Fury prepared to enter, eager to check on the latest whereabouts of the mysterious individual with Coulson, a sudden sound sliced through the air from above. Bang! Descending from the sky, one foot landing on the hood of the car, Ronan squatted down, ignoring the startled expression on Fury's face, and turned to regard the woman often hailed as the strongest warrior. "Greetings, Captain Marvel. I have long admired your reputation. My name is Ronan." Disregarding Carol's wary gaze and the photon energy swirling around her hand, Ronan leaped off the car and extended his hand in greeting. "Hello?" Carol, possessing an audacious spirit, completely ignored Fury's silent warning against engaging with him, channeling photon energy into her hand as she accepted the handshake. Eyeing Fury's anxious gaze, their hands clasped, and then nothing happened. Carol did not unleash her static electricity trick, nor did Ronan employ his mental manipulation. The handshake was ordinary yet peculiar, seemingly laden with unspoken significance. "Pleased to meet you." Casually releasing his grip, Ronan appeared unperturbed as he slipped his hands into his pockets. Observing the fluctuations in Carol's expression, "Quite anxious, isn't she? Just a handshake, and she's lost half her energy. I suspect even flying is now a challenge." Ronan subtly cast a glance at Carol's tightly clenched fist, inwardly amused. After all, photon energy falls within the realm of energy manipulation. Kamar-Taj, training grounds. In the afternoon, the sorcerers began to practice their magic, reinforcing theoretical knowledge through practical application, laying a solid foundation. In a corner of the square, Pietro gazed at the bursts of energy emanating from the crowd with a twinge of envy. "Oh, you wish to become like them?" A voice from above interrupted, and Pietro looked up to see the bald sorcerer who often instructed Wanda. "I merely wish to grow strong enough to protect Wanda." Uncle Ronan had told him there were ways to gain extraordinary abilities, but he must exercise patience, as the time for him to acquire such powers was not yet ripe. He was reluctant to wait. He feared that if he tarried too long, Wanda would no longer need his protection. "If you desire to grow stronger, why not take action?" The Ancient One's words compelled Pietro to lift his gaze once more. Locking eyes with her calm demeanor as her voice resonated in his ears. "Run, child, take action." Chapter 51. The heart and blood are red. The mind is yellow in a vacation cabin temporarily rented by the head of a certain secret organization within the Mark Twain National Forest. Nick Fury emerged from the open kitchen, holding a cup of hot water and a cup of ice water. "Your hot water. Your ice water. Thank you." Ronan picked up the cup without any fear of the heat, delicately sipping a mouthful to soothe his dry throat after the fried rice he had just consumed. "So, Ronan, may I address you as such?" After his brief role as a tea servant, Fury seamlessly settled beside Carol. This was rather unremarkable, except for the fact that the sofa in the cabin was somewhat small, and Ronan's presence effectively squeezed Carol to the side. "Whatever you prefer." After finishing his drink, Ronan placed the cup down, distinctly noticing Carol roll her eyes at the one-eyed man beside her, subsequently maneuvering out of the cramped space and onto a separate armchair. "Fury, that we once resonated so harmoniously, yet now you choose to distance yourself from me? What have you done to me? I feel my energy waning significantly, leaving me somewhat powerless." In contrast to Fury's gradual and meandering style of conversation, Carol had always been straightforward, unafraid to ask when in doubt. As she did now. "Oh, that? My apologies, I inadvertently absorbed some of your energy." Observing Carol's slightly altered expression, Ronan swiftly added, "In the film, Carol's abilities stem from the energy shockwave produced by the explosion of the light-speed engine. A substantial portion of that explosive energy was absorbed by her body, permanently transforming it to autonomously absorb energy. After all, if there were only energy output without input, no matter how powerful that shockwave was, it would have been depleted over the years. How could she still feel so invigorated, as I sensed just now? But how can you absorb my energy? I thought your powers were limited to mental manipulation and flight." At this, Fury perked up, silently praising Carol for being an excellent catalyst, asking precisely what he wished to hear. "Who informed you that my abilities are confined to mental manipulation and flight?" "Let me guess. It was him, right? The director of SHIELD, your old friend, Nick Fury." Ronan rested his chin on his hand, his half-smile imparting a sense of ridicule towards Fury. Fury neither confirmed nor denied this, instead patiently awaiting the information Ronan would divulge next. Talkative individuals often couldn't resist revealing more than intended, a truth born from his professional experience. In such situations, listening sufficed. "Wow, the director of Fury, you've received a promotion?" Carol's inquiry was swift, her attention instantly captivated by the title. 13 years have passed. I certainly can't still be an agent. If I hadn't been promoted, I would have changed jobs long ago." Ronan remained silent, observing the interaction between the two. Frankly, Fury's demeanor transformed considerably with Carol present compared to when she was absent. With her around, he appeared as a brooding man, but in her absence, he morphed into a paranoid individual. Ultimately, it all stemmed from his responsibility to protect the Earth. With the strongest warrior, Carol, not around, the burden of safeguarding the planet rested solely on his shoulders, a daunting prospect that could drive anyone to madness. If he could relinquish this monumental duty, he certainly would not wear the perpetual frown he currently bore. "Ronan, may I pose a few questions to you?" Noticing Ronan had no intention of divulging his abilities, Fury boldly took the initiative to inquire, needing clarity on Ronan's powers and stance to ease his own mind. Since it was uncertain whether Carol would remain on Earth, he needed to identify a suitable substitute to fill her role. Though he had several candidates for his Avengers initiative, none matched Carol's prowess, and their personalities posed significant challenges. Thus, if fitting, he wished to extend an invitation to Ronan for a special position, as for compensation. He could offer a great deal of money, plenty of it. Under the condition that he posed no threat, Ronan was not overly concerned about others discovering his abilities. Even if they did, it would not impede him. Overall, as long as there was no threat, he could afford to be casual about it. "I wish to understand. What exactly are your abilities?" Fury interlocked his fingers, leaning slightly forward, visibly anxious. Intuition told him that Ronan's powers were far more intricate than he let on. My abilities. My abilities are. Ronan elongated his final syllable, allowing Fury's anticipation to build before continuing. Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Just know, what you believe I possess, I indeed do, and what you think I lack, I may very well possess. After a moment's contemplation, Ronan refrained from explicitly stating his abilities, not even hinting at the notion of duplication. It wasn't fear of being discovered. Rather, he was wary of the implications should such information circulate, potentially leading others to avoid him, which would be counterproductive. After a lengthy pause, he finally offered a rather ambiguous statement, and while it would be disingenuous to claim Fury was not disappointed, he remained undeterred, mentally elevating Ronan's danger level significantly before continuing. Then, Mr. Ronan, may I inquire if you are a human? Of course, I am unequivocally so. My heart and blood are as red as any. Although my mind may be slightly yellow, it is of no major consequence. After all, the colors red and yellow are necessary to form the banner that flies high. Thank goodness you're not an extraterrestrial. What are your views on humanity? Are you inquiring if one day I might seek to annihilate the world and eradicate humankind? Ronan idly swirled his cup, translating Fury's hidden implications. Fury, but that was purely your own conjecture. It has nothing to do with me. Fear not, I understand the essence of humanity and have no interest in constructing a utopia. The utopia established by external forces is, at its core, a tragedy. However, this is my home, and should anyone transgress egregiously, I would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Ronan thus articulated his stance, prompting Fury to feel a sense of relief. Overall, Ronan's demeanor appeared relatively normal, facilitating potential future collaboration. With this in mind, Fury gently licked his upper lip and extended a long-considered invitation to Ronan. Since you are aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence, would you be interested in taking on a special position with us? Security consultant? Note to Fury's surprise, he dismissed Ronan's assumption. It's a psychological consultant. Chapter 52. The headquarters is infested with snakes. Let us visit the Tesseract, a psychological consultant? Ronan pondered this term, deeming it acceptable. After all, he would likely remain on Earth for the foreseeable future. Finding himself a relatively undemanding task might serve as a pleasant diversion. However, are you certain you want to bring me into your snake-infested S.H.I.E.L.D.? You do realize that with a mere thought, I could make them assume my form, correct? Not entirely sure, but there might be an opportunity to test that hypothesis. A fleeting thought crossed Ronan's mind. And he nodded. It is feasible, but let us keep matters straightforward. Do not bother me unnecessarily. Of course, we are a legitimate organization with official working hours. Your consultation will be every other Monday from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. I will not disturb you during other times, except in emergencies. Having successfully recruited a formidable force into his ranks, Fury felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. Preparations for the Avengers Initiative could commence in earnest. There would be ample opportunities to probe the extent of Ronan's abilities in the future, so there was no rush. After agreeing to Fury's proposed schedule and noticing Carol's gaze upon him, Ronan suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "She is not a fool. Therefore, I have a small favor to request. Speak that I have a twin brother who has always yearned for the stars. I wonder if you might be able to take him for a ride?" Much like the necessity of scalding bowls when enjoying morning tea, this request was unnecessary yet undeniably essential. A twin? No problem at all. Just have him come along with me to the ship. Carol replied nonchalantly, feeling a twinge of sadness for Ronan's misguided hopes. While he professed a longing for the stars, once he ventured out into the world, he would likely realize that interstellar civilizations were not nearly as alluring as he imagined. It was rife with violence and pillage, akin to a dark forest filled with hunters and prey, with genocide occurring all too frequently. Standing up, Carol carefully sensed how much her energy had replenished. Feeling assured it would suffice for her flight, and thus prepared to take her leave. "Wait, you are leaving just like that? Aren't you going to stay a while longer?" Fury called out, attempting to retain her presence. "We have yet to catch up. Do you have something else to attend to? Are you in a hurry?" Fury gazed incredulously at Carol, who appeared to be in a rush, as if she were a performer racing to the next act. He kindly reminded her, as he still wished to enlist this radiant woman in seeking Howard's son, the offspring of one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. He could not simply overlook that, right. Upon hearing this, Carol's expression faltered. Yet she swiftly masked it with a smile. It was merely a fleeting glance. I shall take my leave now. With those parting words, Carol exited the small wooden cabin, leaping into the air like a streak of light. Vanishing from sight in an instant, Fury remarked, "He doesn't care about me at all. This friendship is over. Relax, I won't do anything to you." After observing the anxious demeanor of the boiled egg for a few seconds, Ronan smirked, his expression suggesting mischief. "May I inquire if your ability to fly is related to your mental prowess?" As he watched Carol depart, Fury felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness creeping in. But he forcefully dismissed it under Ronan's scrutinizing gaze and posed a question to distract himself. According to Coulson, a qualitative change in mental abilities could enable flight. Does this imply that his mental powers are extraordinarily potent, with a control range far exceeding their knowledge? Furthermore, if mental capabilities can facilitate flight, could they not also enable the levitation of other objects? Controlling objects telekinetically sounds like telekinesis, as a mainstream mental ability often depicted in films. Fury was no stranger to telekinesis. His inquiry was primarily aimed at confirming whether Ronan possessed any additional capabilities. If memory served him correctly, some telekinetic powers were formidable enough to halt bullets or create shields. If so, Ronan's strength could surpass his assumptions. "No, my ability to fly is entirely unrelated to my mental strength." As he spoke, Ronan abruptly hesitated, recalling that both abilities were derived from the Eternals, whose powers stemmed from Erishem and the cosmic energy, indicating a profound connection between them. You could indeed say that. It seems to be a mutation of abilities resulting from mental development, with the core power being mental manipulation, and the derivative abilities being flight and possibly telekinesis, yet to be confirmed. Fury picked up a nearby document and swiftly jotted down his findings and conjectures. He refrained from inquiring about the origins of Ronan's powers, recognizing that their acquaintance was still nascent. In time, there would be ample opportunities for such discussions. "Do you have some time? I would like to take you on a tour of our headquarters." After organizing the documents, Fury stood up, stretching his limbs, and extended the invitation. "The headquarters is a no-go. Too many snakes, and it's not as visually appealing as the space cube." "Fury, where are there snakes?" Chapter 53. Either obtain a hero or heroic fragment. Stepping out of the temporarily rented cabin, the two men walked side by side towards the vehicle parked nearby. Fury, as he opened the driver's side door, intending to enter, he paused, his single eye fixating on the two indented footprints on the hood of the car, silently adding a note of suspected physical enhancement to Ronan's dossier. If his physical capabilities had not been enhanced, how could he have left such deep impressions on the hood and walked away unscathed? Casually glancing at Ronan, who was already seated in the passenger seat fastening his seatbelt, Fury collected his thoughts and started the vehicle, heading toward the aircraft docking area. This outing had been relatively fruitful. They had located the mysterious individual and narrowed the distance between them. Then suddenly, shit. It dawned on him that he had forgotten something. Observing Fury's sudden self-patting, Ronan looked perplexed until he noticed the object in Fury's hand, realizing he intended to contact the recently departed Captain Marvel. What is this about? Are aliens invading Earth again? Ronan watched in confusion as Fury activated the beeper, sending out a signal. After making the call, Fury turned the steering wheel and parked the car to the side. "What do you need?" Before long, a shooting star streaked across the sky, and the recently departed Captain Marvel descended, addressing Fury with irritation. "I would like to ask you for another small favor. Even if there are no spare parts on the ship, we could repurpose the communication module from the vessel. We are nearly in the smartphone era. The beeper is becoming obsolete." "What favor?" Carol was immensely grateful that she had so few friends. Otherwise, she might be overwhelmed with tasks. "I would like you to assist in locating this individual in Afghanistan and rescue him as well." Fury casually flipped through a magazine, thrusting a picture of a certain playboy into Carol's view, allowing her to absorb his debonair charm from every angle. "What makes this playboy special?" Flipping through the magazine nonchalantly, Carol asked, unconvinced that this disreputable character was worth her effort. "How should I put it? This face looks rather punchable. I'm not inclined to save him. He is the only son of one of the founding members of SHIELDN. He is exceptionally intelligent. Humanity would suffer a significant loss if we were to lose him." Fury was well aware that Tony's lifestyle was hardly commendable, but he felt it was unfair to blame Tony. After all, He had a father who was his exact replica. It's a genetic inheritance issue. It's unavoidable, fine. Just as Carol was about to acquiesce, Ronan interjected. I honestly do not recommend seeking him out. As far as I understand, he already has an escape plan in motion and it seems to be progressing quite well. Fury turned to Ronan, who had been silently listening, trying to process the implications of his statement. Do you know where Tony Stark is? Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, a sense of alarm creeping in. How do you know everything? Yes, it's not particularly difficult to find Tony. After all, Afghanistan is not vast. A bit of searching will yield results. Then why didn't you inform me? You never asked. And we are not that familiar. Fair point. I cannot refute that. Fury was momentarily at a loss for words, then asked, So where is he now? I don't know. Teasing Fury, Ronan clarified. I know where he is, but I won't tell you. Why not? Fury felt perplexed. Had this playboy ever wronged Ronan? Well, how should I say this? Do you remember your Avengers Initiative? The Avengers Initiative. What does Tony have to do with this? I am not assembling a band of charming youths. Even if I were to form such a group, Tony would only fit the charming part, not the youth. Tony has no relevance to the Avengers Initiative. He does not meet my criteria at all. Fury lifted half of his face, awaiting a rebuttal. What if I told you he will undergo a transformation during this unforgettable experience, evolving from a playboy into a hero? To be honest, that sounds like a grand promise. I'm hesitant to believe it. Ronan observed Fury lost in thought, suddenly noticing that Carol, who had been standing by the window, had long since departed. Evidently uninterested in their idle chatter, so the best course of action now is to remain indifferent and allow him to escape on his own. A moment later, Fury spoke up, realizing Ronan's intent. Either obtain a hero reborn from the ashes, or acquire a fragment of a hero. The choice is yours. Fury glanced at Ronan, who appeared confident, pursed his lips, and fell silent, starting the vehicle to continue their journey. That night, in Afghanistan, within an unknown cave. Yet, despite the endless tossing and turning, sleep eluded him, as memories of his once lavish lifestyle before his downfall kept surfacing, alongside the missile emblazoned with his company logo that had reduced him to his current state. This was the first time he had so viscerally felt the devastating power of his proud creation, and also the first time he questioned whether he truly was the good person he believed himself to be. These missiles may have once been used against innocent lives. If I survive this, I shall cease my arms manufacturing. With such thoughts, Tony's eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually slipped into slumber. Chapter 54. Best Employee of S. Hild Coulson, Washington, Triskelion Headquarters. Upon entering the director's office, Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton spotted Coulson already seated on the sofa. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, as she spoke, Natasha, clad in a black leather outfit, casually settled onto the sofa. The tight material accentuating her alluring figure, her auburn hair framing her exquisite face, rendering her even more captivating. As for Agent Barton, he preferred to stand, so he positioned himself by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside. Not yet clear. Coulson shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Although he was unsure how the director had managed to locate the mysterious individual without new intel, it was, after all, the director. Possessing some special information was not entirely unexpected. Naturally, caution was warranted to ensure the director wasn't being manipulated into irrational actions. Natasha abruptly shook her head, striking her face with her hand to regain her alertness. For some inexplicable reason, she had felt a sudden haze, as if she were still in a state of slumber. Barton, with his keen eagle eyes, promptly spotted Fury's silhouette, also noting the young man accompanying him. Another person, at the headquarters of Shield Ronan, took an interest in the bustling white edifice, marveling at the grandeur of Shield where suited clerks mingled with uniformed agents. Yet, a question arose. Why did Shield only seem to have a handful of operatives making their appearances? Could it be a lack of funds for extras? Ronan felt he had uncovered an intriguing point. Unlike domestic productions that often skimped on special effects to pay actors, a significant portion of the budget in the West was dedicated to props and effects rather than squandering most of it on performers, leaving a mere fraction for quality visuals. It was well known that special effects were notoriously expensive, particularly in blockbuster films, leading to the unfortunate sacrifice of extras' pay in order to fund them. Hey, Fury, May I inquire about the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. as they traversed the hall and entered the private elevator? Ronan unexpectedly posed this rather morbid question. If he would actually remember. With so many secrets occupying his mind, how could there be space for the utterly pointless full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. Furie's silence did nothing to diminish Ronan's curiosity. He cast a glance at a certain egghead, a mischievous smirk creeping onto his face as he elongated his words. Oh, so it turns out even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. can't recall the full name of his own organization. Did you not consider the implications of readability and memorability when you named it? As a prominent organization, shouldn't the title be as succinct and memorable as possible? After all, if the name were too lengthy, some might mistakenly recall it as something else entirely, such as Snake Shield. Fury's expression visibly darkened. Who claimed they hadn't considered such matters? Was already quite memorable. Wasn't it? Why bother remembering a name longer than his own life? Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached its designated floor, and as the doors opened, Fury strode out with purpose toward his office. Click! As the door creaked open, the three individuals within immediately straightened, directing their gazes toward the entrance, where the one-eyed director marched in with the urgency of a tempest. Director. Fury nodded in acknowledgement, intending to bypass Coulson, but suddenly halted. Recalling something and turned to stand alongside Coulson, gazing at the doorway. At that moment, a tardy Ronan stepped in, not yet fully aware of the occupants within the room, when he heard his superior pose a rather ominous question to his subordinate. Coulson, what is the full name of our organization? Natasha and Agent Barton exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? Is this some new method of employee termination? Is the World Council cutting our funding? Are we facing layoffs? Why else would you suddenly ask this? Our organization's full name is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, abbreviated as SHIELD. After merely a second's hesitation, the exceptionally composed Agent Coulson articulated the full name of SHIELD with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any stutter, so smooth it made one wonder if he had just indulged in some exquisite chocolate. Very well, Hugh, with your prominent brows and expressive eyes, have three devoted subordinates in the room. Yet you single out Coulson? What must Natasha and Agent Barton think of you? This calls for a doubling of efforts. Within the minister's office of SHIELD, a minister of considerable age, boasting a head of hair that would make any egghead envious, was intently reading through some documents just delivered by his assistant. Tick-tock. The rhythmic ticking of a desk ornament filled the air. Alexander Pierce's pen hovered above the paper, suddenly halting mid-motion. A golden hue gradually enveloped his pupils and sclera, until both eyes gleamed entirely in gold. Moments later, the golden light receded silently, and the pen fell heavily, leaving a dark mark on the paper. Chapter 55. From this day forth, S.H.I.E.L.D. shall bear the name Ronan. At the Trident Tower, beneath the infinite brilliance of the sun, indistinct beams of golden light flickered in the eyes of the bustling crowd, akin to a highly contagious virus, spreading like a plague. Each person whose pupils turned golden experienced a barely perceptible pause of half a second before resuming their normal actions, as if nothing had transpired. No one would ever know that from this day forth, Aelda would henceforth be known as Ronan. Within the director's office, Ronan casually plopped down onto a single sofa, unable to resist surveying the expansive office, taking in its spatial arrangement, the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the ceiling itself. Feigning ignorance of transforming SHIELD into his own image. No, he hadn't truly reshaped SHIELD. He had merely altered it into a snake shield, and once he confirmed all members of Hydra through the serpent's head, he would naturally revoke the mental marking on the genuine S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, retaining control solely over the Hydra members. After all, if the original storyline held true, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra would meet their demise in but a few years. It would be wiser for him to take the reins of Hydra, perhaps even expanding its influence, ultimately achieving redemption and rising to become a formidable interstellar force. Being a villain offered little promise, as one merely served to enhance the protagonist's experience, occasionally providing high-level equipment, only to bear the blame in the end. Whoever took on that role was truly a fool. Ronan found it perplexing that some individuals thrived on infighting. Questioning the entertainment value of such conflicts, it seemed a futile endeavor. In this limited territory of Earth, There were only so many pieces to fight over, and it would be far more prudent to set one's sights on the cosmos, where the grand stage truly awaited. And of course, Earth must be protected, as it was the center of the universe, brimming with talent and significant events that could yield substantial benefits. Contemplating the myriad possibilities that would arise from controlling Hydra ignited a fervor within Ronan, reminiscent of the joy he once derived from playing development games in his past life. Glancing at the surveillance screens, he noted no anomalies within the headquarters building. Lowering his guard slightly, Fury proceeded to introduce Ronan to his 3 trusted confidants. Succinctly summarizing his abilities, "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Ronan. Just call me Ronan," he replied, and as he observed Coulson's familiar smile, Ronan couldn't help but feel as though he were a maxed-out character encountering the village chief. He mused silently. The Eternal Race Dungeon was indeed an excellent choice. You see, after emerging from the Eternal Race Dungeon, the village's goodwill meter fills up automatically. "Mr. Ronan, I have a question." "Go ahead," as Coulson inquired. He energetically demonstrated what it meant to march in place. Ronan had not anticipated Coulson's fixation on such trivialities. After a moment's contemplation, he felt it inappropriate to take advantage of an earnest individual. And thus he candidly shared his genuine thoughts, because it's just so much fun. "Natasha and Agent Barton." The 2 turned in unison to look at the egghead, their silence betraying a shared sentiment. "Are you certain you want him to be the psychological consultant for the future Avengers?" Meeting the questioning gazes of his 2 subordinates, Fury's mouth twitched as he strove to maintain an impassive expression, engaging in a silent standoff with them, each trying to outlast the other in their gaze. Ultimately, it was Barton, the keen-eyed archer, who blinked first. Yielding to the intensity of their exchange, don't get me wrong, it's not that Barton can't handle it. It's just that after staring at Natasha for so long, switching to an egghead felt a bit jarring. If the egghead were a beauty, I could easily gaze for an entire day without blinking. Nonchalantly averting his gaze, he turned his attention away from the unnerving single eye of Natasha, who stepped forward to occupy the space vacated by Coulson. Extending her hand toward the seemingly youthful psychological consultant, "Hi, I am Natasha Romanoff. Welcome to our team." As Fury's capable subordinate, Natasha was not only aware of the Avengers Initiative's existence, but also knew that she was on the candidate list, implying that her paths would likely intertwine with Ronan's in the future. Understanding the potential for collaboration with this psychological consultant, Natasha deemed it prudent to adopt a friendly demeanor for the sake of a promising tomorrow. "Agent Romanoff, may I offer you a piece of advice?" Grasping Black Widow's hand, Ronan spoke with an air of mystery, prompting the 3 men present to perk up their ears in anticipation. "What is it?" "Never dye your hair white." "Why?" Natasha felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, this mental ability was truly uncanny, even discerning her desire to transform her hair into a snowy hue. How frightening! She had long contemplated the change, yet had refrained due to work obligations. "Why?" "Because you would look truly unattractive with white hair." Natasha. Kamar-Taj, the library. "Uncle Wong, we're back again." 2 figures, one blue and one red, dashed through the open door, each cradling several tomes of magic, their faces alight with joy. "You 2 again, Wanda? Have you finished those books so soon?" Hearing the voice, Wong peered out from behind a row of bookshelves, recognizing the familiar twins who often came to play with Ross. "Yes, after all, I'm just browsing. I don't need to practice." Wanda glanced at her brother, who had already scampered off to tease Ross, and timidly replied, "For some reason, both master of the mystic arts?" "Ancient One, and Uncle Ronan insisted that I could only read to learn theoretical knowledge and could not practice those spells. They seem to suggest that what I will cultivate will be a different kind of magic." "What could this other magic be?" Chapter 56. Aunt May takes me on a ride into the trash heap. My task is to conduct psychological evaluations for the candidates of that so-called Avengers Initiative, to ascertain their suitability. In the director's office, Ronan, comfortably lounging on the sofa, cast his gaze upon 2 of the original 6 Avengers, his eyes radiating warmth that made them feel quite uneasy. "Yes, Agent Coulson will assist you." Now, the question arises, will Dr. Banner, one of the candidates, still have the opportunity to join the Avengers after I've already tricked him away? If even one piece of the 6 divine armors is missing, they would be in trouble. Thus, none of the 6 can be absent. Otherwise, they might not even clear the New York chapter, let alone the Ultron chapter. Of course, that would be in the absence of my interference. With me around, as long as the Chitauri dare to come, I would not hesitate to close the door and unleash the snakes. 9-headed ones at that. Hiss, just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. The next morning, at Alexander Pierce's mansion, why, master, here is the Chinese breakfast you requested. Dressed impeccably and exuding a commanding presence, Pierce gently placed a tray filled with soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns on the bedside table, respectfully addressing the recently awakened Ronan. After visiting the SHALD headquarters late yesterday, it was quite late, yet the esteemed guest had nowhere to settle. The director felt rather apologetic and warmly invited Ronan to stay the night, assuring him that his bed was large and soft, perfect for rest. Initially intending to refuse the director's kindness with great resolve, Ronan ultimately acquiesced to the hospitality, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he settled into the freshly renovated master bedroom. That was not the end. After Ronan finished his shower, the director strongly insisted on knowing his dietary preferences to prepare breakfast for the next morning. Thus, the earlier warm scene unfolded. Ronan, curled up in bed, casually dismissed, "Yes, master. Do not call me master. It's quite shameful. Looking at your old face makes it even more so." "Yes, sir." Now that's more like it. As he watched Pierce's figure disappear through the door, Ronan struggled in bed for quite some time, finally mustering enough strength to break free from the confines of the covers and leaped out of bed before the soy milk had entirely cooled. On the other side of his vision, Ronan's twin brother? How should I address you? As the spaceship hidden in outer space descended to the ground, Carol encountered a young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ronan at the designated meeting point. Curiously inquiring, having lost her memories on Earth and having spent her time training and acquiring knowledge on Hala, this was perhaps her first encounter with two identical individuals, which she found fascinating and intriguing. A name? Ronan too fell into contemplation. Since his original used the name Ronan, it was evident he could not refer to himself by the same name, at least not in public, lest it arouse suspicion. In that case, he would name himself Russell. Ronan, Russell, your parents certainly have a knack for naming. Aren't they afraid of mixing them up? Carol smirked, turning to lead Russell into the spaceship. Meanwhile, Ronan, through Russell's perspective, observed the interior structure of the vessel, discovering that this unfamiliar ship was perhaps slightly larger than the Milano, but only marginally so, given that it was solely occupied by Carol, unlike the Guardians of the Galaxy, who shared a ship. Come, take a seat. We are about to depart. Noticing Russell's wide-eyed exploration of his surroundings, Carol refrained from interrupting him immediately, waiting a few minutes until he had taken in a decent overview before urging him to the pilot's seat. Notably, despite piloting the ship alone, she had still installed 3 pilot seats, leaving one to wonder for whom they were intended. Are you familiar with space civilizations? Do you know which places are accessible and which are not? If not, I have a star map here. I can copy one for you. You can mark the safe planets to visit, where the civilizations are relatively friendly to outsiders and pose no significant danger. I have a general understanding of the forces in the universe, but I'm not particularly cleared out, of course. This was because the cinematic universe had only recently established its framework, and more detailed backgrounds had yet to be filled in. Thus, apart from the frequently appearing Kree Empire and the Xandarian civilization, Russell was left with knowledge of the Purple Potato Spirit's Family Planning Committee and Asgard. I almost forgot, their Sakar and the Void as well. Did I forget something? Never mind, I don't want to think about it. Here, this is the star map. Take a look and see if there's anywhere you wish to go, and I'll take you there. Taking the circular holographic projector that Carol handed him, Russell swiped through several star systems until confirming his destination. Then please take me to Xander. I'll acclimatize to the alien environment before venturing elsewhere. All right. Without further ado, Carol locked in the destination as Xander and prepared for a space jump. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sounds of consecutive jumps were intoxicating. Russell gazed out at the rapidly shifting scenery, his mind wandering to what he might do upon arrival at Xander. Should he savor the local cuisine first, or perhaps indulge in the local delicacies? Why not just feast on the local food? Beep, beep, beep. In fact, along the path illuminated by the beam of light, everything vanished, including Russell and her uniform. Chapter 57. The Chaotic Multiverse. What in the world is that? Glancing at the circular large holes at the bow and stern of the ship, Carol had no time to ponder further. She immediately activated her abilities, transforming into a being of light and soaring through the breach created by the mysterious beam, desperately searching for the vanished Russell and her uniform. Unfortunately, Both her uniform and Russell were caught in the path of that light. And like everything else that had encountered it, they had vanished. What am I going to tell Ronan about losing his twin brother? Should I claim he simply disappeared? Was that beam of light alive? Did it consume Russell? Or could it be a teleportation beam? I've heard that the Bifrost of Asgard can do just that, serving both destructive and teleportation functions. Otherwise, she found it somewhat difficult to find peace of mind. Meanwhile, on Earth, Ronan, who had witnessed the entire event in real time, observed the shared vision shift from a blinding white to darkness. He felt a peculiar disruption in the connection with his doppelganger, as if it were being intensely interfered with. Or perhaps the distance was causing a poor signal, making it exceedingly unstable, intermittent. But the doppelganger hadn't perished. Ronan was certain of that, only uncertain of where it had gone. Perhaps he would know once it awakened. From the sporadic mental link, he discerned that the doppelganger was currently in a comatose state. Ronan stroked his chin, withdrawing from the shared vision, lost in thought. What exactly was that beam of light? It didn't resemble the Bifrost, for the Bifrost was colorful, while that beam was a pure white, as pristine as the light of creation. The light of creation? Hiss, could it be An absurd thought quietly emerged? And Ronan suddenly felt a pang in his teeth, shaking his head to dispel the notion. Surely not, I merely borrowed a guise. The deity Noah wouldn't go so far as to project his power over such trivial matters. Would he? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Not wishing to frighten himself, Ronan promptly decided to spare his brain cells and cast the matter aside. Turning over in bed, Ronan dressed and opened a portal to Chicago. Ever since inadvertently becoming the new leader of Hydra yesterday, Ronan had begun to plan for the future, intending to utilize Hydra to construct Earth's defense system, working in tandem with the Mage's Sanctum to handle defenses from both magical and technological fronts. Naturally, he did not intend to create a gigantic energy shield covering the globe like Kamar-Taj, for the energy consumption required for such a feat was astronomical. Humankind could scarcely afford it unless the space stone were used as an energy source. However, considering that the essence of the spatial cube is the spatial gem, opening a portal is the primary task, while providing infinite energy is merely a side endeavor. Ronan did not intend to use it to create a protective shield. Instead, he planned to follow the ideas of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, utilizing it to manufacture a series of cube technologies. Unfortunately, the scientists at SHIELD still lagged behind true geniuses, as the cube weapons they produced had low output power and were unstable, making mass production difficult. Moreover, the first-generation Iron Man suit did not meet his requirements at all. He decided to wait for Tony to finalize the new element and upgrade his armor first. Stepping out, he arrived in Chicago and entered a tranquil neighborhood, stopping in front of a house that appeared quite ordinary. Indeed, it only seemed ordinary. In Ronan's perception, the house was enveloped in an incredibly familiar energy element, cosmic energy. This was the residence of Phastos, the chief scientist of the Eternals, and also the sanctuary he had personally constructed. After witnessing the nature of humanity, Phastos had taken precautions to ensure that one day he would not meet an untimely demise. So each time he moved, he would create a new turtle shell to protect himself from dying peacefully in his sleep. Ding dong, creak. How may I assist you? After Ronan's persistent ringing of the doorbell, the previously silent house finally stirred. A pair of footsteps approached, and a head with a complexion several shades lighter than Phastos peeked out from behind the door, asking warily, a somewhat familiar face. Let me think. Isn't this the father of Phastos' child? Have you two already become entangled? Ronan squinted his eyes and calmly replied, I am here to find Phastos. Phastos? You must have the wrong place. I do not know this person. My apologies. To Ronan's surprise, the future father of Phastos' child claimed he had no knowledge of Phastos, turning to close the door. Just as he was shutting it, a loud voice emanated from within. Ben? Who's that? A stranger, claiming to be looking for someone named Phastos. I told him I didn't know and sent him away. What? What is going on? Inside, Phastos, who had been stretching lazily, suddenly froze mid-motion upon hearing his boyfriend's words. Causing his partner to worry he had hurt his back and rush over to assist him. Without time to explain much, Phastos waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, then swiftly moved to the door. Opening it. My apologies, Ronan. Ben does not know my real name. A moment later, after absorbing the memories of his doppelganger, Ronan let out a resigned sigh. Alas, this chaotic multiverse. Chapter 58. Suddenly transmigrated from the crossing channel to an infinite flow cold. Shaking. These were the first two words that sprang to Russell's mind upon regaining consciousness, aptly describing his sensations at that moment. Boom, beep, beep, ah. Struggling to rise from the icy floor, Russell, still not fully awake, felt his legs give way under the violent shaking. And he plopped back down onto the floor. After a brief survey, although he had never stayed there, Russell recognized the layout clearly. He was indeed inside a mobile home. Regaining his footing, Russell dashed to the window. Discovering chaos outside, ravaged by a snowstorm. Explosions, car horns, and terrified screams from the crowd assailed his ears, each high-decibel sound piercing through, attempting to rupture his eardrums. Staring at the tumultuous world outside with a dazed expression, Russell felt bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It was that light. That light brought me to this place. Having been inexplicably abducted and exiled to an unfamiliar location, Russell instinctively checked himself, ensuring he had not lost anything or gained anything. Huh? Why does this feel so strange? Noticing the peculiar texture of his clothing, Russell looked down and was instantly startled, jumping up in alarm. What the hell? Why am I wearing no? Why am I in Carol's uniform? The familiar red, yellow, and blue colors, the iconic star emblem, and the half-finger gloves. Wasn't this Carol's suit? Why was it on me? Russell felt utterly disoriented. Awakening in an unfamiliar place while wearing someone else's clothes created an overwhelming sense of dissonance. Yet, oddly enough, the suit was rather comfortable, albeit a bit tight, not quite suiting his physique. Comfortable as it was, it had to come off. Captain Marvel's uniform was too restrictive for excursions, and he needed to change into casual attire. Rummaging through the mobile home, Russell found a set of middle-aged uncle-style jeans, a plaid shirt, and a white undershirt. He swiftly changed into the clothing and stuffed the uniform into a backpack. Huh? What is this? When did I acquire this? After removing Captain Marvel's uniform, Russell finally noticed an object on his left wrist that did not belong to him. It was a silver bracelet embedded with 3 diamond-shaped crystals. Reminiscent of the equipment that the rabbit had used to negotiate with Noah, and of course, it was not the exact same piece. Russell tried various methods to make it produce a pair of glasses, but ultimately gave up, deciding to find some shoes first and deal with the rest later. Creak, however, just as he was about to search for shoes, a jarring noise echoed above him, and the howling wind that had been trapped outside suddenly cleared. Roar! A beastly roar resounded overhead. Russell looked up to see a bear, approximately 2 stories tall, with glowing red eyes and a body that appeared to be made of smoke. It looked familiar. He must have seen it in some terrible movie. The bear, afflicted with red-eye disease, effortlessly ripped off the roof of the mobile home and glared down at Russell, as if poised to pounce and devour him whole. Roar! Just as Russell was stealthily donning the ring, preparing to flee, the red-eyed bear suddenly howled at the sky and then dashed off in a specific direction, as though something was drawing its attention. This bear is a demon bear? With the crisis averted, Russell hurriedly found a pair of shoes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left the mobile home. Watching the bear depart, Russell finally recalled why it seemed so familiar. He had indeed seen it before. Although his impression of it was not profound, as it came from a film that one would forget immediately after watching, the movie had its highlights. Despite the lackluster villains and protagonists, the sudden appearance of Ms. Marvel saved them, providing motivation to endure watching it. What to do when a flower blooms amidst dung? One can only ignore the dung and focus on the flower. So, is this the world of New Mutants? Have I transmigrated again? Furrowing his brow, Russell felt things were becoming complicated, but upon reflection, he sensed something was amiss. This body was created by the original using Ego's light of life. Although he did not understand why he possessed autonomous consciousness, it did not change the fact that this body had limitations on its existence. If the connection to the original had been completely severed, he should have perished long ago, rather than remaining alive and well. Mutants also belong to Marvel, so I haven't transmigrated. Instead, I've been transported to another universe. For instance, the universe where the X-Men exist. Since they all belong to Marvel and due to the divine status bestowed upon him, the original's powers could still manifest, allowing his body to maintain its normalcy without collapsing. Closing his eyes, Russell carefully sensed the connection between himself and the original. He found it to be weak, but still present. essentially confirming his hypothesis. Smirking, Russell felt a bit exasperated. He never imagined he would not travel to the stars but instead end up in another universe. What a twist that no one would believe if he told them. Help! As he collected his thoughts and prepared to leave, a plump figure suddenly sprinted toward him from a distance, followed closely by a small bouncing tail. Help! Save me! In a frenzied dash, the tear-streaked, sniffling little chubby boy spotted Russell and his eyes lit up. Disregarding the potential danger to innocent bystanders as he ran straight toward him, I asked that, the zombie? As the chubby boy drew nearer, the small tail following him revealed its true form, a zombie in ancient garb. Upon realizing what the tail was, Russell's expression changed, and he instinctively took a couple of steps back. He was afraid of zombies, having feared them most during his childhood. However, wasn't this America? Why would such a thing exist? Shouldn't it? Extending his hand toward the zombie, now 5 steps away, Russell quickly drew a circle in the air, only to create emptiness. What the hell? Where's my portal? Chapter 59. Bad news, the suspended ring is broken. Good news, the suspended ring is unnecessary, bouncing once, bouncing twice. Holy crap! Run! Without time to ponder why the portal had failed, Russell's face turned pale as he kicked the cheerful little zombie that had hopped into view. Sending it flying. Ignoring the chubby boy hiding behind him, he bolted away. Bang! With a burst of speed, Russell's figure transformed into a blur, and in an instant, he was several hundred meters away. Ouch! It is unclear when it began. But the snowflakes that danced in the air have quietly come to a halt mid-flight, and the fierce howling of the wind has nearly vanished. Russell had run a considerable distance until he spotted a paper bag suspended in the air. At which point he began to sense that something was amiss. Instinctively glancing behind him, he realized that the residential area he had just fled was engulfed in flames. Yet, strangely, the flames appeared frozen in a single moment, entirely devoid of movement. This bizarre scene proved too surreal for Russell, who, despite his newfound ability to run at astonishing speeds, failed to notice a protruding rock beneath his feet and tripped, landing unceremoniously. Damn it! Fortunately, the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow, softening the impact, and Russell quickly regained his footing. To his astonishment, the ferocious howling returned, accompanied by the explosive sounds of the residential area, as flames illuminated the sky, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno. When did I acquire such incredible speed? This familiar sight, doesn't it signify the manifestation of my newfound ability? How could I possibly possess this power? Russell pondered, perplexed. Seizing the moment as the surroundings slowed, he checked his suspended ring and discovered that the portal was inoperative due to a significant crack that had compromised its integrity. What a stroke of luck! Losing a casting medium yet gaining an ability. What a remarkable trade! Unable to fathom the origin of his newfound prowess or its connection to the damaged ring, Russell chose to suppress his concerns for the time being. He darted through the residential area, rescuing everyone he could and gathering them in a nearby clearing. Help! Help! Just as he paused to catch his breath, Russell heard a familiar cry for help. Following the sound, he found the plump boy from earlier, still being pursued by a small, zombie-like creature. TSK, could this zombie be the manifestation of the boy's fears? What has he been watching? Russell had already noted the chaos that had befallen the residential area. First, due to the foul bear, which had been lured away, presumably to chase its creator. Second, thanks to the inexplicable presence of entities that should not exist in this realm, such as a king cobra that should have been hibernating but was found inside a car, a youth clad in tattered attire and a hockey mask wielding a machete, and a pink starfish in beach shorts that occasionally scratched its rear. Wait, how could a person's fear materialize as Patrick Star? If you suggested SpongeBob, that would make some sense, but Patrick, I simply cannot comprehend. Relying on his extraordinary speed, Russell rescued everyone from the bizarre manifestations of fear. But this did not resolve the underlying issue. As long as these entities continued to exist, they would pursue the scent of fear like sharks drawn to blood, consuming the source of terror until they dissipated. Alternatively, severing the power that sustained these fearful manifestations would render them unable to maintain their forms. Scanning the area for the foul bear, Russell was about to take action when he caught sight of the plump boy still running for his life. Suddenly, the bouncing little zombie transformed into a cloud of smoke, swiftly whisked away by the raging wind, disappearing without a trace. It has vanished? After a few moments of sprinting through the residential area, Russell confirmed that all manifestations of fear had dissipated. Even Patrick Starr was nowhere to be seen. With the crisis averted, Russell slung his backpack over his shoulder and, disregarding the survivors, began to run around the area, hoping to locate the individual responsible for unleashing the demon bear and other entities of fear. Is it her? Could it be her? After circling the outskirts of the residential area, Russell followed the massive footprints left by the demon bear until he arrived at a girl lying in the snow, seemingly unconscious. An unremarkable face, lacking the striking impression of Miss Secret. Crouching down, Russell checked for her breath and confirmed she was still alive, preparing to rouse her. Discovering collectible ability, Fear Illusion. Would you like to collect it? However, just as Russell placed his hands on the girl's shoulders, the silver bracelet, whose origin was a mystery, on his left wrist erupted with a brilliant light from its diamond-shaped crystal, projecting a familiar translucent screen before him, adorned with a line of text. What on earth is this? Why does it look so familiar? Frowning, Russell ceased his actions, withdrawing his hands from the girl's shoulders as the screen faded from view. The interface of my own essence can be shared with me? Is this for real? After a brief moment of contemplation, Russell recognized that the screen resembled his own interface not only in color but also in design. Without further thought, he deduced that this item must be related to his essence. Gently, he tapped the girl's forehead with a fingertip, causing the familiar panel to reappear. This time, Russell focused his thoughts and selected the option to collect the ability. Collecting ability. Collection successful. Entering ability. This ability has been added to the ability sequence list. It can be replaced using the ability bracelet. Ability bracelet. Ability speed. Replaceable. Ability material transformation. Replaceable. Ability weapon manifestation. Replaceable. Ability sequence list. Ability foundation of force. Ability flight. The same interface as Ronan's materialized before him. The constantly scrolling text overwhelming Russell, momentarily stalling his thoughts as he struggled to comprehend. An ability bracelet? Russell raised his left wrist, his gaze fixed on the 3 diamond-shaped crystals adorning the silver bracelet. 3 crystals, corresponding to 3 abilities. Does this mean I can simultaneously utilize 3 abilities through this bracelet? Chapter 60. Captain Hydra Chicago, within the shell of Festos. So, you have come to offer me a job this time? Festos's face contorted with concern, seemingly troubled by Ronan's request. Once compelled by Ajax's orders, he refrained from hastening the advancement of human technology. Over the years, he gradually came to understand Ajax's philosophy, thus only providing inspiration to exceptionally gifted scientists without directly intervening. It was not until several decades ago, with the advent and deployment of the atomic bomb, that he fully grasped humanity's proclivity for self-destruction, leading him to abandon humanity altogether and cease providing technological assistance. If possible, he preferred not to accept this job. He simply wished to live in peace, nothing more. No, I'm not coercively requiring you to work for me. This is merely an invitation. Don't worry, it's perfectly fine if you decline. Noting Festos's apparent discomfort, Ronan chose not to insist. As Festos, while meeting his criteria, was not his sole option. I'm sorry, Ronan, but I still prefer not to overextend my powers. After a prolonged silence, Festos ultimately declined Ronan's invitation, yet he did not reject it outright. Instead, he proposed an alternative. However, I can occasionally offer guidance when human technology encounters bottlenecks, acting as a consultant. After all, if he were to intervene directly in the development of human technology, they would struggle to cultivate their own unique advancements, resulting in a net loss. Festos's reasoning was sound, and Ronan nodded in agreement, promptly deciding to hire him as a scientific consultant for Hydra. Having effortlessly secured a consultant, Ronan did not take his leave, but rather seamlessly shifted the conversation to another subject. Festos, I would like to inquire if you have the capability to create a pair of bracelets capable of harnessing different types of energy. While the Iron Legion and the Tesseract weapons could enhance Earth's defenses, the Tesseract weapons were heavily reliant on the Cosmic Cube, and the Iron Legion was prone to inciting a crisis of sentient machines. Contemplating this, Ronan resolved to develop a defense system centered around himself, with energy bracelets as his concept. Bracelets capable of harnessing different energies? Upon hearing this, Festos muttered to himself for a moment before falling silent, his furrowed brow and incessantly tapping fingers against his temple indicating his deep contemplation. Yes, for example, cosmic energy or photon energy. Ronan timely introduced the two types of energy he wished to incorporate into the bracelets, planning to create a squad of bracelets specifically designed for combat. I have some ideas, but I'm uncertain if they are feasible. Although Festos had previously expressed his reluctance to continue utilizing his abilities, the challenge of solving problems was inherent to every scientist's nature. Intrigued by Ronan's unique request, he suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm to personally craft these special bracelets. Take your time to think it over. I'm in no rush. Once you have made a decision, please let me know. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. Sensing Festos' eagerness and internal conflict, Ronan tactfully excused himself, leaving space for Festos to ponder, intending to follow up in a few days to inquire about the outcome. Now, it was time to attend to business. With a snap of his fingers, a golden portal materialized before him, revealing a world of howling winds and swirling snow on the other side. It's time to pay a visit to my top model from Hydra. With a single step, Ronan found himself in Siberia, Russia, before a hidden Hydra base where the Winter Soldiers were preserved. After taking control of Pierce, Ronan had acquired the files on the Winter Soldiers, learning not only how many remained but also the assassination missions they had previously executed, as well as the precise location of this base. Boom. With a swift motion, he unleashed a photon energy cannon, blasting open the door that had long been encased in a thin layer of ice. Stepping inside, Ronan entered this nearly forgotten stronghold. Established during World War II, the facility, though antiquated, continued to function smoothly. At least, Ronan encountered no malfunctions during his passage, save for a few flickering streetlights. Clang! As Hydra's secret weapon, the Winter Soldiers were summoned to undertake astonishing assassination missions, primarily targeting government officials or technological talents. Their actions yielding favorable outcomes for Hydra. For decades, they had made remarkable contributions to the organization, earning the favor of its upper echelons. Particularly advantageous was the fact that the Winter Soldiers required neither salaries nor meals. Once awakened to fulfill their missions, they could be frozen again, saving even the cost of dinner. A most efficient and worry-free arrangement, as all who had employed them would attest. Well then, Winter Soldiers, the sun has risen. It is time to awaken and earn some income. Ronan clapped his hands and, after a thorough search of the control panel, finally located the switch for the liquid nitrogen chamber. As a mist began to rise, 6 Winter Soldiers emerged from their icy slumber, awakening from their deep freeze. Buzz! Simultaneously, a golden light flickered in the eyes of the Winter Soldiers, casting an eerie glow in the dimly lit hall. Lacking proficiency in Russian and unable to issue commands through coded messages, Ronan resorted to a rather crude means of seizing control of their wills. After all, the Winter Soldiers were not exactly benevolent beings, and he had no qualms about manipulating them, save for Bucky. Under Ronan's command, 5 Winter Soldiers brought Bucky before him, forming a line behind him. The foremost figure among the Winter Soldiers stood before them. And as Ronan stepped closer, he noticed that Bucky's eyes, void of emotion and coldness, seemed to betray a flicker of confusion and fear. It appeared he retained some awareness. Perhaps the sudden awakening had left him disoriented. As Bucky exhibited signs of emotional recovery, though his gaze remained fixed under Ronan's scrutiny, the slight increase in his breath revealed that his heart was not as frigid as his blade. Bucky, I can liberate your mind right now. Seizing the moment while Bucky was still devoid of full consciousness, Ronan leaned in close to whisper in his ear. However, as a condition for this, you must agree to one thing. Locking his gaze onto Bucky's eyes, Ronan observed no signs of reluctance. No reluctance. No words. Was that a silent agreement? Seeing this, Ronan joyfully grasped Bucky's still flesh-and-blood right hand, activating his powers to free his thoughts while watching the spark return to his eyes. Congratulations, my Hydra Captain. You have been promoted. Chapter 61. Good friends must face fire and sword together. Can I refuse the dubious title of Hydra Captain? Commander. He had just received a chance at redemption and did not wish to bear another villainous label, especially one associated with Hydra, the sworn enemy of his best friend. Although the titles of Captain America and Hydra Captain seemed fitting, they belonged to opposing factions, and I, James Buchanan Barnes, would rather perish than abandon my best friend Steve in the face of adversity. Are you certain? Would you not like to hear about the benefits of being Hydra Captain? We offer quite generous perks. I am certain, Commander, and furthermore, there are 5 Winter Soldiers at your disposal. Some of them are even stronger and more capable than I. Selecting them as Hydra Captain would certainly not be a loss. Bucky nodded, his agreement unhesitating, clearly wishing to sever all ties with Hydra. Although a few vivid images in his mind hinted that the current Hydra was under the covert control of this young man and was undergoing transformation, the years of being manipulated and the death of his best friend Steve made it impossible for him to reconcile with the name Hydra, let alone assume the title of Hydra Captain. Very well, I will not force you. You are free now, Sergeant Bucky. From henceforth, you shall have no further connections with Hydra. Ronan sighed gently, then commanded the 5 Winter Soldiers to follow him as he turned to exit through the door. Lamenting, alas, I had intended to lead the Winter Soldiers to the Arctic ice to retrieve Steve once you became Hydra Captain. Now, it seems we lack the manpower, and poor Steve must continue to slumber, though I wonder if he is cold. What did you say? Upon hearing the name of his best friend, Bucky's eyes immediately brightened. Propelled by his enhanced physique from the serum, he dashed towards Ronan, only to be restrained by 3 or 4 Winter Soldiers. Did you mention Steve? Have you found his body? Struggling against the grip of the Winter Soldiers, Bucky quickly surrendered, allowing himself to be held as he fixed his gaze on Ronan, who was now guarded by the Winter Soldiers, eagerly inquiring. However, this new leader of Hydra, who had emerged from seemingly nowhere, claimed to know the whereabouts of Steve's body. That could not be mere coincidence. I never spoke of any body. I only mentioned Steve. Nothing more. Observing Bucky's anxious expression, Ronan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He was certain that, as Steve's closest friend, Bucky would not remain indifferent to his words. That, of course, he could have simply exerted control over Bucky to make him Hydra Captain. But where would be the enjoyment in that? Transforming everyone into oneself would only rob the world of its vibrant hues, thereby stripping it of laughter and social death. And this world desperately needed social death. Now more than ever, just like this moment, Commander, I have reconsidered your proposal, and I believe the other Winter Soldiers lack my adaptability. Thus, the position of Hydra Captain may indeed suit me quite well. What do you think? Under Ronan's command, the 4 Winter Soldiers released Bucky, who steadied himself before pushing aside the surrounding soldiers and stepping in front of Ronan, offering a charming smile. I think it suits me perfectly. With an appreciative pat on Bucky's shoulder, Ronan could not help but envision a bright future. With Captain America's best friend now aligned with Hydra, how far could Captain America be? As true friends? They were destined to face fire and sword together. In the films, Steve would go to great lengths for his best friend, even casting aside the Avengers. Ronan had every reason to believe that joining Hydra would not be an insurmountable challenge for him. To take it a step further, if his best friend were willing to join Hydra to rescue him, how could he abandon his comrade to become a superhero alone? Regardless, he ought to stick around, work diligently, and endeavor to secure his friend's release. Even if he were not to sell himself, he could at least showcase his talents or serve as a mascot, standing tall, rest for a few days. I will arrange for someone to take you to the Arctic soon. In the bustling metropolis of New York, Brooklyn. He was likely here to discuss Russell's mysterious disappearance, though he wondered if Carol had any insights regarding that radiant light. After all, they now shared the same panel and abilities cataloging. Cataloging successful. Abilities cataloging. Cataloging successful. Just as Ronan arrived at a secret location of Furies through a portal, a familiar light screen suddenly projected into view. A torrent of subtitles scrolling furiously before transitioning into a vertical list. Abilities sequence, ability base of force, Hulk's form rage, ability energy manipulation, ability lifeslight, ability photon, ability fear illusion, ability soul blade. Moreover, the abilities recorded by the doppelganger would also appear in his own abilities catalog, confirming to Ronan that the radiant light that had whisked Russell away to another universe was undoubtedly connected to him on a deeper level. Yet, he remained uncertain whether all of this was mere coincidence, or if an unseen force was manipulating his fate from the shadows. He did not know, but he would find the answers. Chapter 62. Donning the uniform to cosplay Captain Marvel 2 days later, in an undisclosed location, perched upon the red brick bell tower of a church with a gray roof. Russell sat at the edge, his feet dangling freely, swaying them leisurely, much to the trepidation of those below. "Hey, Russell, come down. It's time for dinner." A voice resonated from below, prompting Russell to slightly poke his head out. To his surprise, he discovered a girl with short brown hair, accompanied by a familiar figure behind her. A girl with relatively smooth, long black hair, none other than the protagonist he had encountered in the woods that day, Danielle Ueshing. The girl with short hair was named Rain Sinclair, one of the 6 mutants residing in this hospital for mutants, possessing the ability to transform into either a werewolf or a true wolf, and notably, without the need for a full moon. Initially, Russell had little interest in her ability to transform into animals and hesitated to catalog it. However, after a moment's reflection, he recalled the many vacant slots remaining on the list of abilities and, after a few seconds of indecision, ultimately decided to include it. After all, while he might not need it, it was better to have it than to lack it. "Russell, come on," the girl's urging voice called from below. Snapping Russell back to reality, he then leaped down. With a resounding thud, the somewhat faded photon energy emanated from him under the waning sunlight. He first traced a perfect arc in midair before landing gracefully like a superhero. Albeit with a slight impact on his knees, he looked impressive, yet it was a tad painful. Pretending to be unfazed, Russell joined the 2 girls as they made their way to the dining area. 2 days prior, upon discovering that the silver bracelet could catalog mutant abilities, Russell devised a plan to feign unconsciousness alongside the protagonist, Danielle, and subsequently be captured by this clandestine facility housing numerous mutants. This way, he could gain access to other mutant powers without the need to seek them out himself. Of course, prior to this, Russell had perused the list of abilities, adjusting the 3 powers on his ability bracelet through his own experimentation. Striving to ensure that these powers could complement each other in both offense and defense, he settled on telekinesis, photon energy, and weapon manifestation as his primary abilities. The telekinesis would provide immunity against psychic mutant powers. Photon energy would allow him to don a uniform and instantly cosplay as Captain Marvel, while weapon manifestation would supply him with close combat weaponry, adding a flair of extravagance. Thoughts swirled in his mind about whether to attempt a prison break tonight or wait for the troublesome bear to make his appearance before executing a collective escape. Russell followed the 2 girls into the dining room. A casual glance revealed that everyone was present, including the rebellious girl, Leanna Rasputin, known as the Rogue. "Hey, Russell, come sit." Upon his entrance, Leanna raised her toy high, beckoning him to join her. As the most senior and temperamental figure in the hospital, Leanna's call captured the attention of everyone, including Roberto, the son of a Brazilian tycoon, who was washing dishes, soon to become the future sunspot. "What's up, Leanna? Why did you call me?" Under the scrutiny of everyone's gazes, Russell approached Ms. Rogue nonchalantly and took a seat. He knew why she had summoned him. It all began an hour prior when a particular ability description on the list piqued his curiosity. He had swapped out the ability named Dimensional Teleportation from the list, and upon utilizing this power through the bracelet, he found himself in a wondrous red space, conversing with a charmingly goofy magical dragon alongside Ms. Rogue. Naturally, they had spotted him as well. "How did you enter the secret space of me and Lockheed?" Once Russell settled in, and the prying eyes of others were deterred by her commanding gaze, she leaned forward with her elbows on the table, bringing her beautiful face closer to his, and lowered her voice to inquire. Russell chuckled softly, mimicking Leanna's posture and leaning toward her. "Guess, Leanna. Damn it, I really want to slice you in half with my soul sword for that guess. But enough of the jokes. Come here, I need to tell you something, and in return, you have to share what happened in that secret space." Noticing the shift in Leanna's expression, Russell quickly pivoted the conversation, sharing his plan for a prison break that night. "You're planning a prison break?" Leanna glanced at him with a peculiar expression, repeating his words to ensure she hadn't misheard. "Indeed. The energy barrier surrounding this hospital is impenetrable. I tried my soul sword on it long ago, and it was utterly ineffective. I'm not sure where you derive your confidence in breaking it. But until you can genuinely dismantle this barrier, I want to join you." Leanna twisted a strand of her golden hair around her finger, reclining with her feet on the table, her expression one of bemusement. She had no desire to remain in this dismal place. However, the energy barrier encompassing the hospital not only proved unyielding but seemingly anchored her teleportation, ensuring that every time she opened a portal from the secret space, she would emerge within the confines of the energy field, unable to escape. Of course, there was another method she hadn't yet attempted: eliminating Dr. Reyes, who managed and treated them, as his mutant power was identical to the energy barrier above. Dr. Reyes was both the lock and the key to this prison. With only Dr. Reyes on staff and several mutants at their disposal, if Leanna rallied everyone together, they would undoubtedly prevail. The reason she had refrained from taking action thus far was simply that she was reluctant to continue killing Destruction? Who said anything about destroying this barrier? Why not just open it? Russell mirrored Liana's posture, placing his feet on the table as golden light glimmered in his eyes. Before long, the familiar sound of high heels clicking against the tiled floor echoed from the hallway outside. Children, I declare that you are free from this moment forth. As Russell uttered each word, Dr. Reyes, who stood at the door, mirrored him as if he were a marionette under control, sending chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 63. The existence that breaks the fourth wall. This is telepathy. Just like the legendary Professor X. Yet, wasn't Russell's power supposed to be flight and energy projection? Could it be that he possessed more than one ability? What a cunning individual. He had never spoken the truth. Seizing the moment while everyone was in a state of bewilderment from their sudden freedom, Liana abruptly stood, forcefully pushing her chair back, creating a loud clatter, and strode toward Dr. Reyes. As she approached, Liana noticed the golden light in Dr. Reyes' eyes, confirming that she was indeed being controlled. Just as she contemplated shoving the doctor, unexpectedly, Reyes raised her hand, fingers clenched, and aimed directly for her own face. 1 punch, 2 punches, Liana. Don't stop. A couple more punches, please. I am Cecilia Reyes, an employee of the X's company, primarily tasked with analyzing and assessing your potential, as well as neutralizing high-risk abilities under Russell's control. Dr. Reyes struck herself while divulging her objectives and the organization behind them, leaving all present in a state of shock as their worldviews shattered. They had always believed this hospital was funded by Professor X. Given his immense wealth, little did they know it was established by an unknown company, and the doctor had never aimed to help them control their abilities to join the X-Men, but rather to train them into human weapons. Now that the barrier has been disabled, you are free to leave this place. After uttering this, Dr. Reyes, her eyes radiating golden light, walked straight toward the kitchen. Let us go. Let South leave this wretched place. I know you've been waiting for this day for a long time. Hey, Russell, aren't you coming? Just a moment. Responding, Russell controlled Dr. Reyes to turn on the natural gas before departing the dining area alongside Liana. The barrier really is gone. Look at the entrance of the hospital. Sam, resembling Hawkins' warrior boyfriend, tossed a stone far away, only to find that the familiar barrier was nowhere to be seen. We are finally free. But I still haven't learned to control my powers. Roberto, the future Sunspot, initially wore a smile, but his expression soon fell, troubled. Controlling your abilities is not something achieved through meditation alone, you fools. You must practice diligently, discovering techniques through repeated practice until you can release and suppress at will. Only then can it be deemed a success. I've only been here 2 days, yet I already sensed that the Dr.'s methods were amiss. Haven't you all noticed anything over your extended stay? Russell shook his head, considering that most of the mutants present were underage and likely enamored with the X-Men, which could explain how they were deceived by Dr. Reyes' ambiguous words. So, where do you plan to go next? Russell had come to this dismal place entirely to collect their abilities. Now that he had acquired the powers and liberated the others, it was a joyous occasion. And it was time to make a swift exit. One remains oblivious to the worldview of this realm. Although the cinematic portrayal of the X-Men has graced our screens, their true essence remains shrouded in mystery, leaving Russell to embark on his own quest for understanding. Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals, aside from Liana, exchanged glances. Some had long since lost their homes, while others dared not return to theirs, leaving them momentarily without refuge. Since you are all in the dark, let us venture into the city together, Russell suggested. Reyes has mentioned that the nearest town is merely 20 miles away. Why not explore it together? However, as the conversation turned to Dr. Reyes, Liana inquired, Russell, how do you intend to deal with her? She recalled how, just before leaving the restaurant, Russell had compelled Dr. Reyes to enter the kitchen, leaving her uncertain about his intentions. Could it be that he intends to compel her to take her own life? Russell was resolute, stepping out of the hospital and snapping his fingers. A thunderous explosion erupted from the building behind them, accompanied by a fiery blaze and thick smoke that startled everyone present. Well done, Liana exclaimed, as she surmised Reyes's fate while gazing at the inferno consuming the restaurant, and she quickly fell in step with Russell. With a leader to follow, the 4 lost souls eagerly trailed behind him. Russell, are you joining us in exploring the city? Liana queried, catching up to him. No, then where are you headed? To see if I can locate a place called Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. I wish to explore it. A day later, a six-seater SUV traversed the elevated ring road around the city. Russell, exuding an air of leisure, deftly maneuvered the steering wheel amidst the flow of traffic. After all, as a Hydra operative, a single Hydra captain could hardly command the scene. It would be prudent to have several more, ideally to assemble a total of 9. Furthermore, his original form seemed to have encountered the Tesseract, granting him the ability to teleport at will throughout the current universe. It was confirmed. The Infinity Stones were invincible within his universe, yet reduced to mere paperweights in others. Turn left ahead. Then exit the overpass. In the front passenger seat, Liana intently scrutinized the map, diligently directing Russell. After a spirited debate, this unfortunate band of homeless souls resolved to follow Russell to the legendary Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Sam, look, there's a peculiar figure dressed in red up ahead. Roberto, seated in the back, excitedly roused the drowsy Sam, pointing out the window. A figure in red? Russell's attention was piqued by Roberto's description. He focused his gaze, discovering a strange silhouette clad in red attire perched upon the railing of the overpass, resembling a despondent soul contemplating self-harm. Yet, as Russell's vehicle passed by the figure, the dual blades strapped to its back suddenly triggered a memory, compelling him to slam on the brakes amidst a flurry of curses. What the hell? Is that not Deadpool? Chapter 64. A quest for kin. On the overpass, a figure clad in a black and red uniform swung their legs in the air, exuding a charmingly absurd demeanor. Engrossed in the music emanating from nearby, the eccentric individual animatedly completed a simplistic drawing. Oh, hello. I sense your confusion, yes? What must I do to earn a film where I am the protagonist? Alas, I cannot divulge that. Having just completed his drawing, the figure turned his head as if addressing the camera, engaging in a monologue. So engrossed was he in his dialogue with the air that he failed to notice the 6 individuals who had exited a vehicle behind him. Upon spotting Deadpool, Russell abruptly hit the brakes, narrowly averting a collision with the car behind. The driver, clearly irritated, gestured rudely at him. Ignoring the driver, Russell swiftly exited the vehicle and approached the figure on the railing. Hey, Wade! Before Russell could articulate his thoughts, Deadpool leaped off the railing without hesitation. Did someone just call my name? In free fall, Wade Wilson, aka Deadpool, was about to crash through the sunroof of a vehicle below when he thought he heard something. Yet perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Never mind, Francis, Deadpool is on his way. With a crash, Deadpool descended, shattering the sunroof and landing perfectly in the vacant back seat of the car, forming a striking tableau. Behold, a direct hit to the soul. As he settled into the seat, he realized shards of glass had embedded into his rear. With a swift motion, he delivered an elbow strike to the person on his right, sending their head through the window, followed by a swift kick to the groin of the individual on his left. Finally, he leaned out, brandishing the drawing he had just completed, a depiction of a red-suited gunslinger dispatching a faceless entity, rendered with the artistic flair of a child. Presenting the artwork to the driver, he inquired, "Have you seen this person?" Suddenly, the roar of an engine interrupted the moment. A motorcycle rider, clad in a helmet obscuring his face, sped alongside the car and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Deadpool's companions, initiating a ruthless assault. Relying on his exceptional regenerative abilities and the fortuitous presence of 2 well-meaning individuals as human shields, Deadpool evaded the onslaught. He then thrust himself upward, kicking the long-haired man in the passenger seat out of the vehicle, inadvertently colliding with the motorcycle rider. The screech of tires echoed, followed by a resounding crash. What the hell? The script was not meant to unfold this way. We haven't even arrived yet. Cursing the errant editor under his breath, Deadpool exited the car, only to find the road eerily devoid of ordinary vehicles, as if an unseen force had dispatched them elsewhere, sparing him the worry of collateral damage. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he mused, a startled assailant, awakening from his stupor, raised a rifle and fired at the unexpected figure, just in time. Gazing into the storm of bullets racing toward him, Deadpool, obscured by his mask, brandished his dual blades, weaving a protective net to deflect a portion of the metallic tempest. The sounds of clashing metal soon faded, replaced by the sickening thud of bullets finding their mark, splattering crimson blossoms upon his attire. As the last round was fired, Deadpool nonchalantly flicked the bloodless blades, exclaiming, "Wow!" Within 7 paces, Those bullets were indeed swift and precise. To have intercepted even half is quite an achievement. With that, he abandoned his plan to utilize his guns for clearing out minions and charged into the throng of reloading foes, entering a state of unrestrained combat. Although the bullets were swift and precise, his blades were equally so. With effortless slashes, his carbon steel alloy blades severed limbs and bones with ease. In a whirlwind leap, he cleaved through several assailants, dousing himself in a cascade of blood that momentarily brightened his black and red uniform. In mere moments, the assailants fell silent, either bisected upon the ground or rolling away, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Looks like I can save 12 rounds today. I'm truly a frugal child. Francis, a few moments prior, witnessing Deadpool's audacious leap from the overpass, Russell leaned over the railing for a better view. Feeling an unsettling sense of déjà vu, Deadpool, he exclaimed, as he observed the black SUV swaying below. Swiftly, he manipulated the minds of the unsuspecting civilians to steer clear of the chaos, then briefly controlled the drivers of 3 black SUVs, orchestrating a collision between them. Having completed this task, he beckoned his fellow mutants to board the vehicle, and they sped down to the scene below. Russell was not in a great hurry, for his target was not Deadpool, but rather the X-Men who would soon make their entrance. As he drove, his gaze fell upon Liana in the passenger seat. If memory served him right, was not the secret keeper the sister of Steelman? Thus, could it be that the new mutant Deadpool story is a quest for family ties? Chapter 65. The second captain of Hydra, the Arctic, a place sharing the same name as the Antarctic, yet stripped of the title of the Northern Hemisphere's cold pole by Oymyakon in eastern Siberia, Russia. With early June approaching, the Arctic's daylight began to extend while night shrank, so even at 7 in the evening, the sun lingered stubbornly on the horizon, reluctant to set in the golden afterglow of the sun. A shadow emerged, gradually suspended above the vast and tumultuous It was a spacecraft with a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic, resembling the Endurance from Interstellar. Buzz. Inside the cockpit of the airship, a golden holographic projection was cast by a circular device on the control panel. Bucky furrowed his brow, gazing at the image projected by the holographic device entrusted to him by the leader, murmuring softly, "There's no reaction here either." Staring at the projection for a moment longer, Bucky reluctantly switched it off, then pushed the engine forward, allowing the airship to continue its journey. "Steve, oh Steve, where on earth are you? Searching for you has proven quite arduous." On the far side of the moon, a blue spatial portal flickered in the darkness as Ronan stepped through, arriving at the moon's dark side. TSK. This place bears no distinction from the Eternal Light Zone. Where are the promised alien spaceships and lunar bases? Brilliant streams of photon energy emanated, illuminating a path in this perpetual darkness, like a shooting star. Ronan swiftly approached a massive, concave crater. This will suffice. The location is just right, the very center of the crater's base. Ronan floated with arms outstretched, eyes closed as he concentrated energy elements. Energy manipulation, material transformation. Complex golden patterns emerged on his palms as he mimicked Circe's signature pose, plunging down with tremendous force, slapping the lunar surface. Lunar dust billowed into the air. Countless golden patterns radiated from Ronan, converting the basalt of the moon's surface into iron ore and various metallic minerals, planning for the Hydra Vanguard to gradually mine and construct a lunar base. Indeed, he intended to establish a Hydra base on the moon. In recent days, leveraging Pierce's command, Ronan had covertly consolidated the entire Hydra organization and strategically devised future development plans. Considering that Earth would soon connect with the cosmos in a decade or so, Ronan resolved to advance his space influence preemptively, with the primary task being to create a clandestine base, for Earth was rife with Nick Fury's spies. Although Eggman currently utilized his personnel, what if he had unique intelligence channels? To thwart any interference from Eggman and to surprise the aliens who presumed Earth lacked space defense capabilities, Ronan decisively designated the location of the Hydra space base on the moon's far side. A place difficult for humans to discover. Perhaps, many years hence, when humanity finally ventured to the moon's far side, they would behold a flag adorned with a skull and 6 curling tentacles, astonished to find that this territory had long been conquered by humanity. Ahem, I digress. With a spark igniting in his eyes, Ronan sensed that the basalt within 10 kilometers below had been transformed into metallic ore. He then levitated, clapped his hands, and settled down, shutting his eyes. On Earth, within a secret Hydra stronghold. Since Russell had been taken to another universe, Ronan, feeling somewhat confined by his inability to leave the surface, fabricated a body once more. Strangely, this time the body was merely a vessel, devoid of any self-awareness, functioning solely as a temporary container through mental projection. Upon losing Ronan's mental projection, this avatar would become as lifeless as a robot disconnected from power, waiting for energy to be restored before it could move again. Naturally, referencing the celestial being Ego from the film, Ronan deemed this situation normal, while Russell was an exception. Perhaps due to the descent of his spirit, Ronan could utilize his abilities through this avatar. Facing no restrictions, this resulted in a scene of Ronan tirelessly mining on the moon. As he pondered, a figure entered through the doorway, approaching Ronan, who was lost in thought. Clearing his throat respectfully, the newcomer addressed him. "Hail Hydra." "Sir, Minister Brock Rumlow says you summoned me?" Brock Rumlow, feeling anxious, gazed at the young man who had swiftly ascended to the role of Hydra's leader, contemplating the reason for his summons. Had he committed an error? Or was the new leader bestowing upon him a secret task? Yes. The gravelly voice of Crossbones snapped Ronan from his musings. He raised his head to see a familiar face, one he had encountered in both Captain China and Captain America films. Yet, what lingered most in his mind was that woman from I Am Guanyin, who had masterfully wielded a blade, her image forever etched in his memory. A veritable mental scourge. "To your service, sir." Rumlow straightened his back. Speaking loudly, Ronan sensed his anxiety but offered no clarification. Instead, he produced a pair of black iron bracelets entrusted to him by Fastos that morning. Though labeled as bracelets, they resembled more like bracers. Their surfaces etched with the unique, irregular patterns of the Eternals. Ronan lightly tossed them, finding them quite light, devoid of any significant weight. "These bracelets are for you." Handing the bracelets to Rumlow, Ronan rose, extending an invitation for promotion. "Additionally, I wish to appoint you to a position of great significance for Hydra." "What is it?" Suppressing his elation at the prospect of promotion and salary increase. Rumlow donned the bracelets at Ronan's gesture, then delivered a powerful punch against the nearby wall. Bang! A surge of energy erupted from the bracelets, manifesting as a shockwave that obliterated half the wall. Observing Rumlow, who stood in shock at the crumbling wall, Ronan smirked. "Congratulations, from this moment forth, you are the second captain of Hydra." Chapter 66. God of Abilities, boom! On the city-crossing highway, the roar of the engine erupted as a motorcycle-clad man pressed the throttle to the limit, racing past a pile of wrecked business vehicles. Thinking of escape? Not a chance. After scouring 3 vehicles without finding his target, Deadpool, puzzled, leaped into the air, drawing one of his dual katanas from his back. Casually tossing it, bang! The alloy blade embedded itself with precision into a tire, causing the motorcycle's rear to abruptly lift, hurling the rider into the air, landing on the expansive pavement in a rather undignified manner. As the rookie Wade W. Wilson from Regina, Saskatchewan prepared to take his shot after incapacitating the last remaining member of the convoy, Deadpool confirmed that this motorcycle rider was indeed the Francis he sought, unleashing a brutal series of kicks upon him, finally pinning him to the railing with a decisive blow. Damn Wade W. Wilson. It turned out to be this loquacious fellow, who miraculously survived that inferno. How careless of him. "Hello there, beauty. Did I feel as if I've been bitten by a radioactive Shar-Pei? Whose fault is this?" "Francis." Deadpool crouched, flicking the hilt of the knife embedded in Francis's shoulder, watching it sway. Continuing, "It's time to restore this tragically handsome visage of mine." "Sorry, I can't do that." Mid-sentence, Deadpool tilted his head in suspicion, wary of being blasted in the head by Francis, whose eyes now glimmered with golden light. "You retelling me you can't cure me?" "Correct, haha. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Deadpool swung his fist back, ready to deliver another beating to Francis. Perhaps he was just being obstinate? Maybe after a few more punches, he'd realized this face could indeed be healed. Just as his fist was drawn back to its limit, poised to strike Francis's deserving face, it seemed to encounter something, producing a crisp sound akin to metal being struck. "Father?" "Ah, ah." Oh, with no leverage to break, Deadpool rolled over 50 meters before gradually coming to a stop. "Steelman?" Raising his head, the first thing Deadpool beheld was a very familiar iron behemoth, who for over a year had relentlessly pursued him, preaching along dozens of streets. A quintessential hero, Shaking his head to clear the muddled thoughts, Deadpool rose from the ground and shouted at the owner of the steel pipe he had just encountered. "This is a private matter. Do not interfere. I warned you long ago, Deadpool. Your reckless behavior is an affront to your abilities." Boom. Before Steel Force could finish his words, an SUV slowly approached from a distance, capturing the attention of everyone present. "Hey, you over there, shiny giant, can you handle this group of kids?" "They are all mutants." A group of 6 disembarked from the vehicle, with Russell at the forefront, addressing Steel Force, whose features were obscured by the glare. "All mutants?" Steel Force's expression brightened at the revelation, and he promptly took a few steps towards Russell, eyeing the 5 young individuals standing behind him. Liana looked up at Steel Force, who towered over her, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he were family. "Hello, children, I am Steel Force, and this is the Sonic Boom Girl. We hail from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters and are members of the X-Men." Seizing the moment while Steel Force and his assistant were distracted by the mutants, Russell bypassed him and approached Deadpool. "Who are you? You seem vaguely familiar. Did we have an appointment?" Casting a glance at Francis, who stood still with a metal blade drawn from his shoulder, Deadpool regarded the unfamiliar man with suspicion, sensing a connection. "I'm Russell, not the Fire Fist from your second movie, nor the director of the Avengers. It's merely a coincidence of names. Russell? Not the chubby Fire Fist, nor the director. Then who exactly are you? I feel like I know you." Hearing this, Deadpool circled Russell several times, unable to fathom why this stranger invoked a sense of familiarity. "You think you know me?" Russell replied, slightly taken aback. He was not a character from a comic. There was no reason for Deadpool to recognize him, not even if he knew Green Arrow. "I believe I know you. I just can't recall." Deadpool intently scrutinized Russell's face, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. His instincts told him that if he could remember where he had seen this man, he could rewrite his fate. "Do you have any other names? I feel like Russell doesn't suit you." After a moment of hesitation, Deadpool inquired, "I have no other names." Russell, torn between the desire to shake Deadpool's hand and the fear of contracting his absurdity, opted to pat him on the shoulder, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a light screen. In that moment, Deadpool recalled something, as if he had received a message. Thus, 2 voices resonated simultaneously. "What the hell?" "The fourth wall." Russell gazed at the screen that had materialized in his vision, astonished to the point of speechlessness. "Ability fourth wall, thick crab. I remember who you are." Deadpool squished his face with his hands, pushing his lips out from beneath the mask, his white eyes widening in surprise, resembling 2 pearls. "It's you, the God of Powers, Ronan, the creator of the perfect universe." Chapter 67. The Grand Finale. Great God of Powers. "Please, you must help me restore this handsome face so I can reconcile with my ex and have a brood of little ones." On the circular highway, Russell looked down at Deadpool, who was clinging to his leg and wailing, feeling somewhat bewildered. "What kind of God of Powers? I've never heard of such a thing." In the Marvel Universe, he only recognized the God of Stories, the one who turned the time stone green. Although Deadpool was utterly ridiculous, he possessed the ability to break the fourth wall, allowing him to interact with the audience and even the writers. Under normal circumstances, he could not mistake someone, if he had not made a mistake. Did that not imply that he truly was the so-called God of Powers? Recalling the radiant light that had bestowed upon him the ability wristband, and considering the unseen hand that had brought him to this world, Russell suddenly felt a surge of understanding and activated the ability sequence list. Ability sequence list. Ability Phoenix Force inputting. Ability Odin's Power inputting. Ability Talent Enhancement inputting. Ability Magnetic Manipulation inputting. Ability Classification in progress. Ability Classification successful. Ability Assessment. Omega, Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Similar abilities merging. Merge successful. Ability Speed has been upgraded. Ability Godspeed inputting. Ability Fourth Wall. Ability Time-Space Traversal merging. Ability World Traversal inputting. On the Azure screen, a flurry of prompts scrolled rapidly, leaving Russell no time to comprehend just how many abilities he had acquired. All he knew was that he was immensely powerful. "It turns out I have long since surpassed the universe." Through the visuals shared from the main entity, Russell gradually pieced everything together, understanding why Deadpool clung to his LEGIT. Turned out he truly was the God of Powers. Half a minute earlier, while overseeing Hydra's construction of a lunar base on the moon, Ronan felt an inexplicable summons. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him, and he was abruptly pulled into a pure white space by a mysterious force. Subsequently, accompanied by a rhythmic heartbeat, a crimson eye began to form in his line of sight. With a bemused expression, Ronan watched as a figure of light materialized, gazing at him from across the void. So, this is all you're doing. As the familiar features gradually emerged on the figure of light, Ronan finally understood that there was no such thing as an external cheat. Even if there was, it was crafted by his future self. That cannot be entirely true. If you hadn't whimsically revealed Noah's image in this universe, we would not have received the gifts from Noah, nor could we traverse time and space or visit other worlds. Ronan was acutely aware of his own psychological processes, having once been in those very shoes. Thanks to Deadpool's fourth wall ability, I have completely liberated myself from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And so can you. As Ronan spoke, he suddenly snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, he acquired memories of the future, comprehending his intent. From now on, you can leave your mark in any world. Ronan smiled and then dissipated like foam. Upon reflection, I should add an ending. In the future, I might write short stories. Long ones are too torturous. It's easy to lose one's mindset while writing, leading to unsatisfactory conclusions. That's it.